Chapter 1342. Wei Lingyang and Bai Chun Tian died in battle. Myriad tidal dragon escaped, Fang Yuan muttered. When the news reached him, in this super-gu formation, he was the one who had the clearest understanding of the situation. Looking at the days, it should be over. Celestial Court's expedition, Longevity Heaven, represented Northern Plains' Gu immortal world, dealt a huge blow to Central Continent. Dog-tail life extending ferret, worthy of being giant sun immortal's mount, it has great battle strength. But even though this boosted Northern Plains morale, it is not a huge blow to Celestial Court. With the 500 years of experience in his previous life, he had gone through the initial 5 regions' chaotic war. Fang Yuan knew that Celestial Court's foundation was as deep as the sea. In comparison, Longevity Heaven was only giant sun immortal's immortal aperture grotto heaven. Its foundation was much weaker. This incident is a monumental event that is hard to come by in 10,000 years. In my previous life, it had never happened before. After this battle, Northern Plains and Central Continent have become enemies, or rather, Longevity Heaven and Celestial Court have already fallen out. Will Celestial Court take revenge now? If that is the case, it will be quite a commotion. Fang Yuan thought in his mind. He was constantly thinking about the possible political situations that could occur in the future. Longevity Heaven originated from giant sun immortal. Celestial Court had 3 immortal venerables in it. They were all righteous path forces. To think that they would fight so fiercely. Right now, all the Gu immortals and forces of all sizes in the 5 regions were paying close attention to this matter. They were paying attention to Celestial Court's reaction. According to common sense, Celestial Court would definitely retaliate because they had always been the #1 Gu immortal organization in the 5 regions. If they did not retaliate, their reputation would fall. But the 5 regional walls prevented large-scale Gu immortal battles. There was also the obstruction of giant sun immortals, luck suppression, heavenly palace, that people did not know about. It would be very difficult for the Celestial Court to take action. Therefore, regardless of whether they took action or not, the Celestial Court had its reasons. No matter what the Celestial Court chose, its next step would determine the direction of the 5 regions' Gu immortal world. Fang Yuan sighed. This news was actually within his expectations. The Celestial Court would send Gu immortals to save Ma Hongyan. They would definitely be obstructed by Northern Plains Gu immortals. After Central Continent's Gu immortals failed in their rescue, they escaped back to Central Continent. This battle had lasted for a long time. The result was finally out. But when he really received the news, he had a bad feeling. He felt that something was amiss. But Fang Yuan couldn't tell what was wrong. Could it be that because everything has changed too much because of me, the chain of changes is getting bigger and bigger, and the advantage of being reborn is getting smaller and smaller? Is that why I'm feeling more and more uneasy? The dazzling radiance of the dream shone on Fang Yuan's face, causing his expression to become even more uncertain. No matter what, increasing my strength is the most important thing. Dream realm, here I come. Regardless of the changes in the outside world, how unpredictable it was or how dangerous it was, as long as he got stronger, Fang Yuan would naturally feel safer. His soul entered the dream. After coming back to his senses, Fang Yuan found that he was in a desolate wilderness. Nighttime. The crescent moon emitted a cold light. Wild dogs were barking. Fang Yuan was being carried by 2 people, one at the front and one at the back. What is going on? After realizing that he could not move, Fang Yuan quickly assessed his surroundings. Grunt grunt, a sound similar to a pig eating, entered Fang Yuan's ears. He soon discovered that this strange sound came from the 2 people who were carrying him. These 2 strange people carried Fang Yuan all the way to the waist of the mountain. The dark clouds in the night sky finally dispersed, and with the help of the cold moonlight, Fang Yuan suddenly realized that the 2 strange people carrying him were not pure humans, but 2 pig-headed orcs. In today's world, orcs have long been extinct. Orcs have appeared in this dream realm. What era is this? A question mark suddenly appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. Fang Yuan felt that something was wrong and began to struggle, but he soon realized that he was extremely weak and seriously injured. He struggled with all his might, but the end result was that his body only swayed slightly. Roar, roar! The pig-headed orc who was carrying his feet noticed Fang Yuan's movement and shouted loudly. Not good! Fang Yuan cried out in his heart, but the two orcs were faster. They suddenly let go and threw Fang Yuan to the ground. The intense pain almost caused Fang Yuan to faint on the spot. Relying on his strong willpower, Fang Yuan stubbornly opened his eyes. Next, he saw that the pig-headed orc in front of him had raised his hoof. The hoof cast a large shadow on Fang Yuan's face, and under Fang Yuan's gaze, the shadow rapidly expanded. Bam! At the next moment, the pig hoof stomped down, crushing Fang Yuan's entire head. Blood mixed with his white brain. It was like tofu that was smashed, splattering everywhere. Damn it! The dream realm was interrupted. Fang Yuan's soul was injured and expelled. This means that I have to wait for the right time and not act rashly? Fang Yuan thought as he crushed Guts Gu to heal his injuries. Unravel Dream had a limited number of uses. That batch of nightmare demonic cult immortal materials had already been used up by Fang Yuan. But Guts Gu were different. As long as Dang Hun Mountain existed, Guts Gu could be said to be endless. Thus, Fang Yuan would rather expend Guts Gu and suffer some soul injuries than use Unravel Dream. Soon, Fang Yuan's soul healed. He entered the dream realm again. This time, Fang Yuan did not move. He allowed the two pig-headed orcs to carry him up the mountain. Gore, gore! At a certain place, the pig-headed orc stopped. One of them snorted. The other carried Fang Yuan's legs and walked forward. Using the moonlight, Fang Yuan saw that he and the two pig-headed orcs were at the edge of a cliff. Oh no! Fang Yuan was about to struggle when the two pig-headed orcs suddenly swung their arms and threw Fang Yuan down. Fang Yuan rapidly fell from the sky. His eyes were wide open. He saw that there was a mass grave at the bottom of the cliff. Countless corpses were casually piled up. The stench of rotting corpses was so thick that it formed a fog. Before Fang Yuan could think further, bam! With a muffled sound, Fang Yuan fell into the valley. His whole body was smashed into meat paste, completely smashed into pieces. Fang Yuan was expelled from the dream realm again. What in the world is this dream realm? While Fang Yuan was exploring the dream realm, Central Continent, Celestial Court. Lord Duke Long, please. An old woman with a hunched back was bowing deeply. Her hair was dry and yellow like straw. Her face was full of wrinkles, and her eyes were blurry. She wore an earthy yellow robe. There was a ring of fine yellow sand around her waist. She was standing respectfully in front of Duke Long. As for Duke Long, after absorbing Di Zongxing's life force, he was no longer in his weak and withered state. He had become majestic and mighty, showing the aura of a peak legend. At this moment, he sized up the tall tower in front of him, nodding. Granny Shah, you did well. This tower was Heaven Overseeing Tower, rank 9 Immortal Gu House. It was famous in history. Although it was destroyed in the Battle of Southern Border, most of the main Immortal Gu were preserved. After being sent back to Celestial Court's Gu Immortal Granny Shah woke up. She had been refining Gu worms and repairing Heaven Overseeing Tower. Now, she finally succeeded. The complete Heaven Overseeing Tower reappeared in Celestial Court. Lord Duke Long, please enter. Granny Shah led the way. Duke Long and Fairy Myrtle followed behind, entering Heaven Overseeing Tower. White jade stairs spiraled upwards. It was no different from the previous Heaven Overseeing Tower. But Heaven Overseeing Tower was not activated yet. Duke Long and the others did not see any abnormalities as they went up. When they reached the top of Heaven Overseeing Tower, the 3 Gu Immortals saw an Immortal Gu. This Immortal Gu gave off an intense rank 9 aura. It was shaped like a spider, black and white. There was a red wound on the Gu worm's body. almost covering its entire body. If it was not rank 9 Fate Immortal Goo, what else could it be? This Fate Immortal Goo was damaged by Red Lotus Demon Venerable using Love Immortal Goo's power. But after generations of hard work by Celestial Court until the last Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, this Immortal Goo had already recovered to 50%. After reaching a qualitative change, Fate Immortal Goo's recovery speed was many times faster than before. Right now, even without success Dow marks, it had already recovered to 60% under Granny Shaw's hard work. Good, very good. Granny Shaw, you have contributed to Celestial Court. You have contributed to the world. I think when Celestial Court rules over the 5 regions, your contributions will be recorded in history for future generations to look up to. Duke Long praised with a gratified tone. Granny Shaw nodded with a smile. Lord Duke Long is too kind. I was only doing my meager effort. Moreover, restoring Heaven Overseeing Tower was also that old fogey's wish. Granny Shaw continued to laugh, and as she laughed, her body gradually turned into sand. A cool breeze appeared out of nowhere, causing the sand to dissipate in the air. Rank 8 Goo Immortal Granny Shaw, a refinement path great grandmaster, died at this moment. She had little lifespan to begin with. After the previous Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord died, she woke up in anger and contributed the last bit of her life to Celestial Court. Silence. Another rank 8 Goo Immortal of Celestial Court was sacrificed. During this period, Celestial Court had lost many members. Fairy Myrtle's eyes were slightly red, but Duke Long's expression did not change. His body was still straight like a mountain. He spoke slowly. In the long river of time, generations after generations of Goo Immortals of Celestial Court have sacrificed themselves like this, to shine on their descendants. Wei Lingyang by Chun Tian Granny Sha, and in the future, you and I will also be like this. Why has Celestial Court always been the number 1 Goo Immortal force in the world, other than the 3 Immortal Venerables? The most important reason is that our Celestial Court's Goo Immortals never fear sacrifice, because we know that humanity needs us, the world needs us, heaven and earth needs us. Fairy Myrtle breathed in deeply, trying to calm her mind. Then, Lord Duke Long, what do we do now? Duke Long closed his eyes before opening them again. The great era is about to begin. Some people cannot be left alive. But Fong Yuan, Ing Wu Xie, Purple, and the rest are all crafty. Their whereabouts are unknown now. It is difficult to find their locations through the regional walls. Fairy Myrtle had a worried expression. No worries. Duke Long waved his hand. No matter where they are now, you and I know that they will definitely go to one place. That is Southern Border's giant dream realm. Ignore Northern Plains and Longevity Heaven. These are small problems. Let's get rid of these hidden threats first. Chapter 1343. Cold Moon, Desolate Mountain. 2 pig-headed beastmen carried Fong Yuan up the mountain, one in front and one behind. Fong Yuan looked around but did not act rashly. My current body is that of a rank 4 Goo Master. I still have my aperture and primeval essence, but I have no goo worms. Moreover, I am heavily injured and extremely weak. Even if I am in perfect condition, without goo worms, I am not these 2 pig-headed beastmen's match. But once I reach the cliff, these 2 pig-headed beastmen will throw me down. At this height, without goo worms, I will definitely die. Unless I have the sovereign immortal body. So, my only hope of survival lies on this path up the mountain? Immortal Killer Move, Unravel Dream. Fong Yuan analyzed this and started to use his trump card. Once Unravel Dream was activated, Fong Yuan immediately saw its effect. He felt that he had regained some strength at this moment. To make an analogy, he was like a traveler in a desert who was on the verge of death, about to die of thirst. But now, a few drops of water suddenly dripped into his mouth. The effect is immediate, but isn't the recovery of strength a little too little? Fong Yuan had no choice but to use Unravel Dream again. This time he found that some of the small wounds on his body instantly turned into scabs. The pain all over his body was reduced by a lot. However, there were several large wounds on his chest and back that were so deep that bones could be seen, and there were no signs of improvement. Unravel dream. Unravel dream. Unravel dream. Fong Yuan had to use this immortal killer move continuously. The large wounds also turned for the better, but they did not turn into scabs. But the bleeding had stopped. His strength had recovered by a lot. His body had also recovered a trace of warmth from the bone-chilling cold earlier. But these could not provide Fong Yuan with great battle strength. He was still immortal now. He only had primeval essence. If he fought alone, he would not be a match for any pig-headed beast-man. And now, there was not just one pig-headed beast-man, but two. What's going on? Immortal killer move Unravel Dream's effect has become so bad. I had to use it 5 times in a row to achieve this result. Fong Yuan saw that he was about to be carried to the edge of the cliff again. He had to make up his mind. Forget it! I will attack first! His body shot up like a lobster. The 2 pig-headed beast-men were caught off guard. He broke free. Fong Yuan fell to the ground. The hard rocks touched his wounds, almost causing him to faint from the pain. At this time, the 2 pig-headed beast-men reacted, growling as they pounced at Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan used his outstanding battle prowess to dodge, turning around and running down the mountain. The 2 pig-headed beast-men roared as they chased after him. Soon, the beast-man caught up to Fong Yuan. Slash! 2 eerie white wild boar tusks pierced into the wound on Fong Yuan's back, before piercing out a little in front of Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan! Fong Yuan's eyes, his eyes flashed and said. He stopped, and Fong Yuan stopped, and his body, from his eyes. Next, his vision fell into darkness. When Fong Yuan opened his eyes again, he saw a hall. He returned to reality, expelled from the dream realm. His face was pale, his soul was injured. But what made Fong Yuan more concerned was this strange dream realm. I'm afraid this is the most difficult dream I've ever encountered here. Even though it is a realistic dream realm, the difficulty is very high. So far, I have not even gotten to the bottom of the first stage. I have died many times on this path up the mountain. Unravel Dream's effect is also very bad. What is going on? Fong Yuan could not understand this. He thought about it, but could not deduce anything. He could only take a step back and think about how to deal with the 2 beast-men, how to escape successfully. The pig-headed beast-men are huge. If I could enter the forest, it would be much easier. It's a pity that this barren mountain is completely barren. There's no forest at all. There's not even a pile of jagged rocks. Unravel Dream can be used 5 times at most. It has no effect after that. Even though it can help me recover more strength and stabilize my injuries, the effect is not great. It is not as effective as a goo worm. And even if there are goo worms and forests, my stamina is limited. I cannot run far. After analyzing it, Fong Yuan finally understood a little. Don't tell me this dream realm wants me to fall to the bottom of the valley. He entered the dream realm again. This time, Fong Yuan did not act rashly. He secretly used Unravel Dream to preserve his stamina and mental strength. When he reached the edge of the cliff, he was thrown into the valley by the 2 pig-headed beast-men. But the difference was, in the air, Fong Yuan started to adjust his body, sticking close to the mountain wall. After falling for a few breaths of time, some strange rocks started to appear on the mountain wall. They protruded outwards. There were also some trees that showed their tenacious vitality. Bam! With a muffled sound, Fong Yuan landed on a strange rock. His bones were fractured. He died on the spot. I fell too quickly. My injuries are too severe. I will die if I land on a rock mountain. It seems I can only choose those trees. He entered the dream realm again. With this experience, Fong Yuan landed on a tree. Crack, crack, crack. After a series of tree branches breaking, Fong Yuan used his body to break most of the tree branches before falling again. But this time, The speed of his descent was much slower. He used his toes or arms to tap on the mountain wall, adjusting his direction. The second tree. Crack! Fang Yuan landed on the tree trunk. He was pierced by countless arm-sized thorns, turning into a flesh hedgehog. He died on the spot. What the hell? What tree is this? Fang Yuan was driven out of the dream realm again. He tried again and again, using guts, goo, and unravel dream to complement himself. After dying 17 or 18 times in the dream realm, Fang Yuan finally reached the bottom of the valley. But his injuries were even more severe. His 4 limbs were basically crippled. Only his right arm still had some feeling. At the same time, his whole body was bathed in blood. The wounds all over his body opened up again. His blood carried the heat of his life as it flowed out. And his bones, most of his bones were fractured. Intense pain burned like fire, roasting Fang Yuan's nerves. But this was the best result that Fang Yuan could achieve after countless attempts. Unravel dream, unravel dream, unravel dream. Fang Yuan used unravel dream continuously. When Fang Yuan reached the bottom of the valley, it worked again. Fang Yuan's injuries were slightly better. He could use strength in his right arm. His left leg also regained feeling. As for his back leg, it was completely broken. It was bent at a strange angle from the knee. Fang Yuan quickly checked his own situation, and then quickly looked around. Corpses were piled up like a mountain. Flesh and blood were rotting. The stench of corpses was thick like fog, assaulting his nose. What do I do now? Just as Fang Yuan was at a loss, a cold Gu-immortal aura appeared above him. 2 variant human, rank 7 Gu-immortals appeared in the sky. These 2 were beast men. One had a pig head and human body, the other a snake body and human head. Be careful, it is a big guy down there. The Gu-immortal with a human upper body and snake lower body spoke. Ha ha ha, big guy, what are you sleeping for? Wake up. The pig head Gu-immortal laughed loudly. The 2 were not soft. They purposely made their voices louder. It was like rumbling thunder, echoing in the valley. Stimulated by this voice, an extremely powerful aura burst out from the fog, filled with the stench of corpses. Rumble! A fierce aura swept in all directions, blowing away the stench of corpses in the valley. A huge figure appeared in Fang Yuan's vision. This was a giant. It was 7 to 8 floors tall. Its entire body was pitch black, and its strange jet-black hair was like a cloak, hanging all the way to its waist. From the gaps of its hair, 2 red lights shined. It was awake. The 2 beast-man Gu-immortals were shocked by this black giant's aura. They lost their arrogance. They were nervous and solemn. Fang Yuan was the same, because from this monster's aura, he made a clear judgment. Peak rank 8 Gu-immortal aura! But it does not seem human. It is an immemorial, desolate beast instead. Big guy, eat quickly. That's right. My clan didn't hesitate to go to war to get these blood food for you. The 2 beast-man Gu-immortals urged. How many times have I said it? I have a name. I am Zhuayi Hui. The black giant could actually speak human language, but it only said 1 sentence before falling silent and starting to eat. It stretched out its hands, and one by one, the corpses were stuffed into its bloody mouth by its huge claws. This is bad. Fang Yuan thought, at this rate, he would be eaten sooner or later. Southern Border, Black Demon Pit. There were many mountains in Southern Border, but there were also pits. Black Demon Pit was not eye-catching among all the pits. It was small and did not have a lot of Dao marks. It produced some resources of the Dark Path. It was not rare for super forces, but for ordinary clans it was hard to mine. Thus, almost no one cared about it. But at this time, Zishan Makoto and the rest arrived at the bottom of Black Demon Pit. What are we doing here? Bai Ningbing looked around. She used the investigative method of Bai Xiang's true inheritance. She could not see anything strange. Zishan Makoto ignored her question. He spoke to the air. I am here. Let's go according to our agreement. Back then, I taught you my true inheritance. You owe me a favor. Favor? What is a favor? Suddenly, a buzzing voice came from the pit. Following it was an aura that grew from weak to strong. In the blink of an eye, by Ning Bing and Ing Wu, Xie's expressions changed. Only Zishan Makoto remained calm. Didn't you want to be human? Zui Hui. Human? Oh, I remember, you are that guy from back then. Right. I helped you back then, you owe me a favor. Zui Hui wants to be human. It needs to return favors. Tell me, what do you need my help with? You are best at eating humans. Ha ha ha, I am sick of ordinary humans. Don't worry, they're immortals. There might even be rank 8 Gu immortals. Zishan Makoto smiled. Chapter 1344. Southern Border, Giant Dream Realm. Zui Hui. Hearing this huge monster's name, Fang Yuan's heart shook. This was an immemorial desolate beast. It had a mysterious origin and was very old. It had appeared 1,000,000 years ago, during the Olden Antiquity era. Each time it appeared, it would be accompanied by intense slaughter. It had immense battle strength. In terms of seniority, that dog-tail life extending ferret that appeared in Northern Plains was only a junior talent that rose up 300,000 years ago. Zui Hui, Yu Tianguang, these two names were once the same. They were embedded in the history of humanity. They were the nightmares of Olden Antiquity era, Medieval Antiquity era, and Recent Antiquity era. They were immemorial desolate beasts that had human forms. Few people knew of their origins. Each time they appeared, they would cause intense slaughter, no matter which region they were in. There would be bloodshed. Even Central Continent's celestial court could not kill them. They were very crafty. They often worked together. Whenever a demon venerable or a mortal venerable appeared, they would hide. It was hard to find them. Fortunately, during Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's era, this most benevolent immortal venerable in history was determined to rid the world of evil. After spending a lot of time and effort, he finally found the hiding place of these two legendary immemorial desolate beasts. After a huge battle, Yu Tianguang died. While Zui Hui was heavily injured, it managed to escape and disappear. Its fate was unknown. Zui Hui. I actually encountered this legendary, immemorial, desolate beast in the dream realm. Fang Yuan suppressed his shock as he climbed out. Zui Hui devoured the corpses of the Gu masters around it. With it as the center, the surrounding corpse mountains and blood seas flowed into its mouth. Immortal killer move. Evidently, this was an immortal killer move. Just by chewing, it could not consume at such a terrifying speed. This made Fang Yuan suffer. He was heavily injured. He could not move freely. His climbing speed could not compare to Zui Hui's devouring speed. He was dragged towards the center by the corpses. Suddenly, Zui Hui breathed in deeply. Suddenly, a strong wind blew, and Fang Yuan was caught off guard. He was swept away by the wind and landed in Zui Hui's mouth. Zui Hui chewed hard, and Fang Yuan was instantly turned into meat paste by his sharp teeth. I died again. Fang Yuan returned to reality with an injury on his soul. How do I break this dream? This question was like a huge boulder, blocking Fang Yuan's path. He sank into deep distress. Fang Yuan tried all sorts of methods as he was being carried by the two pig-headed orcs, but he was unable to escape. Now he already knew that the development of this dreamland was for him to enter this valley. But in this valley, it was even more dangerous than falling into the hands of the pig-headed beastmen. This was because there was a legendary, primordial, desolate beast hidden here. Immemorial desolate beasts could match rank 8 Gu immortals, but most of them had low intelligence and were not feared by rank 8 Gu immortals. But there were exceptions to everything. Among these immemorial desolate beasts, there was a small group that was extraordinary. Because of their fortuitous encounters, they had intelligence no lower than humans. They learned Gu immortal cultivation methods. They had immortal apertures and knew how to control immortal Gu. They could even use all sorts of immortal killer moves with great proficiency. They were a huge threat. Every legendary, immemorial desolate beast had a name. Like the dog-tail life-extending ferret Mao Li Qiu, Central Continent's evil dragon Di Zongxing and Hokong, as well as Zui Yi Hui and Yu Tianguang. These were all legendary, immemorial, desolate beasts. Such existences often had battle strength that surpassed most rank 8 Gu immortals. This could be seen from how the dog-tail life-extending ferret Mao Li Qiu killed 2 rank 8 Gu immortals from Celestial Court. Humans were the spirits of all living beings, but their bodies were weak. If they did not use Gu worms, they could not compare to other living beings, be it speed, strength, lifespan, recovery, vision, hearing, or others. They were not the strong points of humans. Immemorial desolate beasts had dense Tao marks to begin with. Their lifespan was much higher than humans. Their recovery, speed, strength, and others were all above humans. Once they could use immortal Gu and immortal killer moves, control the immortal aperture. They would have human-like intelligence. They would be stronger than rank 8 Gu immortals. Does this dream realm want me to escape from Zhu Yi Hui's devouring? Fang Yuan entered the dream again. Along the way, he landed on the corpse mountain at the bottom of the valley. He was still on his last breath. Good. Fang Yuan used all his strength. Before Zui Yi Hui breathed in, he pushed the corpse away and went down. Zui Yi Hui breathed in deeply. Intense winds blew. The corpses on the surface of the corpse mountain were all swept away. Fang Yuan survived because he went into the corpse. But good times did not last. The winds continued. He was swept away again, entering Zui Yi Hui's mouth. Fuck! Fang Yuan's final scene was layers of sharp teeth stabbing into his body. He entered the dream again. Crawl, crawl, crawl. Fang Yuan continued to drill downwards. During this process, he used Unravel Dream to look for loose cracks, allowing him to progress quickly. Zui Yi Hui breathed in deeply. After a long time, the wind stopped. Fang Yuan was on his last breath. He curled up in the corpse. I finally made it. Just as he was rejoicing inwardly, one of the 2 Beastman Gu immortals above the valley spoke. Zui Yi Hui, you have a good appetite. The jet-black giant replied, Too little, too little. I want to eat more humans. After eating more humans, I can get closer to humans. Don't worry, there are more here. The Beastman Gu immortal smiled as he opened his immortal aperture. A large number of human Gu master corpses fell down like a storm. What the hell? Fang Yuan's expression changed. He could not help but curse. Then he was crushed to death by a huge pile of corpses. He entered the dream again. Fang Yuan crawled into the corpses. But this time, he did not use his full strength anymore. After the wind stopped, he was at the outermost layer of corpses. The corpses fell like a storm. Fang Yuan quickly crawled out and got close to the wall. He found a protruding rock and used it as a protective umbrella. After the corpses fell, he was unharmed. What should I do now? Fang Yuan looked at the sea of corpses as he thought rapidly. Right now, he was buried in the mountain of corpses. He was at least 6 meters away from the highest layer of corpses. But at this time, he felt a numbness in his chest. Fang Yuan was stuck in the mountain of corpses. He could not see clearly. He quickly touched it. Next, he felt a smooth tail. It looked like a snake or a centipede. Soon after, the tail retracted back into his chest. Am I going to die again? This question had just appeared in his mind when at the next moment he was expelled from the dream realm. That just now it seemed to be a Gu worm? Fang Yuan pondered in reality. There are so many human Gu master corpses. There seems to have been a huge battle. It is normal that some mortal Gu were not found. Even if Gu immortals find them, they would not be interested in these small gains. Of course, in this extreme environment of corpses and blood, wild Gu worms can also be produced. It is not strange. Fang Yuan acutely sensed that this Gu worm was his opportunity. After healing, he entered the dream realm again. Gu worm refinement, failure, death. I refined again. Both sides were in a deadlock. At this time, Zui Yi Hui started to eat again. Fang Yuan was disrupted, he failed and died. He finally succeeded in refining the goo worm, but discovered it was a rank 2 goo used for attacking. Fang Yuan could not help but curse, and then he died. Death again. Death again. Death again. What kind of fucking dream is this? There was a series of accidents and failures. Once, because he was jumping around too much, he attracted the attention of 2 beast-man goo immortals. The other party pressed their pinky finger, and Fang Yuan was shot by a strange light, causing him to explode. Despair. In the dream realm, Fang Yuan was too weak. Any accident or even the slightest sign of trouble would be fatal to him. Do I have to give up on this dream realm? Thinking of this, the thought of giving up persisted. Fang Yuan had invested far more into this dream realm than before, but there was little hope. He could not even see the direction of the future. This dream realm's difficulty was unimaginable. Let's see. I'll persevere one more time. I died again. Should I stop? Another series of deaths. Fang Yuan wanted to give up, but he was unwilling. After all, he had invested so much, and most importantly, he had never seen such a dream realm before. If he succeeded, it would be a huge accumulation of experience for him. If he gave up this time, what if he encountered such a dream realm again in the future? He gritted his teeth and persevered, until the final time. On the ground of the valley, there are only 50 to 60 goo master corpses left. Fang Yuan struggled for a long time before staying alive. He was among them. The goo formation appeared. Fang Yuan realized that Zhuo Yihui was trapped by a super goo formation. Its lower body was buried in the ground. Only its upper body could move. Damn 4 elements formation. Let me break it. After eating and drinking, Zhuo Yihui roared at the sky, and a dark light erupted from its body. The dark light covered the entire valley. Oh no, this is the immortal killer move, Grey Knight. We need to retreat. The 2 beastman goo immortals flew into the sky. The 4 elements formation activated. Earth, water, wind, and fire for mystical lights burst out, resisting the dark light and restricting it to the entire valley. Zhuo Yihui roared in anger and indignation, but it was useless. What the hell? How can I dodge this? The gray light was everywhere, covering the entire valley. The beastman goo immortals could dodge it, but Fang Yuan could not. He could only watch helplessly as the rocks and plants around him evaporated and dissipated in the gray light. As for himself, he was no exception. Fang Yuan fell into deep despair. Don't tell me this is an unsolvable dream realm. I cannot dodge this gray light. If I knew this, I would have given up earlier. That would have been a wise decision. Feeling frustrated, Fang Yuan returned to reality. His soul had been injured. This injury was several times more severe than any of the previous ones. However, to Fang Yuan's surprise, he found that his dark path attainment level had risen to Grandmaster. What's going on? Fang Yuan quickly inspected himself. He was shocked to find that the dream realm he was exploring had vanished. As long as I can last until the final moment, I will pass this dream realm. I succeeded. This should be a survival type of dream realm. I just need to last until the end. This dreamland only had a short scene, but after I passed it, my ordinary dark path realm suddenly soared to the Grandmaster level. Could it be because of Zhuo Yihui? All of his questions could not be answered. Fang Yuan knew very little about dream realms. After all, in the 500 years of his previous life, he did not put much effort into exploring dream realms. Almost at the same time, Bai Ningbing and He Lulan were also filled with doubts. Where is this? He Lulan asked as he looked at this world shrouded in mist and birdsong. This is Mushroom Man Paradise. A variant human goo immortal appeared from the mist. Mushroom Man goo immortal? Bai Ningbing's dragon pupils shrunk. Mushroom men were a type of variant humans. They looked like humans, but their most distinct characteristic was their mushroom-like head. It was like a natural hat that covered their heads. Under the mushroom hat were the eyebrows and eyes of the mushroom man. As for the nose and ears, they were all there. Chapter 1345. Before He Lulan finished speaking, Zishan Makoto interrupted. That's right, this blessed land has already been modified by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. There are no more calamities and tribulations. It has turned from a mushroom man blessed land to a mushroom man paradise. Of course, there are many paradises in the world, but this place is very special because before Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable became a venerable, he cultivated here. Sigh. The mushroom man go immortal heaved a long sigh. Ever since I inherited that true inheritance, I knew that one day I would pay the heaviest price for it. But if you want me to come out and help you commit evil, that is impossible. You might as well kill me. I won't kill you. Zishan Makoto showed a crafty smile. I want you to bring the two of them into the melon cave, which is where Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had stayed before, and cultivate there for some time. You won't refuse this request, right? The mushroom man Gu Immortal's expression became even more bitter. He was silent for a while before nodding heavily. All right, I agree. Mushroom Man Paradise Melon Cave. This cave was guarded by this Mushroom Man Gu Immortal. Zishan Makoto assimilated with Providence. He sensed the layout of Providence. Using this Mushroom Man Gu Immortal, he successfully sent Bai Ningbing and He Lulan into this legendary place. This is where my tribe raises the chakra melons. You can cultivate here secretly. Do not damage any of the melons. The Mushroom Man Gu Immortal said. Chakra melons? Bai Ningbing and He Lulan looked at each other, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. This chakra melon was a rank 7 immortal material. It contained refinement path Dao marks. It could be used in any Gu refinement process. Thus, this immortal material had a wide range of uses. Right now, the black and white immortals looked at this melon cave. It was simply too huge. How many chakra melons were left here? On the side, Zishan Makoto explained in a timely manner. You don't have to guess anymore. This is the largest production area of Jewel Yellow Skies' chakra melon. It occupies almost 60% of the market. Of course, I brought you here not for the chakra melon, nor is it the main point, but for the Super Gu formation here. This Super Gu formation uses Rule Path Immortal Gu Ripe as the core, with Rank 7 Immortal Dew as the supplementary Gu. If you practice your Immortal Killer moves here, your efficiency will be greatly increased, and you will be more familiar with them. Moreover, because of Immortal Dew Immortal Gu, your Immortal Essence recovery speed will be extremely fast when you are inside the Gu formation. Oh, when He Lulan and Bai Ningbing heard this, their faces lit up with joy. Such a cultivation paradise was simply tailor-made for the two of them. He Lulan cultivated Strength Path and Fire Path as a secondary path. Strength Path Immortal Gu were rare, but she had a lot of Fire Path Immortal Gu. She even had the Fire Path True Inheritance left by her great-aunt, as well as countless Fire Path Immortal Killer moves. Bai Ningbing had just inherited Bai Xiang's True Inheritance. She was not weak either. She had no lack of Immortal Gu and Immortal Killer moves. Right now, what restricted their battle strength was that they had just come into contact with inheritances. They did not have the time to convert their outstanding True Inheritances into actual battle strength. In the regional wall, when they fought against Fang Yuan, this flaw was clearly exposed to them. After Zishan Makoto woke up and gained authority in order to raise his side's battle strength, he brought the two of them here and used this paradise to train the two immortals. The Ripe Melon Cave was very spacious. The Mushroom Mango Immortals easily carved out a large area for Bai Ningbing and He Lulan to cultivate. After settling these two down, Zishan Makoto left the Mushroom Man Paradise. Days passed. Fang Yuan was still inside the Super Gu formation, secretly exploring dream realms. On the surface, he used closed cultivation as an excuse to hide it from everyone. Nobody knew that he was actually exploring dream realms. His gains were already huge. Comparing it to Qi Shang, it was clear. Qi Shang was known as the formation fanatic. He had over 100 years of life, researching formation path painstakingly before reaching formation path Grandmaster attainment level. This age, talent, and achievement were already rare among Gu immortals. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan only spent a month or two to unravel a dream realm containing formation path, true meaning, becoming a formation path grandmaster. Precisely because dream realms were so powerful, they greatly reduced the time needed to accumulate. During the 5 regions chaotic war, all sorts of Gu immortal experts emerged. Shining like stars in the sky, it was a dazzling sight. Right now, Fang Yuan was not only a formation path grandmaster, he had also advanced to dark path grandmaster. With such attainment level, Fang Yuan had a new idea about the use of dark limit immortal Gu. I can use dark limit immortal Gu as the core to form an immortal killer move that targets myself and defends against the deductions of other wisdom path Gu immortals. Combined with my dark path Dao marks, this immortal killer move's power will definitely be shocking. I can also use dark limit immortal Gu as the core to form an immortal killer move that has the same offensive effect as dark arrow immortal Gu. I have another idea, that is to add dark limit immortal Gu into other immortal killer moves. It should be able to conceal the aura fluctuations of these killer moves. In the future, when I activate them, I can catch people off guard and have an unexpected effect. Actually, for Fang Yuan, what he needed the most were food path and information path dream realms. Food path could allow him to feed immortal Gu more conveniently and at a lower cost. The saved resources could be used for his cultivation or resource management. Information path was even more important. Fang Yuan had a lot of information path alliance agreements with him now. This made him lose a lot of freedom. When he did things, his hands and feet were tied. It was very inconvenient. Furthermore, if his information path attainment level rose, Fang Yuan would be able to see through many information path traps and methods. He might really be able to cooperate with Shadow Sect. But things in this world were not things that could be obtained just because one wanted them. The place that Fang Yuan was guarding was like a window. After he explored it, the dream realm related to Zui Yihui dissipated. The dream realms that filled in were all strange and absurd. Fang Yuan did not want to try these types of dream realms casually. Even with Unravel Dream, Fang Yuan waited patiently. Dream realms were constantly changing. But after so many absurd dream realms, Fang Yuan had to divert his attention to other aspects. The development of his immortal aperture was the main focus. Next was to use his newly advanced dark path attainment level to try and deduce some useful immortal killer moves, and finally to gather information. Celestial Court failed. After losing 3 rank 8 Gu immortals, there had been no movement. The 5 regions were still in a peaceful and stable state. But Wu Clan's problems had not subsided. Even though Wu Yong was in charge and mobilized troops to resolve all sorts of conflicts, the other super clans continued to take action. Wu Clan was struggling to deal with them. Recently, there was another troublesome matter. The cause was an immortal Gu recipe related to bathing fire immortal Gu. It was accidentally discovered by a mortal Gu master. Once this news spread, it immediately attracted the attention of the 2 great clans, the Yao clan and the Wu clan. This immortal Gu recipe was part of the fire path true inheritance left behind by Stunning Immortal. Over 1,000 years ago, Wu clan and Yao clan fought over this fire path true inheritance. There was enmity between them. In the end, both sides suffered heavy losses, but neither obtained this fire path true inheritance. It was said that the fire path true inheritance was destroyed, but the sudden appearance of bathing fire immortal Gu recipe gave everyone a new hope, especially Wu clan and Yao clan. These 2 superforces had to fight for this immortal Gu recipe due to historical reasons. Even if they could not take it away, they could not let them have it. For this, Wu Yong didn't hesitate to send out Wu Yishan and give up guarding the resource point blood tide sinkhole. Wu Yiran had rank 7 cultivation level and outstanding battle strength. He acted on orders to end the battle quickly. He soon found out that there was no Stunning Immortal's true inheritance. Only bathing fire immortal Gu's immortal Gu recipe was left. This way, many Gu immortals retreated. They did not want to offend the two superforces for an immortal Gu recipe. Yao clan naturally would not give up. They sent their heavyweight Yao Geng. Wu Yiran and Yao Geng had fought 4 times. They won 2 and lost 2. There was only the final and most crucial match left. At this crucial moment, Zishan Makoto secretly came to the location of the battle. In a nameless valley, he saw a mysterious Gu immortal. The mysterious Gu immortal was covered in rainbow light. His appearance was concealed. "You called me here?" Zishan Makoto nodded. "That's right. No matter how you obtain the complete 7 illusions true inheritance, we have already made an agreement. According to the agreement, you need to do 7 things for me." "All right, which 7? The mysterious Gu immortal agreed, quickly. Zishan Makoto's lips curled up. "The first thing is to kill that Wu Yiran." The mysterious Gu immortal was stunned. "Are you sure?" Zishan Makoto's smile widened. He continued, "The second thing is to take Yao Geng's life." The mysterious Gu immortal became vigilant. "What do you want to do?" "You don't need to know what I want to do. You just need to kill these 2 first." Zishan Makoto chuckled. The mysterious Gu immortal snorted coldly. His body vanished on the spot without a trace. Zishan Makoto's smile gradually vanished. His hands were behind his back as he looked at the distant mountain range with a deep and eerie gaze. "Time waits for no man. I do not have much time left. I need to make a move," he muttered to himself. A few days later, a shocking piece of news spread. Wu Yiran and Yao Geng were missing. The result of the battle was unknown. Wu clan and Yao clan were shaken, because from Life Tablet Gu and Soul Lantern Gu, they obtained information that Wu Yiran and Yao Geng were already dead. Who was so ruthless? Wu Yong was furious. Just as he was about to send Gu immortals to investigate this matter, blood-tide pit erupted, forming a huge wave of blood that harmed the surroundings. Wu clan quickly sent Gu immortals to suppress it, but they did not expect to find traces of the immortal killer move collapse art from the traces at the scene. Collapse art was a unique immortal killer move created by Yao Geng. The traces at the scene were very clear. The situation became complicated. Is Yao Geng dead or not? Is this Yao clan's scheme? Other than Yao clan, are there any other clans? Chapter 1346. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sound of the waves was endless. There was an overwhelming stench of blood, assaulting everyone's noses. Wu clan's 2 Gu immortals, Wu Yuanju and Rong Hao, were flying in the sky. Looking at the blood sea below them, the former had a solemn expression, while the latter had a bitter expression. The blood flood is spreading. It has already spread over 100,000 li. More than 10 mountains have been submerged. If we do not suppress it, the losses from this calamity will become even more severe. Wu Yuanju said solemnly, "Blood Tide Pit was originally guarded by Wu Yiran, but after Wu Yiran died, Blood Tide Pit was destroyed by others. The Gu formation inside was also destroyed, causing an endless blood tide to surge out and spread everywhere, causing this disaster." Rong Hao was worried. "But it will not be easy for us to set up a Gu formation to seal the blood tide again. If we add another rank 6 with the combined strength of 3 Gu immortals, we will barely be able to deal with it." These 2 had rank 6 cultivation level. It was not hard for them to deal with this blood tide, but Wu Yong had a time limit in his orders. If they wanted to complete it within the time limit, they would not be able to do so. But there was no choice. Wu Yong could not spare any more manpower to deal with this situation. During Wu Duxiu's era, Wu clan's territory continued to expand. Nobody objected to it, because Wu Duxiu alone could suppress the entire situation. Once Wu Duxiu died and Wu Yong took over, Wu clan only had 1 rank 8 left. Even though Wu Yong showed great ability and methods, Wu clan's territory was too huge. Under Zishan Makoto's scheme, he made use of the unwillingness of the other superclans. Wu clan was troubled by several superclans. Wu Yong stayed at the core. He had been mobilizing troops to maintain the situation. But this time, something happened to Wu Yishan. Once he was sacrificed, the Wu clan's defensive line that was in imminent danger immediately had a huge hole, sending Wu Yuanju and Rong Hao was already Wu clan's limit. Let's give it our all. Even if we have exceeded the time limit, we have done our best. Wu Yuanju sighed and began to attack. Rong Hao quickly cooperated. His surname wasn't Wu, and he was an external Supreme Clan elder recruited by the Wu clan. Southern Borders clans were very xenophobic. It was not easy for Wu clan to break the rules and recruit an outsider Gu Immortal. Under the two Gu Immortals' methods, the blood tide continued to retreat. Blood tide pit was like the mouth of a giant monster, devouring the blood tide outside. The disaster was under control. The situation was getting better. Wu Yuanju sighed. After suppressing the blood tide and rebuilding the Gu formation, Rong Hao, you will have to replace Wu Yiran and guard this place. I hope you'll be more careful. Things aren't looking good these days. Rong Hao nodded. I understand. I heard that this blood tide sinkhole wasn't formed naturally, but was deliberately created by Patriarch Blood Sea? Wu Yuanju nodded. Blood Sea ancestor left behind 7 true inheritances. This is one of the 7 true inheritances that he meticulously arranged to be buried. Originally, it was inconspicuous, no different from an ordinary sinkhole. But later, a Gu master from Shang clan accidentally entered and obtained the Blood Sea true inheritance, obtaining blood handprint Gu. This person was Shang clan's previous leader, Shan Yanfei. He has already died on Yitian Mountain. After Shan Yanfei took away the Blood Sea true inheritance, countless blood tides appeared in the sinkhole, flowing endlessly. Wu Duxiu sent Gu Immortals to annex this place, turning it into Wu clan's territory. Blood Tide Pit was managed by Wu clan. It quickly became a blood path resource point. Wu clan developed blood path. This resource point contributed a lot. You guys are having a good time. Right at this time, a voice resounded in Rong Hao's mind. Who is it? Rong Hao was shocked. He was about to stop his method and protect himself, but he found that he could not move anymore. He quickly looked at Wu Yuanju with an anxious gaze, hoping that he could help him. But he found out in despair that Wu Yuanju was also immobilized, in the same situation as him. A small figure had unknowingly appeared on Rong Hao's shoulder. He was only the size of a finger. He had wings on his back that resembled cicada wings. His purple hair was very eye-catching. It was none other than the rank 8 wisdom path, Gu Immortal Zishan Makoto. Mini-Man Gu Immortal? Wu Yuanju was extremely shocked. His heart sank. Zishan Makoto's aura was concealed. He did not show his rank 8 aura. Rong Hao quickly spoke. As a variant human, you should know that this is the world of humans. Be it because of someone's instigation or your own actions, I advise you not to act rashly. Because we are not only human Gu Immortals, we also belong to Wu Clan. Wu Clan is the #1 righteous path force in Southern Border. If you take our lives, the consequences will be unimaginable. Hey. Actually, there is no enmity between us. Our Wu Clan does not bully others. If you have any requests, Wu Clan might be able to fulfill them for you. We can still be friends. Wu Yuanju added. He cooperated with Rong Hao. Using both hard and soft tactics, they had great teamwork. Unfortunately, before he finished speaking, he started to speak incoherently. His gaze turned dull. Rong Hao was shocked. He blurted out, "You are a wisdom path, Gu Immortal." Saying so, he also started to speak incoherently. Zishan Makoto's wisdom path methods heavily disrupted Wu Yuanju and Rong Hao's thoughts. They could not even speak. They were in a terrible state. Gu Immortals needed thoughts to control Gu worms. Every action had to be thought before their bodies moved. Zishan Makoto directly disrupted their thoughts. He suppressed them from the start. These 2 rank 6 Gu Immortals did not even have a chance to retaliate. After easily controlling the situation, Zishan Makoto looked at the blood-tied pit, smiling. Next, his rank 8 aura burst out. In an instant, it pierced through heaven and earth, sweeping in all directions. The surging blood tide below him seemed to have quietened down. After a moment of preparation, Zishan Makoto suddenly opened his mouth, letting out a breath of eerie air. The eerie air floated lightly, slowly falling into the blood-tide pit. It was not eye-catching. It was soon engulfed by the blood tide, vanishing without a trace. At this point, Zishan Makoto turned his body slightly. Looking far away, he said plainly, "It is your turn." A lump of rainbow light appeared. The person inside spoke with a trembling voice. "You are a rank 8 great expert. With your strength, you can do whatever you want in Southern Border. Why make things difficult for a minor character like me? I have my own plans. When you obtain something, you have to pay a price. When you first inherited the 7 illusions' true inheritance, you should have thought of this day," Zishan Makoto said. "But the inheritors before me had never received any orders." "Why me?" The mysterious Gu immortal wrapped in rainbow light said in an unwilling tone. Zishan Makoto sighed, looking towards the direction of Celestial Court. "Maybe this is your fate. All right, use Qiao Zhikai's method to kill these 2. Wu Yuanju and Rong Hao were still dazed, unable to move. Zishan Makoto wanted this mysterious Gu immortal to capture these 2 alive. The mysterious Gu immortal did not dare to disobey Zishan Makoto's orders. Profound light burst out and transformed, landing on the 2 Wu clan Gu immortals. Their souls dissipated and their bodies turned into wooden statues. Zishan Makoto gave up on controlling them, letting these 2 wooden statues fall into the blood tide. "Follow me," Zishan Makoto said plainly. How could the mysterious Gu immortal dare to disobey Zishan Makoto, even if he was not a rank 8 great expert? Just the Information Path Alliance agreement in the True Inheritance was enough to restrict the mysterious Gu immortal. The 2 left immediately. They retreated without hesitation. Of course, Zishan Makoto would not forget to get rid of their traces. In just a short moment, a gale suddenly swept up high in the sky, and countless clouds were completely blown away, revealing a clear sky for thousands of kilometers. The aura of rank 8 was grand and vast. It enveloped the entire area. Wu Yong had an angry expression. His eyes were slightly red as he descended. Who was it? Who was the one who attacked? Wu Yiran was dead, and now Wu Yuanju and Rong Hao were also dead. With Life Tablet Gu and Soul Lantern Gu, Wu clan knew of their deaths immediately. Wu Yong was furious. He moved out personally. Wu clan lost 3 Gu immortals, 1 rank 7 and 2 rank 6. This made Wu Yong's heart ache. He was even more furious. He wanted to see who dared to cross the line and anger Wu clan. But at the next moment, when he saw Wu Yuanju and Rong Hao's corpses, Wu Yong was stunned. Wooden statue killer? His pupils shrunk to pin size. Qiao Zhikai? A moment later, Qiao clan's Gu immortal Qiao Zhikai rushed to the scene. Blood tide pit had been suppressed again. On the ground that was corroded by the blood tide, there were 2 Wu clan Gu immortal corpses. Qiao clan's first supreme elder. What do you say? Wu Yong had a plain expression. He spoke calmly. But the calmer he was, the more fearful Qiao Zhikai was. He was Qiao clan's first supreme elder, and his signature immortal killer move was Wooden Statue Killer. If ordinary Gu immortals were hit by this move, their souls would dissipate and they would lose their lives. Their bodies would turn into wooden statues, but some vitality would be left. They could be planted into trees. Ignoring the cold sweat on his forehead, Qiao Zhikai immediately clarified, "Lord Wu Yong, please allow me to explain. This was definitely not done by me. Someone deliberately framed me. Qiao clan and Wu clan have been allies for a long time. It can be traced back to..." Before Qiao Zhikai could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Wu Yong. His eyes shined with bright light as he stared at Qiao Zhikai. I am more willing to believe you. Qiao clan and Wu clan have been connected through marriage for generations. How can our alliance be destroyed by such a thing? Qiao Zhikai let out a breath of air. He bowed. Lord Wu Yong is wise. Chapter 1347. Southern Border, Tai Clan, Wan Chung Mountain. Rumble. A series of muffled sounds engulfed this unremarkable small valley. At the bottom of the valley a young girl stood. She was tall. Her long legs took up almost half of her body, giving her a strong and heroic appearance. At this moment, under her straight brows, her eyes were shining with starlight as she looked at the sky above her head. Huge rocks the size of houses were smashing down on her along the mountain wall. The young girl breathed in deeply at this moment of life and death. She actually closed her eyes. Hundreds of huge rocks were about to hit her, but at this moment she suddenly opened her eyes. In an instant, golden light blossomed. It was extremely dazzling, as if a small sun was buried in the whole valley. The light lasted for a moment before vanishing. The rumbling sounds also disappeared shortly after. Countless amounts of gray-white powder scattered and floated down. The young girl bathed in the flying stone powder, and a hint of joy flashed across her determined face. Very good, Tai Ruanan. You have learned the killer move I taught you. You have passed the final test. From today onwards, you will cultivate with me. I will teach you the method to become an immortal. A grand voice resounded in the whole valley. The young girl immediately knelt down. Thank you, Lord Supreme Elder, for your guidance. You abhor evil and have great talent. You are suitable for my lineage's Iron Mask. Your father was one of the seeds I had chosen. But to think that his daughter's talent is 100 times more outstanding than his. The grand voice suddenly paused, but soon Tai Ruanan heard. There is an unexpected matter you should cultivate here for now. Although you have learned the killer move I taught you, you are not familiar with it. During this period of time, you should practice more. Wait for my return before making any plans. Yes, Ruanan understands. The young girl respectfully kowtowed, unable to conceal her excitement. Finally, I have finally done it. Lord Father, I have surpassed you. Watch carefully from heaven. I will cultivate to become an immortal. I will possess the strength of a Gu immortal. This world is too dark and chaotic. Only with greater strength can the wicked be severely punished, the kind be rewarded, the righteous be supported, and the world be peaceful. Zhang Li, you despicable woman who murdered your own husband. My pitiful brother treated you wholeheartedly, but in the end, you were so heartless that you actually killed him. Today, I will cut you into pieces. I will make sure you die without a complete corpse. A young Gu immortal shouted furiously. His rank 7 aura surged out of his body. Fang Yuan. Ever since he survived the dream related to Zui Yihui, his dark path realm had skyrocketed to the master level. But what followed was an absurd dream. Fang Yuan was cautious and did not want to explore this strange dream. After patiently waiting for a period of time, he finally saw a realistic dream. But in this dream realm, he became a female Gu immortal, and he was very unrestrained. The reason for that was because this female immortal cultivated the Tao of Charm. This path was a small sect. It was a small branch that branched out from Wisdom Path. It was all about fighting with emotions and charming people. Right now, Fang Yuan had turned into a female Gu immortal. She wore a pink dress with a voluptuous neckline and a slit that reached her thighs. Her every frown and smile was extremely alluring. Regarding this, Fang Yuan was helpless. After all, if he wanted to explore other people's dreams, he would need to be the source of the dream. Of course, becoming a female did not affect Fang Yuan's cold mental state. He was wary of the enemy in front of him while putting his attention into his immortal aperture. What made Fang Yuan happy was that this female Gu immortal had many immortal Gu. Let's try this Gu first. Fang Yuan injected his immortal essence as he let out a baby's voice. This voice was not under Fang Yuan's control. It was filled with the allure and gentleness of a woman. That young Gu immortal had an imposing aura, but after hearing this voice, his body went soft, his killing intent fell. His momentum faltered as he gritted his teeth. Clarity returned to his eyes. "Demoness, you dare to play tricks on me. Take my killer move." Saying so, he pushed with both hands. Intense winds blew. The world turned dark as countless wind blades flew towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan quickly retreated. He dodged while trying to activate his second immortal Gu. Immediately, Fang Yuan's pink dress turned into a lump of pink fog that coiled around his body, bringing Fang Yuan along as he flew. The speed made Fang Yuan gasp in admiration. It was not inferior to Sword Escape Immortal Gu. The only thing that made Fang Yuan feel regretful was that as he flew further and further, the pink fog around his body decreased. It could originally cover his entire body, but now it was forced to reveal his snow-white thighs and arms. Fang Yuan was not afraid of running around naked. This sort of shame had long since left him. Not to mention this was a dream. His regret was that this immortal Gu's effect could not last long. Otherwise, with just this speed, he would be invincible against the enemy in front of him. "Slut, you run quite fast. But you will definitely die in my hands today. To kill you and take revenge for my brother, I am willing to pay any price." The young Gu immortal's eyes were bloodshot as he roared. At the same time, he activated an immortal killer move. The emerald green wind condensed into a small dagger in his palm. The dagger flickered with an eerie jade light. Fang Yuan took a look and felt a chill down his spine. Oh no! Fang Yuan's heart sank. With just one or two immortal Gu, I cannot block this immortal killer move. But what immortal killer move does this Zhongli have? I do not know how to use it. While feeling troubled, Fang Yuan quickly activated Unravel Dream. Immediately, a mystical force flowed in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. One immortal Gu and dozens of mortal Gu were activated under this mystical force. This is... Fang Yuan sensed this and was overjoyed. He quickly activated Unravel Dream. Under the influence of this immortal killer move, the mystical force continued to flow and became more abundant. Many Gu worms in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture were gathered together. Next, an immortal killer move that Fang Yuan was completely unfamiliar with was formed. Fang Yuan did not know what effect this immortal killer move had. Time waited for no man. At this moment, the young Gu immortal had already used his lips to blow on his palm. That jade wind dagger shot out like an arrow, shooting towards Fang Yuan. It was swift and fierce. Fang Yuan sighed internally. At this moment, he could only resign himself to fate. What effect did the immortal killer move that he used using Unravel Dream have? Whether it could block this jade wind dagger? Fang Yuan had no idea. But under the effect of this killer move, Fang Yuan could not help but move his fingers, pointing at the young Gu immortal as he said with coquettish voice, "Ghost, come quickly!" This voice was extremely alluring and seductive. Even Fang Yuan himself shuddered when he heard it. Then a dead ghost really did come. This was a Gu immortal soul with rank 7 battle strength. It flew out fearlessly towards the jade wind dagger. The young Gu immortal's expression changed when he saw this ghost. He shouted in shock, "Brother!" It turned out that this female immortal, Zhongli, had actually killed her husband and refined his soul into an immortal killer move. Fang Yuan saw this and had a flash of inspiration. He shouted, "As long as I cancel the killer move, your brother's soul can still be saved. If you have the guts, destroy it too." The young Gu immortal was furious, but he was afraid of harming his brother's life. He was restrained in the battle. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. He quickly made a move and quickly turned the situation around. A moment later, he used a flaw in his opponent to kill him. Dream realm passed. Huff! Fang Yuan let out a breath of air. He returned to reality. This dream realm only has one scene. Fang Yuan was slightly surprised. This was a very small dream realm. Fang Yuan passed it in one go. After thinking about it, he found that his attainment levels increased not only in Wisdom Path, but also in Soul Path. Enchantment Emotion Path has never truly broken away from Wisdom Path. There are no Enchantment Emotion Tao marks in this world, only Wisdom Path Tao marks. Thus, my Wisdom Path attainment level increased. As for Soul Path, this Zhongli probably cultivates Soul Path as well, especially her immortal killer move, Ghost, Come Quickly. It has a dense Soul Path component. Fang Yuan analyzed and organized his attainment levels. Right now, he had Grandmaster attainment level of 8 paths. They were Blood Path, Strength Path, Transformation Path, Star Path, Wisdom Path, Water Path, Dark Path, and Formation Path. Refinement Path was Quasi-Grandmaster. Luck Path was Master. Phantom Path was still blank. His Sword Path attainment level was Ordinary. His Soul Path attainment level was Ordinary. But after Zhang Li's dream realm, it rose to Quasi-Master level. That immortal killer move, Ghost, Come Quickly, is quite interesting. Even though my Soul Path attainment level is low, I am a Grandmaster in Wisdom Path. The dream realm is realistic. There is a high chance that I can recreate a portion of its power. Even though I cannot recreate it completely, I can replicate a similar immortal killer move. But even if I replicate this immortal killer move, it will not be as good as my modified Vajraback. Ordinary Gu Immortals would be happy to have some hope. They would start to deduce and modify immortal killer moves. But Fang Yuan was not like that. Recently, his attainment level had risen by a lot. He had countless inspirations and possibilities. He needed to choose the most cost-effective immortal killer move and modify it. Undeniably, this was a happy problem. His Dark Path attainment level rose to Grandmaster. He had the idea of using Dark Limit Immortal Gu and Perseverance Immortal Gu as the core killer moves. This immortal killer move could conceal him even better. His Formation Path attainment level rose. He had a new idea about immortal killer move Vajraback. This idea made him quite excited. Originally, Vajraback used Vajra Thought and Perseverance as the cores, but in his imagination, if he could add Precaution Immortal Gu and some Formation Path Mortal Gu, its power would increase by several times. Coincidentally, after Zhang Li's dream realm, the dream realms that appeared in front of Fang Yuan were not suitable for exploration. Fang Yuan started to shift his focus, modifying the immortal killer move Vajraback. Right when Fang Yuan was rapidly increasing his strength, Qiao Ji Kai and Wu Yong arrived. This rank 7 Gu Immortal was wearing a warrior attire. His chest and legs were covered in light armor. His face was covered in a thick layer of iron. This was not because he was wearing a mask, but because he cultivated the iron mask true inheritance. The Gu Immortals who cultivated this true inheritance had to be righteous people. At the same time, they were the most skilled in investigating the truth in Southern Border's Gu Immortal world. After inspecting the scene and the 2 corpses, Tai Mianshin said with certainty, "Qiao Ji Kai did not do it." Qiao Ji Kai let out a breath of air. "Then who?" Wu Yong asked. "Someone imitated his immortal killer move, Wooden Statue Kill. This situation is recorded in history." Tai Mianshin replied, "I wonder if Lord Wu Yong has heard of the 7 illusions, Demon Immortal?" Wu Yong frowned. "You mean the inheritor of the 7 illusions, true inheritance?" It is said that the Gu Immortals who inherit the true inheritance have the ability to imitate any Gu Immortal's methods in the world. Tai Mianshin, are you sure? Oh. Tai Mianshin nodded. My clan had once imprisoned a 7 illusions demon immortal in Demon Suppression Tower. Even though we could not find out the contents of the 7 illusions' true inheritance, we know some secrets. For example, this 7 illusions' true inheritance has 7 layers. The inheritor can choose not to inherit any layer of the true inheritance, or they can inherit all 7 layers of the true inheritance. But every time they inherit a layer of the true inheritance, they have to fulfill an agreement. They have to do something for someone at an uncertain time in the future. The 7 layers of the true inheritance are 7 tasks. To identify the inheritors of the 7 illusions, my clan has already developed a method to distinguish the truth. I used it earlier. It is definitely the 7 illusions, Demon Immortal. Interesting. Wu Yong nodded slightly. His brows furrowed even deeper, even though he knew the truth. So what? Who was the 7 illusions, Demon Immortal? Who was the person or force behind them? Wu Yong did not know about these questions. Chapter 1348. I can track the 7 illusions, Demon Immortal. Tai Mianshen's words eased Wu Yong's frown. It turned out that after Tai clan captured the 7 illusions, Demon Immortal, they started to make arrangements for the 7 illusions' true inheritance. Among the southern border superclans, Tai clan was the force that dealt the harshest damage to the demonic path, especially after Tai clan Demon Suppression Tower was created. Tai clan became the pillar of the righteous path to hunt down demonic path Gu immortals. Immediately, Tai Mianshen used an immortal killer move to investigate the traces here. This way. After confirming the direction, Tai Mianshen flew towards the east. Wu Yong and Xiao Zhikai looked at each other as they followed behind. The clues were intermittent, but with the experienced Tai Mianshen, the 3 immortals made good progress. An hour later, they actually returned to the blood-tide sinkhole. Xiao Zhikai was surprised. Why are we back here? Tai Mianshen smiled coldly. The most dangerous place is the safest place, huh? Xiao Zhikai came to his senses and couldn't help but praise in his heart. Good guts. Wu Yong's gaze swept around with cold light. After a few breaths of time, his gaze fixed on blood tide pit. Roar! The calm surface of the blood tide suddenly surged as countless blood beasts charged out. A large number of desolate level blood beasts, along with a small number of ancient blood beasts. There were thousands of them. They charged towards Wu Yong and the other 2 immortals fiercely. Blood beasts were a type of Dao beast. They were not born from reproduction. They were nurtured by heaven and earth, formed from blood path Dao marks. Similar to blood beasts were snow monsters, mud monsters, cloud beasts, soul beasts, year beasts, and rock dragons. Blood Tide Pit has such a mystical ability. This is a place to incubate blood beasts. Tai Mianshen called out as he looked at Wu Yong. Wu Yong also showed a surprised expression. Blood Tide Pit had one of Blood Sea ancestors' true inheritances. It was obtained by a mortal Gu master, Shan Yanfei, before being taken over by Wu clan. After the Wu clan incorporated the Blood Tide Pit into their territory, they had also explored this place, but they didn't find anything strange. In the following days, they treated this place as an ordinary resource point. With so many blood fiends lying in ambush, no wonder the 7 illusions Demon Immortal was hiding here. Xiao Zhikai suddenly realized. The blood fiends formed an army and surged forward. They had all kinds of strange appearances. Some had the heads of tigers and the bodies of horses. Some had the bodies of snakes and the heads of rabbits. Some had the backs of turtles and tails of dragons. And some were like trees with fruits that looked like monkey heads. The stench of blood assaulted his nostrils, and his ears were filled with the sinister and terrifying roars of the blood fiends. With such a sudden burst of power, even a great family clan would be caught unprepared. However, Qiao Zhicai and Tai Mianshen remained calm and had no intention of retreating, because at this moment, Wu Yong was already standing in front of them. A bunch of trash. Wu Yong snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with anger. He was very angry. Recently, he had been stationed in Wu clan, mobilizing his troops and dealing with all sorts of situations. He was feeling extremely stifled. Now, this 7 illusions Demon Immortal appeared. He had evil intentions. He actually caused the deaths of Wu clan's 2 Gu immortals, Wu Yuanju and Rong Hao. Wisps and wisps of breeze were brewing around him. The green wind had unknowingly started to move around the charging blood fiends. The blood fiends were still surging. Their speed did not decrease at all. Just as they were about to reach the three immortals, at this time, a blood fiend self-detonated. This kind of self-detonation was not thunderous. It was very gentle. It was like soap bubbles popping one by one. Blood fiends self-detonated one after another. They were right in front of the three immortals. But they had no power. They could not harm the three immortals at all. The roars and attacks earlier were like a joke. Hundreds of rank 6 battle strength and dozens of rank 7 battle strength were destroyed in front of Wu Yong. They were as fragile as toys made of paper. This was the power of a rank 8. What immortal killer move is this? The aura is completely concealed. I cannot sense it at all. Qiao Ji Kai was shocked. Tai Mianshin had a deep gaze as he looked at Wu Yong's back. Wu Yong's expression was grim. His gaze was locked onto the blood tide below. The blood fiends did not form without a price. The blood tide dried up. The overflowing blood tide in the pit had already dried up. Qiao Ji Kai sighed, feeling it was a pity. He sensed that the dense blood path, Tao marks, had dissipated into nothingness. From now on, the blood tide pit no longer existed. Only an ordinary pit was left. Wu Yong did not care about this. In the eyes of ordinary people, the bottomless sinkhole was as clear as day in his eyes. A figure covered in 7-colored profound light appeared in Wu Yong's detection range. So you are the daring one, daring to challenge Wu clan's authority. Wu Yong said plainly, but anyone could hear the anger and killing intent in his tone. The mysterious Gu immortal who was at the bottom of the pit smiled bitterly. Lord Wu Yong, I was forced to do this. Now, sorry for the offense. Wu Yong's expression changed slightly. At the next moment, his surroundings changed. The originally azure sky and mountains had all disappeared. Everywhere, up and down, left and right, had been transformed into a purplish-red color. The three immortals could not tell if they were close or far. Their sense of distance was greatly affected. Swoosh, swoosh! The sound of waves entered their ears. The corpses of the destroyed blood beasts turned into blood water, forming into a river that flowed below the three immortals. Blood-red splashes blossomed on top of the waves. Countless purple thoughts rained down on the three immortals like a storm. Damn it! Those blood beasts were just a prelude and a trap. So insidious! Qiao Ji Kai scolded. Tai Mianshin looked around nervously. Is this an immortal battlefield killer move or a super Gu formation? Even with his investigative attainment, he could not see through this environment. Wu Yong had an unhappy expression. He snorted coldly as he waved his sleeves. Boom! A strong wind blew, and a huge tornado enveloped the surrounding 500 meters, including the three immortals, Wu Qiao and Tai Xian. The purple thoughts rained down on the tornado, creating crackling sounds as they landed on the tornado. They could not break the defense of the tornado. Wu Yong did not move. He had a cold expression as he raised his right hand and flicked his finger. There was a crisp ding-dong. A dark jade worm flew out of his fingertip. The worm flew out of the tornado, flying towards the blood river at an extremely fast speed. While flying, it grew in size. Its body expanded rapidly, 1 foot, 5 feet, 10 feet, 50 feet, 150 feet. In a few breaths of time, it turned into a fierce wind dragon that was 220 feet long, bearing its fangs and claws as it charged through the rain of purple thoughts, crashing into the blood river. The blood river surged and formed a whirlpool. It was like a giant beast opening its mouth to devour the wind dragon. Green light flashed in Wu Yong's eyes. The wind dragon roared as it turned into countless jade wind blades that flew everywhere. The blood river whirlpool was directly destroyed by the wind blades, as the wind blades flew out and cut the entire blood river in half. Qiao Ji Kai and Tai Mianshin stared with wide eyes. They were filled with anticipation, shock, and shock. Wu Yong's every attack was an immortal killer move. It was extremely powerful, far beyond rank 7. If they were his opponent, they would not be able to last even half a move. Wu Yong was actually able to use such a powerful immortal killer move easily. It was like it was an instinct. It was as easy as breathing. Lord Wu Yong's every killer move has its aura concealed to the extreme. It is truly unfathomable. Qiao Zhikai's heart shook. This wind dragon killer move actually has a second variation move. It turns into countless wind blades. Wu Yong is not as useless as the rumors say, such immense battle strength. He actually concealed it so deeply. Tai Mianshin's eyes shined with bright light. He looked at Wu Yong's back. He suddenly felt glad that Tai clan and Wu clan had always been allies. They did not fall out. Wu Duxiu and Wu Yong were mother and son. The former was like the wind on the peak of a mountain. The latter was like the wind in the valley. Their styles and personalities were different, but they had the same ferocious battle strength. However, even under Wu Yong's fierce attacks, the surroundings did not change. The broken blood river split into two. It expanded and formed two blood rivers. Each of them was of the same size as before. Qiao Zhikai's expression changed slightly. To be able to remain unmoved under the attacks of a rank 8 Gu immortal and trap the three of them, what method was this? His doubts did not last long. A figure appeared in the blood river and spoke, giving the answer. This is the Purple Blood River Formation. Wu Yong, if you do not use the 2 rank 8 immortal Gu that your mother left for you, with just that rank 8 light wind Gu, you will not be able to break this formation. Zishan Makoto said. He was not in his mini-man form. He had grown to look like a normal person. As he spoke, his body rose up as an island, floated under his feet. Qiao Zhikai and Tai Mianshin's expressions changed. Even Wu Yong was moved. Because Zishan Makoto did not conceal his aura, his rank 8 identity was exposed. Who are you? What do you want? Wu Yong asked in a low voice. Zishan Makoto smiled as he looked at Wu Yong. His purple pupils were like glass. To kill you, of course. Once you die, Wu clan will be shaken. We will be attacked by other clans. We will definitely fall apart. Wu Yong was stunned. He raised his head and laughed loudly. This was the laughter of extreme anger. After laughing for a while, he lowered his head as a fierce light shined in his eyes. Such guts! In that case, I will kill you and establish my prestige as a rank 8. As he spoke, a powerful aura rose from his body. Countless Gu worms were activated in his immortal aperture. Qiao Zhikai and Tai Mianshin quickly retreated. They felt an immense threat from Wu Yong. Zishan Makoto's smile disappeared. Wu Yong's previous immortal killer moves were silent. His aura was concealed to the limit. But now he was preparing an immortal killer move. The aura was surging like a tsunami. From this perspective, Wu Yong was fighting with all his strength. What immortal killer move could make Wu Yong unable to conceal his aura? No matter what killer move it was, once it was used, it would be earth-shattering. It would have immense power. How could I let you succeed? Purple Mountain True Monarch's thoughts moved, and countless purple thoughts surged up like a rainstorm. Wu clan. Ancestral Hall. This. The Wu clan Gu immortal guarding the Ancestral Hall had a change of expression. Cold sweat rolled down his forehead. His face was pale as a corpse. He cried out in shock. Lord Wu Yong's life tablet Gu is broken. Soul Lantern Gu is destroyed. Lord Wu Yong, is he dead? Note: this situation will last until July 24th. I will update on July 25th to repay my friends who have been supporting me. Recently, I have been in trouble internally and externally. It is not easy to be a professional writer. The pressure is huge. I even suspected that I was suffering from depression. But recently, I have adjusted slightly. It is like a person who is dying of thirst in the desert, drinking a cup of cold water. Now, I am starting to balance the material needs of the outside world and the spiritual pursuit of my heart. Professionalization requires a process of adaptation. I am starting to understand how to treat this profession, my readers, myself, and life. Thank you, friends, for your silent support and understanding. There is a saying, when you want to be a god, you are not far from becoming a demon. I do not welcome gods and demons. I welcome friends and confidants. Chapter 1349. Clan Ancestral Hall. The clan Ancestral Hall on Wui Mountain was a mortal goo house. It used a large number of rank 5 mortal goo. Although it could not compare to an immortal goo house, its significance to Wu clan was extraordinary. Basically, be it a superforce or an ordinary clan, they would build an ancestral hall. It stored life tablet goo, soul lantern goo, or blood rope goo. The first two were common, while blood rope goo was rarer. After all, it involved blood path. Even the sects of Central Continent had facilities similar to ancestral halls. They stored life tablet goo, soul lantern goo, and others. At this moment, Wu Ba Chong was standing in the ancestral hall, staring at the goo worm fragments on the table. After life tablet goo shattered, it was like pieces of wood, while after soul lantern goo was destroyed, it was like a broken ladybug, no longer emitting a dim blue candlelight. Although Wu Ba Chong was old, his body was strong like a bear, his hair was white, his nose was wide, his eyebrows were thick, his eyes were fierce, and he was a steady person who dared to take on responsibilities. He was the second supreme elder of Wu clan. He had weathered many storms and was usually as steady as Mount Tai. But now his forehead was full of cold sweat, his breathing was irregular, and his firm gaze was in a mess. Lord Wu Yong died. Wu Ba Chong stared at the two mortal goo fragments. He had been standing here for a while, but his mind was still in chaos. How can this be? A grand rank 8 existence, the pillar of our Wu clan, died just like this. Wu Ba Chong could not believe it. He could not believe it. Lord Wu Yong, did he die or not? He kept asking himself. After all, life tablet goo and soul lantern goo were mortal goo. It was not difficult to use some methods. But Wu Yong was currently uncontactable, no matter how clan tried to contact him. It was like a rock sinking into the ocean. This was an indisputable fact. Regardless of whether Wu Yong died or not, his situation was definitely not good. To be able to make a rank 8 goo immortal end up like this, who could be so ruthless? A rank 8 existence of the demonic path or lone cultivator. It's also the righteous path's superclans. Could it be that they are working together to deal with my Wu clan? Wu Ba Chong continued to speculate. The more he thought about it, the more unfocused his gaze became. Wu Duxiu died. Wu Yong went missing. The huge Wu clan, the number 1 super clan in southern border, actually did not have a rank 8 expert guarding it. This situation was extremely serious, and the Wu clan was already in a precarious situation. What was even more frightening was that the mastermind behind the scenes had yet to reveal himself. Wu Ba Chong slowly calmed down from the shock, but confusion and fear once again overwhelmed his heart. Usually, when Wu Duxiu and Wu Yong were above him, he did not feel anything. Now that the 2 rank 8s were gone, Wu Ba Chong realized that his supposedly broad shoulders could not carry the burden of Wu clan. During Wu Duxiu's era, he was the second supreme elder. When Wu Yong ascended, he continued to assist him. In terms of qualifications, he could be said to be the oldest and most qualified goo immortal in all of Southern Border's righteous path. But it was useless. His cultivation level was only rank 7. His battle strength was not outstanding. If he fought old Treeman Bada, he would definitely not be Bada's match. Even in Wu clan, there were many rank 7 goo immortals who could fight evenly with him. However, he was the first Wu clan higher-up to return after the incident. This gave him the upper hand. What do I do? Even if Lord Wu Yong is not dead, he has lost contact, his life token and soul path goo are destroyed. Once this news spreads, it will definitely cause a huge commotion. People's hearts will be shaken. Should I suppress the news? Wu Ba Chong quickly shook his head. Furthermore, this shocking news had already been spread to most of the Wu clan Gu immortals by the rank 6 Gu immortals guarding this place. If Wu Yong died, the mastermind who ambushed Wu clan would not let go of this chance to strike Wu clan's morale. Thus, even if Wu Ba Chong tried to suppress the news, he could not. Then the urgent matter now is to search for the missing Lord Wu Yong, or to shrink the defensive line and gather the supreme elders outside to defend our headquarters. Wu Ba Chong frowned. Both choices were dangerous. Searching for Wu Yong was filled with danger. To be able to make Wu Yong go missing and destroy his life token and soul path Gu, the mastermind was definitely very strong. Wu clan sending rank 7 Gu immortals to search for him would be like sending sheep into a tiger's den. And shrinking the defensive line and summoning the supreme elders back would be a huge change in the clan. A large number of resource points would be lost. If the surrounding super forces took the chance to invade them, Wu clan's losses would be disastrous. What should he do? Wu Ba Chong hesitated. He was in a dilemma. After a while, he licked his dry lips, deciding to postpone these two actions for now. He would first gather the Wu clan Gu immortals with his status as the second supreme elder to discuss. After coming to a conclusion, he would carry it out. Wu Yong went missing and could not be contacted. A huge storm started to form around Wu clan. Southern border, Super Gu formation. Fang Yuan sat on his bed, cultivating with his eyes closed while multitasking, listening to Lady White Rabbit's report. Lady White Rabbit had inherited White Rabbit's true inheritance. This true inheritance was very famous in Southern border. The inheritor had to have a pure heart, and in the following cultivation process, they had to maintain this pure heart. Otherwise, most of the true inheritance methods could not be used. If they were forcefully used, they would suffer backlash. Precisely so, Lady White Rabbit was naturally trusted. She had good relations with lone cultivators and demonic immortals. Wu Wen saw this and convinced Lady White Rabbit to be the middleman to manage the immortal opportunity business. Once in a while, Lady White Rabbit would enter the Super Gu formation and report to Fang Yuan about the situation of the immortal opportunity business. Even though Fang Yuan had never gained any benefits from the immortal opportunity business, listening to the business could help him understand the changes in the giant dream realm. Lady White Rabbit spoke softly. Her voice was soft like water. As she reported, she looked at Fang Yuan's face with a gentle gaze. Fang Yuan had Wu Yihai's appearance now. He had a handsome face, his nose bridge was tall and his nose was wide. He had a strong masculine aura. Lady White Rabbit was already in love with him. She purposely spoke slowly. She treasured this time when she was alone with Fang Yuan. But every time Fang Yuan met her, he spoke very little. He would only greet her with 2 sentences. One was for Lady White Rabbit to sit down and report. The second was for her to leave. But even so, Lady White Rabbit was very satisfied. She knew that Wu Yihai had a high status. She felt that she was of low birth and could not match up to Fang Yuan. Being able to interact with Fang Yuan like this every once in a while, she felt very happy. She felt extremely blessed. At this time, Lady White Rabbit's voice paused, because she saw that Fang Yuan's expression changed. This was a rare situation. Lady White Rabbit became worried, thinking, what happened to Wu Yihai? Did he encounter a problem in his cultivation? Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. With a thought, he opened the door to the palace. Yihai, it's already like this, yet you actually still have the mood to be carefree and leisurely. Are you going out with someone? A female immortal rushed into the palace. Lady White Rabbit turned around. She saw that it was a young girl about 16 years old. She wore a green dress. Her sleeves fluttered in the wind. Her skin was as white as snow. Her figure was slim. She moved like a willow in the wind. Her features were exquisite, especially her eyes. They were the most eye-catching. Under the cover of her thick eyelashes, they were like ripples on a clear lake. She is Chao Clan's Fairy Sea Lu. Lady White Rabbit recognized her. She panicked and lowered her gaze. She knew this person's relationship with Fang Yuan. In reality, a while ago, Fang Yuan and Qiao Si Lu's scandal had spread far and wide. Fairy Si Lu is so beautiful, as expected of one of the 3 fairies of southern border. Only a person like this is worthy of Lord Wu Yihai. Lady White Rabbit thought to herself. A sour feeling brewed in her heart. Qiao Si Lu glanced at Lady White Rabbit, who had her head lowered. She seemed unintentional, but she placed great importance on her. Qiao clan wanted to use a honey trap to make Wu Yihai their son-in-law. How could Qiao Si Lu not pay attention to Fang Yuan's information? And in Fang Yuan's information, Qiao Si Lu was already familiar with Lady White Rabbit. This time, it was the first time Qiao Si Lu met Lady White Rabbit. Lady White Rabbit was like a jade statue. Her eyes were like rubies, her rabbit ears were fluffy and drooped down. She looked very pitiful. Even though looking closely, her looks were not as good as Qiao Si Lu, but men usually liked such cute and voluptuous beauties. But now is not the time to bicker with her. Qiao Si Lu snorted coldly in her heart. She walked past Lady White Rabbit and quickly arrived in front of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had already opened his eyes. He got up from the bed and looked at Qiao Si Lu with a smile. Fairy's sudden visit is truly a pleasant surprise. Lady White Rabbit stood far away. She looked at Fang Yuan in a daze, thinking, Wu Yihai smiled again. I have not seen him smile for a long time. When he smiles, it is like the sun in spring. If he could smile at me like this, how good would it be? Qiao Si Lu inspected Fang Yuan and interrupted Fang Yuan's pleasantries. It seems like you really don't know. Sigh. What I am going to say next will only be shock and no joy. Fang Yuan's expression changed. What happened? Qiao Si Lu did not answer directly. She turned slightly and said to Lady White Rabbit, Young lady, you can leave first. I have something to discuss with your lord. Ah. Lady White Rabbit was slightly stunned. Fang Yuan waved his hand. White Rabbit, leave. Lady White Rabbit did not dare to disobey Fang Yuan's order. She quickly replied and left the hall. The door closed. Qiao Si Lu said, Wu Yong is missing. His life tablet goo and soul lantern goo have both shattered. The outside world does not know about this. But Wu clan is in chaos now. What? Fang Yuan shook intensely. This news was too shocking. Life, tablet goo, and soul lantern goo shattered. It meant that Wu Yong might have died already. He was the pillar of Wu clan. If he really died now, how could Wu clan's huge assets be protected? Chapter 1350. Genius 1. Second, remember if you want to go. Sure, Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. Take over the Wu clan? Qiao Si Lu's words immediately made Fang Yuan's heart palpitate. How could he not be tempted? One had to know that the Wu clan was a great clan, and it wasn't an ordinary great clan. It had always been very powerful, and had always been the #1 clan in the southern border's history. The Wu clan was a huge clan with a huge business. They had all kinds of resource points, deep foundations, and abundant treasures. If he could take control of such a superpower and become the #1 person, then Fang Yuan would not have to worry about cultivation resources in the future. Now, Fang Yuan's assets were not small. Dang Hun Mountains, Guts Goo Trade, Dragonfish Trade, Regretful Spider Trade, Eerie Fire Dragon Python Trade, as well as Star Fragment Grass, Star Dark Goo, Star River Goo, Star Fire Goo, Meteor Meteorite Goo. Spirit Snake Trade was also developing. It was not an exaggeration to say that Fang Yuan was making a fortune every day. If the assets in Fang Yuan's Sovereign Immortal Aperture were included, he had the foundation of an ordinary rank 8 Goo Immortal. If he added Wisdom Goo and Dang Hun Mountain in Langya Blessed Land and Citywell in Eastern Seas, Turbulent Flow Sea Area, Fang Yuan had already surpassed ordinary rank 8s. However, compared to a superpower, Zero Wing's capital paled in comparison. Any superforce, Even if they did not have a rank 8 great expert now, they had appeared in history before, their foundation was extremely deep. Coupled with the various resource points that the superpowers controlled in the 5 regions, they could easily leave an asset like Feng Yuan in the dust. For example, the Blood Tide Pit that was once controlled by the Wu clan had a higher output than Feng Yuan's arowana trade. The Wu clan had 20 to 30 resource points similar to the Blood Tide Pit. Compared to Blood Tide Pit, there were even more resource points like Northern Plains, Lu Tribe's Bone Burial Ground, and Jade Light Pit. There are close to 10 peak resource points that were better than the Blood Tide Sinkhole. Don't forget, there were the resources in the immortal apertures of Wu clan's Gu Immortals, as well as the blessed lands and grotto heavens left behind by Wu clan's ancestors. Of course, superpowers often had high income, but they also had high expenses. Love gob small, say neku. The Wu clan was currently in a situation where their assets were greater than their strength. When Wu Yong was around, they could only barely hold on. Now that Wu Yong was gone, they definitely wouldn't be able to defend it. They would have to spit out some of it. Even so, if Feng Yuan was able to take control of the Wu clan, his benefits would definitely be immense, and it would far exceed the standard of working alone. Feng Yuan quickly calmed down. He glanced at Xiao Si Lu and immediately understood her intentions. Just as Xiao Si Lu said, once Wu Yong left, Feng Yuan's Wu Yihai identity would be the first choice to take over as Wu clan's first supreme elder. This was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Feng Yuan did not doubt the veracity of Xiao Si Lu's words because it was too easy to verify. Xiao Si Lu had come in a hurry, showing her sincerity. Feng Yuan frowned and smiled bitterly. Such a big thing happened. I didn't even know about it. The urgent matter now is to return to Wu clan as soon as possible. Wu Bachong has already gathered the supreme elders to discuss. Many Gu immortals have returned. Even if they could not return in time, their wills would be present. But they left you out. Their intentions are obvious. Xiao Si Lu said anxiously. Using Wu Yihai, this was the best opportunity for Qiao clan to interfere with Wu clan. Feng Yuan heaved a long sigh. Sigh? I have only been in Wu clan for a short period of time. I have no foundation or connections. It is not easy to gain authority and inherit the position of first supreme elder. They purposely left me out. This is enough to prove that my chances of succeeding are very slim. No, you have a high chance. Yihai, don't forget that you still have me. My Qiao clan is behind you. Xiao Si Lu looked at Feng Yuan with deep emotions. Feng Yuan blinked. How will your Qiao clan help me? How will Lord Qiao Ji Kai take care of me? Xiao Si Lu's expression froze. She hesitated, but did not dare to hide it from Feng Yuan. Saying the truth. My clan's first supreme elder also disappeared mysteriously with Lord Wu Yong. We can't contact him. His life tablet Gu was destroyed. Other than the two of them, there is also Tai clan's Gu immortal Tai Mianshin. They were investigating Wu Yuanju and Rong Hao's deaths. We lost contact with them. We don't know if they are dead or alive. Oh, Feng Yuan's pupil shrunk. What is going on? Xiao Si Lu smiled bitterly. Trust me, I only know this much. Feng Yuan had a hesitant expression. Such a huge change cannot be hidden from the outside world for long. Who did it? Lord Qiao Ji Kai is not here. How will Qiao clan help me? Don't worry about this. Qiao clan has already come to an agreement. I am their representative. Xiao Si Lu said. Feng Yuan was slightly astonished in his heart. Qiao clan was the weakest clan among Southern Border's super forces. But they were united. Even though Qiao Ji Kai was missing, they could still develop according to their previous strategy. Undoubtedly, any super clan had their own strengths. But Feng Yuan did not want to go. He could acutely sense that this was a huge whirlpool. The mastermind had a huge force. Even if he succeeded and became Wu clan's first supreme elder, so what? No matter how many resources he had, they could not compare to the gains from exploring dream realms. Feng Yuan did not need resources. He needed the attainment level that the dream realms could bring. The latter was an extremely rare, fortuitous encounter. Despite the temptation of becoming the #1 person in Wu Clan, and the benefits were huge, Fang Yuan knew that life was filled with countless choices. If he wanted to walk further, he could not be blinded by benefits. He had to be clear on what was the most important thing. Once I become the first Supreme Elder, I need to guard the core and return to Wu Yi Mountain. How can I leave the giant dream realm? It was not easy for me to get in, but it is not wise to reject Qiao Si Lu. If I offend Qiao Clan, the relationship will break. It will not benefit me at all. More importantly, in the eyes of ordinary people, if I stay here and do not fight for the power of the clan, it will be very strange. It will cause serious suspicion. After all, I have shown some political ambitions before. Fang Yuan kept thinking, pacing in the hall. Qiao Si Lu was so anxious, she wanted to stamp her feet. Hai, what are you hesitating for? This news is too shocking. I cannot accept it immediately. Let me think first. Fang Yuan waved his hand. Time is pressing. Let's go now. Think on the way. Qiao Si Lu said. No, it is not as simple as you think. Fang Yuan shook his head, his expression solemn. Do you know that you have fallen into a trap? Qiao Si Lu was stunned. What do you mean? Fang Yuan said, if we go back like this, what will Wu Clan Supreme Elders think? They are not idiots. I, Wu Yi Hai, led Qiao Clan to take over the position of First Supreme Elder, but I ignored Brother Wu Yong's life and let outsiders to steal the clan's benefits. This way, there will be more discord. I do not have enough martial strength. My reputation is lacking. How can I take over the position of First Supreme Elder? Qiao Si Lu blinked her eyes, thinking. Wu Yi Hai's words seemed to be reasonable. Then, are we going to bide our time and let Wu Ba-chong lead the situation and take over the position of First Supreme Elder? Qiao Si Lu asked. Fang Yuan thought, as expected, he could not easily dismiss Qiao Si Lu, but he had a smile on his face. We can wait. There is no rush. No rush? Qiao Si Lu stared with wide eyes. Fang Yuan had a profound smile. He looked at Qiao Si Lu with a burning gaze. I believe that even if I do not go, Wu Ba-chong cannot lead the situation, right? Qiao Si Lu was stunned again. Wu Clan discussion hall. Bam! Wu Ba-chong slammed the table, causing it to shatter into pieces, causing dust to fly. He shouted angrily, Wu Qiao, what is the meaning of this? No matter what I suggest, you refute it. Are you purposely trying to ruin my plan? Wu Qiao smiled coldly, standing at the center of the hall with his head held high. He looked at Wu Ba-chong. Second Supreme Elder, you are too impatient. We do not know if Lord Wu Yong is alive or dead. Just the destruction of Life, Tablet Gu, and Soul Lantern Gu cannot represent the truth. Look at you. You're sitting at the main seat. I am reminding you now. You should sit at your rightful seat. Supreme Elder Wu Qiao, Wu Clan is facing a huge crisis. We should be discussing the important matters now, not these minor details. I feel that Lord Wu Ba-chong should lead the situation. He is the second Supreme Elder to begin with. In the current situation, Wu Clan needs a leader. Wu Qiao, do you think we do not know what you are plotting? I just want to say, your surname is Wu, not Qiao. In the hall, several Gu immortals immediately spoke up for Wu Ba-chong, attacking Wu Qiao. Wu Qiao smiled coldly. In terms of seniority, the one most qualified to take over the position of First Supreme Elder is Lord Wu Yi Hai. Should the Second Supreme Elder take up the position? Do you think this is a central continent sect? There was silence. That makes sense. Our clan prioritizes bloodline. Why is Wu Yi Hai not here? Did you inform Wu Ba-chong? Several Gu immortals spoke up. Most of their main bodies were guarding outside. The ones who came were basically Gu immortal wills. Wu Ba-chong observed their expressions. He showed anger on his face, but his heart was as calm as ice. It is not time yet. He sighed internally. On the surface, He stood up and patted his forehead, sighing, "I was rash. I was worried about the clan." "You are right. We should let Lord Wu Yihai lead the way. I welcome Lord Wu Yihai's return. I am also willing to listen to him." Once he said that the Gu immortals were stunned. Even Wu Qiao was surprised. What was this Wu Ba Chong trying to do? The result of Wu clan's discussion soon reached Fang Yuan. Qiao Si Lu looked at Fang Yuan with joy. "This is great. We did not rush back, but we can still lead Wu clan." Fang Yuan's expression was grim. Everything was developing in a direction he did not want to see. Wu Qiao's performance was within his expectations. After all, this former third supreme elder of Wu clan had already been bribed by Qiao clan. But Wu Ba-chong's move of advancing by retreating was truly amazing. It made Fang Yuan's eyes brighten. The situation is not good. Fang Yuan shook his head and sighed. To be continued. Chapter 1351. Genius 1. Second, remember if you want to go. Speak Net, providing you with exciting novels to read. What is it? Qiao Si Lu did not understand. Fang Yuan did not answer. He walked around, using wisdom path methods as he fell into deep thought. The situation was very complex. The mastermind did not show up. Wu Yang's fate was unknown. Everything was shrouded in mystery. But Fang Yuan was being held back. He had no choice but to react. He had no choice. Fang Yuan felt deeply that he had no choice. Wu clan's Gu immortals, Qiao clan's Gu immortals beside him, southern border situation, and the mastermind, they made it hard for him to stay in the super Gu formation. This was the helplessness of the righteous path. Fang Yuan was facing a difficult test. He did not want to become a pawn of Qiao clan and Wu clan. He wanted to protect his own benefits in this complex situation. But how should he do it? Fang Yuan had already guessed Wu Ba-chong's intention and scheme. Maybe I can make use of this. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan decided to go with the flow. He stopped and looked at Qiao Si Lu. "Since I am in charge, I will give the orders." "Yihai, this is the decisiveness of a man." Qiao Si Lu's eyes shined as she praised. Fang Yuan continued. "Right now, the mastermind is still unknown. The most important thing now is to defend. I will order Wu clan's Gu immortals to give up on the resource points and return to Wu Yi Mountain, activating their immortal Gu houses to guard against any mishaps." Qiao Si Lu was very satisfied with Fang Yuan's actions. Fang Yuan told her his thoughts regarding Wu clan's internal affairs. He did not treat her as an outsider. Qiao Si Lu was overjoyed. She said, "This is the safest method. But it is also a wise decision to give up on so many resource points. The surrounding super forces might take over them. There is no other way. Wu clan's strength has always been too scattered. The situation is unclear now. We can only hold back and guard against any mishaps or challenges." Fang Yuan sighed. "All right, let's go. Let's leave this place and return to Wu Yi Mountain." Qiao Si Lu agreed with Fang Yuan's response. Fang Yuan shook his head. "No, I'm not going. This trip is too dangerous. Even my brother Wu Yong was ambushed. We are merely rank 7s. Won't the mastermind capture us easily? If the mastermind wants to deal with the Wu clan, then their next target is likely to be me. How can I go out as I please? The journey back to the Wu clan is too dangerous." Fang Yuan's excuse was sufficient. Qiao Si Lu's gaze turned solemn as she nodded slightly. "That makes sense. He should indeed be more cautious. If we can get help from an immortal Gu house, it will be safer." Fang Yuan finally managed to calm Qiao Si Lu after much effort. He heaved a sigh of relief. However, his brows were still furrowed. They had finally managed to stay in the Super Gu formation. But how long could this situation last? Wu Yang's fate was unknown. Even Fang Yuan, who was familiar with history, was caught unprepared. Inside the purple blood river formation, the blood river was raging. It had already split into more than 10 parts. In the dimly lit environment, countless purple thoughts gushed out endlessly. Tai Mianshin shouted. The iron sand around him moved like smoke, forming into a huge veil that protected him. But the purple thoughts turned from solid to phantom. They shot into the smoke veil and attacked Tai Mianshin without any obstruction. Damn it! Tai Mianshin gritted his teeth. He was helpless against this phantom path method. But right at the moment of danger, a cool breeze blew. The purple thoughts that had already dissipated burst one by one like bubbles. So close! Tai Mianshin turned around, looking at Wu Yong with a grateful gaze. Wu Yong was surrounded by a storm of purple thoughts. There were also countless blood beasts mixed within. Even though the battle was intense, Wu Yong was unharmed. He still had the energy to take care of Tai Mianshin and Qiao Zhikai. This purple blood river formation actually contains phantom path transformations. If we do not get rid of these ruined bat corpses, the phantom path transformations will not stop. Qiao Zhikai shouted. He needed to shout. He could not transmit his voice here. Thoughts and other wisdom path methods were even more useless. Tai Mianshin's gaze was cold like a blade. He scanned his surroundings and saw that there were 3 to 4 ruined bat corpses in the blood river. Most of them were at the desolate beast level, but there were a few ancient desolate beasts. There was even a primordial ruined bat corpse that was supported by 2 blood rivers. In fact, even now, Tai Mianshin could see some clues. These ruined bat corpses were melting in the blood river, especially every time the purple thought changed. The speed at which the ruined bat corpses melted would increase by a bit. But so what if he knew the importance of the ruined bat corpses? Not long after the battle, that rank 8 Gu immortal, Zishan Makoto, vanished. Why did Wu Yong hesitate? Wasn't it to defend against Zishan Makoto's sneak attack? It is not wise to let Lord Wu Yong get rid of the ruined bat corpses. The purple-haired rank 8 will gain the upper hand. Thus, in this situation, Qiao Zhikai and I need to work together to get rid of these ruined bat corpses. If the purple-haired enemy attacks, Lord Wu Yong will be able to deal with it. We will be able to survive. But what if they could not? Or rather, even if they could survive, they would lose the chance to attack this Gu formation. What would Wu Yong choose? Tai Mianshin did not make a decision, because the 3 of them did not trust each other much. Right at this moment, a huge and complicated aura suddenly rose from the center of the battlefield. Winds blew. Wu Yong's sleeves fluttered in the wind. He was like the king of the wind. At this moment, his ordinary appearance was actually set off to the extreme. Since you want to see the rank 8 immortal Gu that my mother left for me, I will show you. Wu Yong said coldly. A vast number of purple thoughts were pushed away. The blood river was raging. Several of them were cut off by the wind. Qiao Zhikai was shocked and joyful. Tai Mianshin's iron mask was also shaken to the point that metal shards fell off. He cried out in shock. This is an immortal Gu house! Wu Yong did not make a move, but once he did, it was an earth-shattering move. He did not use any immortal killer moves. He took out an immortal Gu house from his immortal aperture. This immortal Gu house was not grand at all. From the outside, it looked like a bamboo building. This building was very common in southern border. It was not unheard of in the other 4 regions, but they usually only existed in mountainous terrain. This bamboo building only had 2 floors. It was almost entirely made of bamboo. There were green bamboo, leaves growing on the bamboos. Drops of dew were stuck to the leaves. It was extremely green. Wu Yong's sleeves fluttered as he flew to the 2nd floor of the bamboo building. He sat by the window and flicked his finger. The bamboo building shook. More than 10 drops of dew fell from the roof. In an instant, these verdant dewdrops fell off from the bamboo house and shot out like lightning. Wherever they went, a cool breeze calmed everything down. Be it the purple thoughts or the blood river, they were all turned into nothingness by the cool breeze. So powerful. Qiao Zhitsai couldn't help but praise. The verdant dew flew over and easily helped him out. Wu clan had 3 immortal goo houses to begin with. Now they have a 4th. And this immortal goo house is leaking the aura of 2 rank 8 wind path immortal goo. Wu Yong really hit it deeply. Tai Mianshin was deeply shaken. The 2 goo immortals were saved. They flew into the bamboo building and arrived beside Wu Yong. This is the immortal goo house that my mother created. Clear jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo building. Wu Yong was still sitting by the window. He looked at the goo formation outside as he explained. This is great. With this clear jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo building, we are invincible. It is only a matter of time before we escape. Qiao Zhi Kai was overjoyed. If Wu Yong used Wu Du Xiu's 2 rank 8 immortal goo to activate an immortal killer move, Qiao Zhi Kai would be very worried, because there was a chance of failure when activating an immortal killer move. The stronger the killer move, the more terrifying the backlash would be if it failed to be activated. And with Wu Du Xiu's death, Wu Yong had not been inheriting the 2 rank 8 immortal goo for long. Especially when Wu Yong was the first supreme elder of Wu clan, he had a high status. How much time did he have to practice? This was a huge problem. But now, these 2 rank 8 wind path immortal goo were combined with other goo worms to form an immortal goo house. Everyone knew that even though immortal goo houses had fixed methods, they were easy to control and did not have to worry about backlash. Tai Mianshen's emotions were more complex than his, he thought. Wu clan actually has a 4th immortal goo house, and it is a rank 8 immortal goo house. It is far stronger than the other 3. Each immortal goo house can greatly raise a clan's overall strength. With a rank 8 immortal goo house and some goo immortals, as long as they have enough immortal essence, they can be Wu clan's 2nd rank 8 goo immortal. This Wu Yong has truly concealed himself deeply. He couldn't help but look at Wu Yong in a new light. Wu clan had not had an easy time recently. They were facing difficulties from all directions. As the only remaining rank 8 goo immortal in Wu clan, Wu Yong had to deal with all sorts of obstacles. He had to mobilize his forces. His situation was quite awkward. But as long as he took out this immortal goo house, he would be able to resolve the awkwardness and restore Wu clan's prestige, allowing Wu clan to sit firmly on the throne of the #1 superforce in southern border, suppressing all the other restless thoughts. However, Wu Yong did not do so. He had been using his own strength to deal with Wu clan's crisis. He hid this immortal goo house very deeply. Even Wu clan's goo immortals did not know about it. If he was not trapped in the Purple Blood River Formation, nobody would know that Wu Yong had a 4th immortal goo house, and it was a rank 8 immortal goo house at that. Just with this, Wu Yong is not inferior to his mother, Wu Du Xiu. Thankfully, my Tai clan is at the northeast of southern border, while Wu clan is at the southwest. The 2 are far apart. And my Tai clan did not participate in the previous operation. We did not make things difficult for Wu clan. Tai Mianshin let out a breath of air, feeling fortunate. All the super forces had their own territories. They had been in southern border for so many years. They had already understood each other a lot, and they were very thorough. Their strength and territories were maintained at a balance. They were in a stalemate. Once Wu Du Xiu died, this balance was broken. The other super forces cooperated to find trouble with Wu clan. But as long as this clear jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo building appeared, it could replace Wu Du Xiu and suppress southern border. Chapter 1352. Genius 1. Second, remember if you want to go. Talk.net, providing you with exciting novels to read. The morning sun rose. It was still early in the morning, but it was still wet. Love, go. Small, say, Netkatu Ho Clan Gu Immortals stood on the clouds, looking down at the canyon below them. Golden Cloud Canyon. This canyon was filled with a special fog. At night, the fog was dense and had no special characteristics. When the morning sun shone on the canyon, the fog would shine with dazzling golden light. These scattered golden lights were not dazzling. The fog seemed to have covered the entire golden peak. The huge canyon was dazzling and magnificent. This is Golden Cloud Canyon. It produces metal path and cloud path resources. Once upon a time, Wu Clan snatched it from us. A Ho Clan Gu Immortal sighed. But now, it is time to take back this lost foundation. The other Ho Clan Gu Immortal nodded. His body started to shine with a weak light. The light lasted for a few breaths of time. After it faded, his appearance changed. He turned into a famous, demonic path, Gu Immortal. He nodded to the Ho Clan Gu Immortal beside him, before diving down towards Golden Cloud Canyon without saying a word. Golden Cloud Canyon was originally guarded by Wu Clan Gu Immortals, but because of Wu Yong, Feng Yuan ordered them to retreat to Wu Clan's headquarters. This news was concealed for a while, but it was discovered by other super forces. However, Ho Clan was a righteous path force. They could not attack here directly. The rules of the righteous path were set. Ho Clan had to be flexible. In this trip, they used the excuse of chasing demonic path Gu Immortals to enter Golden Cloud Canyon openly. Once they annexed Golden Cloud Canyon, it would be a fact it would not be easy for Wu Clan to take back Golden Cloud Canyon. By then, Ho Clan would have many excuses, like, "We helped your Wu Clan defend Golden Cloud Canyon. We need some compensation." That would be a headache for Wu Clan. Glib talk was what the forces of the righteous Tao were good at, unless Wu Clan had stronger battle strength, to the point where Ho Clan had to retreat. Ho Clan's Gu Immortal turned into a demonic path expert, flying towards the golden fog like a huge bird. Love go small, say Nekku. Sensing his aura, the mist in the golden firmament canyon suddenly changed, and a sonorous sound came from it, shaking the eardrums. Xiao xiao xiao. In the next moment, countless golden shadows in the shape of sabers, spears, swords, and halberds suddenly shot out as if there was no end to them. Even though Wu Clan's Gu Immortals left, the Gu formation guarding this resource point was still there. At this moment, it began to move on its own, attempting to defend itself from the ground. Ho Clan's Gu Immortal's gaze was grim. He shouted as a majestic blade, Qi, slashed down from above. Wherever it went, space would shatter, and wind and waves would surge. Evidently, Ho tribe came prepared. They used blade, Qi, Immortal Gu. Wu Clan's Gu formation was only a mortal Gu formation. How could it match a rank 7 Immortal Gu? Not only were the countless golden silhouettes shattered, the Gu formation itself was also completely destroyed. All of a sudden, the golden mist that had originally filled the valley suddenly broke apart from the middle. Most of the golden mist was gone, revealing the true appearance of the valley. The two Ho Clan Gu Immortals had heated gazes. "Demonic path scoundrel, where do you think you're going?" A Ho Clan Gu Immortal shouted as he flew down. A purple waterfall that resembled smoke hung down from above. It was 180 feet tall. Poison waterfall. On another mountain near this waterfall, there was a Wu Clan's mortal mountain village that was specially set up. Kill, kill. A large group of mortal Gu masters charged over from outside the mountain. Wu Clan's Gu Immortals were forced to retreat. They were already at the final line of defense. Wu Clan's leader, a rank 4 Gu master, was at a strategic location. He shouted at the enemies, "Your Yang clan is truly despicable. You dare to sneak attack my Wu clan. Humph. Our Yang clan has tolerated you for a long time. You have occupied this place for so many years. You have been too domineering. My father and mother only wanted an antidote, Gu worm, but they both died on this mountain. Today, we will settle our old and new grudges." Yang clan's Gu immortal leader was young. He charged up the mountain with hatred and anger. Damn it! Wu clan's Gu masters were defending themselves, but Yang clan came prepared. They had the advantage in numbers. Wu clan's Gu masters lost. They could only retreat from the secret cave. Yang Clan's Gu masters defeated Wu Clan. They cheered on the ruins of the village. On the cloud, the Yang Clan Gu immortals who were holding the fort nodded silently. They had joyful expressions. This was the border between Yang Clan and Wu Clan's territory. Yang Clan had planned for a long time. They had already split off a group of Yang Clan mortals and moved nearby, letting them do as they pleased, causing conflict with Wu Clan. It was exactly because of this excuse that the Yang family could launch a large-scale attack and invade the Wu family's territory. According to the rules of the righteous path, these were small conflicts between mortals. Unless they lost Gu immortal seeds, it would not affect the overall situation of the clan. Poison Waterfall was only an ordinary mortal resource point. It produced some poison path mortal Gu. Gu immortals did not care about it. But once this gap was opened, Yang Clan only needed to charge in and they would be able to get their hands on the true treasure land. Fake Corpse Mountain. Rumble. The sound of river water was like thunder. It resounded in the ears of Yao Clan's Gu immortals. He stood at the highest point of Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian, looking at the red river surface. Not far from here was the intersection of the two rivers, Red Dragon River and Yellow Dragon River. These two rivers intersected, forming a huge whirlpool at the center of the river. Waves were rumbling. It was very dangerous. Southern borders, 3 rivers were not simple, be it Red Dragon, Yellow Dragon, or Jade Dragon River. Spirit springs would form in the river water from time to time. These spirit springs would mix with the surging river water and flow out, causing the riverside to be filled with spiritual energy. It was good for producing Gu cultivation resources. Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian. This was a very special mountain. In ancient times, a southern border rank 8 Gu immortal turned into a zombie. He was attacked by super forces here. The rank 8 immortal zombie died in battle. This place became a battlefield. It was worthless. But who could have thought that as time passed, the rank 8 immortal zombie's corpse, under the nourishment of the river's spiritual energy, along with the water plants that came ashore, it started to sprout and grow into a corpse mountain. This corpse mountain was hundreds of meters tall. There were large numbers of zombies living on it. It produced transformation path zombie Gu and chi path zombie chi Gu. Before Southern Borders, Zombie Alliance headquarters was exposed. They had wanted this treasure land. They offered a high price to purchase it from Wu Clan, to make it their headquarters, but Wu Clan rejected them. Zombie Alliance did not succeed, but now this place belongs to my Yao Clan. Yao Clan's Gu immortal was excited. He looked into the distance, past the wide river surface, towards the other shore. That was Wu Clan's territory. After taking over this Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian, Wu Clan's territories to the east of the Red Dragon and north of the Yellow Dragon were completely lost. Yao Clan occupied Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian. It was like a bridgehead. They were eyeing Wu Clan's territory. News of Wu Yang's death came from an unknown source. After learning of this, several super forces started to conspire. This time, they were not fighting alone. Yao Clan, Yang Clan, and Ho Clan were just 3 of them. In Wu Clan's headquarters, there was a commotion. Damn it, these 3 clans are really daring. They actually dared to provoke our Wu Clan. We lost 3 territories, especially Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian. It is truly painful. Back then, Wu Clan spent so much effort and paid such a huge price to obtain this place. Counterattack! We need to counterattack. We have an immortal Gu house. Why are we afraid of them? Wu Clan's Gu immortals shouted anxiously. Some argued endlessly. Some raised their arms and cheered, while some remained silent. At this time, more than 10 days had passed since Wu Yong went missing, his fate unknown. Wu Clan had been concealing this information, but just like Wu Bachong had expected, the mastermind had already spread this information. Initially, those super forces did not believe it, because Fang Yuan had already expected this situation. He purposely gave out fake information to mislead them. However, this action itself defied common sense. The superforces were not stupid. After these days of research and observation, they finally made their move. Once they made their move, Wu clan was surrounded by enemies. They lost a large amount of territory. In the discussion hall, because of Wu Yang's disappearance, the main seat was empty. As Wu clan's second supreme elder, Wu Bachong, sat on the other side. He was silent as he observed the expressions of the surrounding Wu clan Gu immortals. His heart was heavy, but he also felt a trace of smugness, especially when he looked at Wu Qiao. His lips could not help but curl up, because Wu Qiao was the Wu clan Gu immortal who had been guarding Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian. The sudden loss of this resource point was a huge blow to Wu Qiao. Wu Qiao was silent as steel. His expression was cold. Even though he felt Wu Bachong's provocative gaze, he pretended not to notice. He was like a steel statue. "Stop arguing. Keep quiet." Wu Bachong spoke. This time, nobody rebuked him. The discussion hall quickly quietened down. Wu Bachong was very satisfied. Under the gazes of the immortals, he sighed and said, "Wu clan is in such a huge situation, we are unable to make a decision. Lord Wu Yihai should make a decision." Wu Qiao frowned. Wu clan's Gu immortals looked at each other. Some were already dissatisfied with Fang Yuan. They grumbled, "Our clan is in such a huge situation, but Lord Wu Yihai is still staying at the Super Gu formation. I heard that Fairy Qiao Si Lu went there more than 10 days ago. I also heard that there is a Lady White Rabbit." The Gu immortal who said this had even more sinister intentions. Wu Qiao frowned even more. He wanted to speak up for Fang Yuan, but when he thought of his own predicament, he hesitated and did not say anything. Wu clan's letter soon reached Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was not the least bit surprised by this situation. He had already expected it. "It seems that the situation does not allow me to stay here." Fang Yuan looked at the moving dream realms, sighing deeply. These last few days, he had wanted to continue exploring dream realms, but his luck was not good. The windows here were all showing absurd dream realms. Fang Yuan could not do anything about them. Chapter 1353. Genius 1 Second, remember if you want to go. Speak Net, providing you with exciting novels to read. Of course, these last days, Fang Yuan was not doing nothing. He had just sold the largest batch of regretful spiders. Fang Yuan's red date immortal essence storage was no longer in dire straits. As for Vajra back killer move, Fang Yuan had already modified it. He only needed to test it. Because his dark path attainment level had risen to Grandmaster, he successfully created an immortal killer move, Eternal Dark Concealment. This move used rank 6 Immortal Gu Dark Limit and rank 7 Immortal Gu Perseverance as the cores, with hundreds of supplementary Mortal Gu to amplify and extend the effect of Dark Limit Immortal Gu. At this time, Qiao Si Lu asked for an audience from outside the hall. Fang Yuan willed as the door opened. Qiao Si Lu's expression was grim. She had an anxious and worried expression on her face. She brought bad news. Other than Yao clan, Ho clan, and Yang clan invading Wu clan's territory, Ba clan and Xia clan also attacked Xiao clan at almost the same time. Opening the map of southern border, Ba clan and Xia clan were to the north of Qiao clan. They had territories that bordered Qiao clan. Qiao clan lost Wedding Dress Lake and Empty Return Pit. They were annexed by Ba clan and Xia clan respectively. After Qiao clan's first supreme elder Qiao, Ji Kai mysteriously disappeared. Qiao clan gathered their Gu immortals and defended their headquarters, observing the situation. This way, Ba clan and Xia clan's invasion went smoothly. Qiao clan's losses were severe. The Wedding Dress Lake and the returning Sky Pit were resource points that surpassed the Blood Tide Pit. Qiao clan was at the bottom of the Righteous Path superforces. This time, they had lost 2 great resources. The Qiao family was filled with grief and anger. Fang Yuan had heard of these 2 resource points. Wedding Dress Lake had a southern border folk tale. In the legends, a fairy in heaven weaved her own wedding dress. Whoever could obtain it would become the fairy's husband. After the fairy finished weaving the wedding dress, she threw it into this lake and was picked up by a fisherman who lived near the lake. The fairy and mortal fell in love and lived in seclusion in the middle of the lake, living a beautiful life. This tale was mostly fake, but Wedding Dress Lake produced all sorts of clothing goo. For example, fire cloak goo, water cloak goo, wood armor goo, and so on. In the history of Chao clan's control, it had produced 3 wild immortal goo. As for the sky returning sinkhole, it was called by the villagers as the ultimate hiding place. It could connect to the immortal world. After the ignorant mountain people died, they threw their corpses into the pit. Usually, before these corpses landed on the ground, they would be crushed by the space path Tao marks in the sinkhole, leaving nothing behind. The foolish mortals believed that this was the reason why they ascended to the immortal realm after they died. In truth, this was the best place for space path resources. The Xia clan had been coveting it for a long time. The Chao clan wasn't a match for the Xia clan, but it was a pity that the Chao clan had the support of the Wu clan. Now that both Wu Yong and Qiao Zhicai had gone missing, how could the Xia family let go of such a great opportunity? The Chao clan and the Wu clan had been allies for a long time. The invasion of the Chao clan by the Ba clan and the Xia clan was equivalent to an attack on the Wu clan. This way, including the Yao clan, Ho clan, and Yang clan, a total of 5 great factions surrounded the Wu clan. The situation had worsened to the extreme. If they were not stopped in time, Wu clan and Chao clan would have more and more territories occupied by others. I will arrange for Wu Chao to come with the immortal Gu house. Fang Yuan said to Chao Si Lu. Chao Si Lu nodded. This was the reason why she came. Chao clan's situation forced Chao Si Lu to seek Fang Yuan's help. In fact, Fang Yuan had been delaying for the past few days. Chao Si Lu was already unhappy with him. If not for the fact that Chao clan only had one immortal Gu house, they would have sent one to bring Fang Yuan away already. Make arrangements to gather the Chao clan Gu immortals. We will leave together this time. Fang Yuan said. Chao Si Lu was stunned. Together? What about here? We can only give up for now. Fang Yuan made up his mind. He did not hesitate anymore. Then what about the immortal Gu that we used to set up the formation? Chao Si Lu frowned. Take them all away. If we leave them here, some Gu immortals with ulterior motives might forcefully refine them or even destroy them. You should know what kind of people they are, and it is too easy to find such an excuse. Fang Yuan said plainly. Also, don't forget, my formation path attainment is not high. I am confident in removing some immortal Gu. Fang Yuan added. Chao Si Lu thought of Fang Yuan and Qi Shang's fight. She nodded as she thought. Fang Yuan's formation path attainment is not weak. Qi Shang had also praised him greatly. In fact, she had underestimated Fang Yuan. Right now, Fang Yuan's formation path attainment level was Grandmaster. He was on par with Qi Shang. In the past, when Fang Yuan looked at this super Gu formation, he could not understand it at all. Now that he was a formation path Grandmaster and had lived here for so long, Fang Yuan's understanding of the super Gu formation was very deep. Modifying this Gu formation was beyond his abilities, but he could take away some immortal Gu from it. After making the decision, Chao Si Lu called Chao clan's Gu immortal Chao Bo. Pack up. When Wu clan's immortal Gu house arrives, we will retreat and return to our headquarters. Chao Bo quickly accepted the order before stammering. I wonder when they will arrive? I can make arrangements for them. Chao Si Lu looked at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan waved his hand. No need to rush. I have just contacted them. There is still some time. Chao Bo showed joy on his face as he left respectfully. Even though Wu clan's headquarters is close to Yitian Mountain, with an immortal Gu house, they will need at least 4 to 5 days to get here. This way, I can complete my final business. After Chao Bo left, he started to think. The business he was talking about was none other than the Immortal Opportunity business. Wu Clan and Qiao Clan's situation was getting worse. The Gu Immortals of Qiao Clan and Wu Clan were panicking. The Immortal Opportunity business was also affected. Qiao Clan had 2 Gu Immortals guarding the Super Gu formation. Qiao Bo was one of them. He had rank 6 cultivation level. When he was sent here, he had some complaints, but the Immortal Opportunity business changed his mind. If I return now, the Immortal Opportunity business will not work. There might be battles later. Since I am leaving anyway, I might as well do something big. Qiao Bo gritted his teeth, making up his mind. A day later, Qiao Bo met with the demonic path, Gu Immortal Fairy Miaoyin. Fairy, we meet again. Qiao Bo had an excited expression. His eyes darted around as he sized up Fairy Miaoyin. Even though Fairy Miaoyin was in the demonic path, her strength and beauty were both top tier. She was one of the 3 great fairies of Southern Border. She was on par with Qiao Si Lu. All along, Fairy Miaoyin had been entering the Super Gu formation to search for opportunities in the dream realms. Even though her soul was injured from time to time, she had collected a lot of dream path Gu materials as well. Even though Wu Clan, Qiao Clan, and other super forces wanted to purchase these dream path Gu materials from her, Fairy Miaoyin tactfully and firmly rejected them. Let's go in first, Qiao Bo said as he looked at the 2 Gu Immortals behind Fairy Miaoyin. According to the usual practice, every time a business was conducted, a demonic immortal or lone cultivator would be brought in. But this time, because Qiao Bo was about to leave this place, he made a huge move and directly brought in 3 Gu Immortals. At the same time, in Wu Clan's encampment, Lady White Rabbit stared at Wu Wen. Lord Wu Wen, are all of you really going to retreat? And in such a hurry? Wu Wen nodded. The situation is not good. You must have heard some rumors. But it doesn't matter, and there is no need to worry. My Wu Clan will not fall. Just stay here and manage the Immortal Opportunity business. Wait for us to return. Lady White Rabbit was silent for a while before saying weakly, Before leaving, I want to meet Lord Wu Yihai, can I? This. Wu and showed a troubled expression. Lord Wu Yihai is currently in closed cultivation. Deducing an immortal killer move, he might not have time to meet you. Lady White Rabbit showed a sad expression. I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling. I want to meet Lord Wu Yihai just once. Isn't he leaving too? I will stay here for the next few days and wait for him to come out. Is that okay? Wu Wen sighed deeply. Lady White Rabbit's feelings towards Wu Yihai could be seen clearly by anyone with eyes. It is a pity that Lady White Rabbit is just a tool in Lord Wu Yihai's eyes. It is a pity. Wu Wen felt a sense of pity. He nodded. All right, stay here. When Lord Wu Yihai comes out of closed cultivation, he will meet you. Thank you, thank you. Lady White Rabbit was overjoyed. She thanked him profusely. In the cultivation secret room, Fang Yuan held a rank 7 Immortal Gu in his hand. Immortal Gu precaution. This Gu worm was the size of 2 adult palms. It looked like a longhorn beetle. It had a black carapace and was extremely heavy. Even with Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body's ability, it could not be entrusted to him. But Fang Yuan had already refined it. It was floating in the air on its own, allowing Fang Yuan to observe it. This Immortal Gu was one of the 2 Immortal Gu that Fang Yuan received after joining Wu Clan as Wu Yihai. As the name implied, this Immortal Gu's effect was to provide protection for the Gu Immortal. It was rule path. It had a flaw. It needed a certain amount of time to activate by itself. It needed at least 10 breaths of time before it could display its power. 10 breaths of time was not a short period of time for Gu Immortals, especially in those intense battles. 10 breaths of time could be used for more than 10 rounds. The process was full of twists and turns. And most importantly, if a Gu Immortal sneak attacked, life and death would be decided in an instant. At this time, there was no time to activate Precaution Immortal Gu. However, once Precaution Immortal Gu was activated after 10 breaths of time, its defensive effect would be quite outstanding. It was one of the best among rank 7 defensive Immortal Goo. It was similar to Sword Escape Immortal Goo. Not long ago, Fang Yuan had an idea. He wanted to add Precaution Immortal Goo into the Immortal Killer move Vajra. Right now, he had already thought of the killer move. He only needed to test it. To be continued. Chapter 1354. Genius in 1 second. Remember love. Go. Speak net, providing you with exciting novels to read. It began. The first step. Fang Yuan turned into a divination tortoise. The second step, he activated a large number of mortal goo, followed by Vajra thought immortal goo, before adding more mortal goo. The third step, which was also the most crucial step, activated Precaution immortal goo. GUH. The divination tortoise that Fang Yuan turned into spat out a large amount of blood. Inside the immortal aperture, a large number of mortal goo were destroyed, but Precaution immortal goo was sturdy and did not suffer any damage. Fang Yuan felt dizzy. The failure of the immortal killer move caused his organs to suffer severe internal injuries. Thankfully, he had turned into a divination tortoise, an ancient, desolate beast with thick skin and thick flesh. Its recovery speed was shocking. If a human body were to experience this kind of damage, their internal organs might completely collapse into a bloody powder in an instant. How can this be? Fang Yuan was dazed. This was completely different from what he had imagined. In fact, before Precaution Immortal Goo could activate its power, the entire Immortal Killer move had already broken apart. This was unexpected to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had used Affection Immortal Goo and other Wisdom Path Immortal Goo to deduce this modified Immortal Killer move many times. There should not have been such a serious mistake. This was a huge blow to his head. After healing his injuries, Fang Yuan calmed down and inspected the killer move. After several deductions, Fang Yuan was even more perplexed. There was no mistake. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration. I understand. Fang Yuan immediately realized where he was wrong. His mistake was on Precaution Immortal Goo. Once Precaution Immortal Goo was activated, it would expend Red Date Immortal Essence, but it would only activate after 10 breaths of time. It was not at the 10th breath of time, but at the 11th breath of time. Precisely because of this small difference in time, Fang Yuan's entire Immortal Killer move broke apart. There was actually a mistake here. It is truly dark around here. It seems that I need to add some time path, goo worms, to make up for the difference in time. Fang Yuan's time path attainment level was very ordinary. It had not risen much, because he had never encountered a dream realm related to time path. However, he had Hei Fan's true inheritance and wisdom path deduction methods. He could more or less make up for this shortcoming. However, this was not something that could be completed in a short period of time, or the time it took to brew a cup of tea or even an incense stick. A day passed, and Fang Yuan did not sleep or rest. The next day, Fang Yuan continued to deduce. The third day passed. Wu Clan's Immortal Goo House was already more than halfway through the journey. For the first time, Fang Yuan's calculations had some clues. After the qualitative change, the following deductions were smooth sailing. Southern border, human mountain range. In this place lived the most mortals in the southern border. There were many villages on every mountain. On some of the mountain peaks, there were even a few villages living next to each other. It could be said to be a flourishing scene. The population had multiplied to the extreme, and there was a sea of mortals. Of course, in terms of battle strength, a single Goo immortal could take care of this place, and the mortals could not resist them at all. And at the center of this mountain range, it was also the political center of all the villages, Human Smoke Mountain. One of the super clans, Chai Clan's headquarters. The ancestor who created Chai Clan was named Chai Fu. He had left behind a record in human history. In his era, he was the #1 person in Southern Border's Goo Immortal world. He cultivated Fire Path and Earth Path, Because he had gained a lot from reading the legends of Renzu, he also had human path killer moves. In his later years, he chose this place to create Chai Clan, and after modifying the mountain range, Human Smoke Mountain was created. In fact, Gu Immortal experts and great experts would all read the legends of Renzu. The legends of Renzu contain the human path true inheritance of humans. This true inheritance could be said to be the number one true inheritance in the Gu Master world. Its inheritance method was also very special. Normally speaking, inheritances were like He Fan's true inheritance or by Xiang's true inheritance. But Ren Zu's human path true inheritance was only a portion of information in the legends of Ren Zu. The profundity of human path was contained in this information, which Gu Immortals could obtain depended on their fate and talent. Everyone's harvest was different. The benevolent saw benevolence and the wise saw wisdom. But every immortal Venerable and demon Venerable had gains, and their gains were not small. For example, Giant Sun Immortal. Because he read the legends of Renzu, he could successfully create all living beings' luck and heaven and earth luck. Chai Fu had success in reading the legends of Renzu. After he died, he left behind the human path methods he comprehended to Chai Clan's bloodline, his descendants. Precisely because of this, Chai Clan's management strategy was different from other super clans. Chai Clan greatly expanded their population, increasing the number of mortals. As for other super forces, they only focused on a portion of their clansmen, placing them in the 5 regions, allowing them to develop and nurture them. The bloodline of these branch clansmen came from the most authoritative Gu Immortals of the super forces. They were the main clan bloodline. There was also a portion of people who lived in seclusion in grotto heavens and blessed lands, not coming out. These people were often of branch bloodlines. Only when an accident occurred, such as the main clan bloodline being completely destroyed, or when the leader died and there was no successor, would the branch bloodlines take over. Chai Clan greatly expanded their population, but it was not the Chai bloodline. If other clans did this, they would be asking for trouble. They spent a lot of effort to nurture mortals with other surnames. Once the population grew, more and more Gu Masters would appear. These Gu Masters did not have the main clan bloodline. Their loyalty would be greatly reduced. There was no value in nurturing them into Gu Immortals. If they cultivated themselves to become Gu Immortals, there would be an impact on the main clan, there would be conflicts. But Chai Clan's situation was different. They nurtured more and more mortals, but these mortals did not have high aptitude. There were very few Gu Masters, not to mention Gu Immortals. In contrast, Chai Clan's own descendants were continuously producing outstanding talents. It was not uncommon to see seeds that could be nurtured into Gu Immortals. This formed a clear contrast with other superforces. According to the conjectures of other superforces, Chai Clan's abnormal situation should be due to the human path methods left behind by Chai Fu. However, even though Chai Clan could produce large numbers of talented descendants in every generation, because of the lack of resources, most of these Gu Immortal seeds could only stay at rank 5 or rank 4. Here, it was time to talk about Southern Border's geographical structure. Southern Border's most distinct feature, other than the mountains, were the 3 great rivers: Jade Dragon River, Red Dragon River, Yellow Dragon River. Each river almost ran through Southern Border, dividing it into several parts. Red Dragon River started from the most northwestern position. It sloped downwards to the right, all the way to the southeast of Southern Border. Jade Dragon River was at the top. Looking from the map of Southern Border, the entire river was like a gentle slope. Yellow Dragon River was in the shape of a few words. It suddenly protruded in the middle. It was much steeper than Jade Dragon River. Jade Dragon River and Yellow Dragon River did not intersect, but Red Dragon River intersected with Jade Dragon River and Yellow Dragon River. The intersection of Red Dragon River and Yellow Dragon River was in Wu Clan's territory. It formed a whirlpool in the center of the river. On the northeastern shore was Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian. And at the intersection of Red Dragon River and Jade Dragon River, the whirlpool in the center of the river was dozens of times larger than the whirlpool in the center of Red Dragon River. The spiritual energy was vast. At the center of the whirlpool, there were large numbers of spirit springs, numbering in the tens of thousands. These spirit springs were not stable. Every breath of time, more than 10 spirit springs would be born and destroyed. Thus, the vast amount of spiritual energy was instilled in the river. When Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable traveled to this place, he had once commented that in all of Southern Border, this was the most beautiful place. Here, the air was filled with primeval energy. Large amounts of resources were produced. It was comparable to an outstanding grotto heaven or blessed land. This was also the place where the headquarters of 3 superforces were gathered. For example, Red Dragon River and Jade Dragon River intersected, forming the shape of a Buddha. The intersection was the whirlpool in the center of the river. Chai Clan's Human Smoke Mountain was at the top, Ba Clan's Mancha Mountain was below, and Xia Clan's Life Extension Mountain was to the right. In the last 3 days, Chai Clan's discussion hall had been filled with arguments. At this moment, it was no exception. Chai Clan's first Supreme Elder was sitting on his seat. His gaze was flickering with hesitation. Not long ago, he had received a letter from Fang Yuan. In the letter, Fang Yuan represented Wu Clan as Wu Yihai, expressing his willingness to ally with Chai Clan to attack Xia Clan and Ba Clan. This matter was extremely important. Chai Clan's first Supreme Elder had no choice but to gather the clan's Gu Immortals to discuss it. The argument in the discussion hall revolved around this matter. I don't think we can attack Ba Clan and Xia Clan. Wu Clan's intention is clear. They want us to take action and relieve their external pressure. Once we attack, our Chai Clan will have to face 2 superforces at the same time. If these 2 let go of Wu Clan and attack us together, we will definitely be at a disadvantage. We will not be able to retaliate. A Chai Clan Gu Immortal shouted loudly from the center of the discussion hall. He had just finished shouting when a Gu Immortal stood up from a corner and suggested, "We can choose one of them to fight." Even though Wu Clan requested to fight both clans at the same time, these conditions were negotiated. This is not the principle of our actions. Sai, this is a huge matter. Our Chai Clan has been reproducing for so many years. We have raised countless mortals. Once the battle starts, the other side only needs 1 Gu Immortal to slaughter all of these mortals, causing our clan to suffer huge losses. An old Chai Clan Gu Immortal shook his head and sighed. He was very wary of the possibility of harming the innocent. Because of the limitations of human path methods, these mortals could not move out of human smoke mountain range. This way, they needed an immortal Gu formation or immortal Gu house to defend themselves. Precisely because of this, we need to fight for more resources. That's right. Our Chai Clan's advantage is that we have human path methods. Our descendants can produce geniuses. It is just that we do not have enough resources to nurture them. Once we get rid of 1 or even 2 of them, we will obtain a huge amount of resources. Becoming the #1 force in Southern Border is just around the corner. This was the opinion of the clan's pro-war faction. Chai Clan's first Supreme Elder was silent after listening for a while. He looked at a Gu Immortal in the hall. Yu Yen, tell us your opinion. Chapter 1355. Genius 1. Second, remember if you want to go. Talk Net, providing you with exciting novels to read. The discussion hall became silent. Everyone's gazes gathered on a Gu Immortal. This Gu Immortal was young and had an ordinary appearance, but he was an important person in Chai Clan, the trusted aide and capable subordinate of Chai Clan's first Supreme Elder. As an information path Gu Immortal, Chai Yuyen pondered for a while before saying, "My thoughts might be different from everyone else. These last few days, I have been thinking about Wu Yihai. Wu Yong went missing. News of his death spread. Regardless of whether it is true or not, or who did it. Wu clan is currently led by Wu Yihai. How his personality is, how sincere he is, these are all questions in my heart. Everyone knows Wu Yihai's origin. We really don't know much about him. After all, he is not a Gu immortal born and raised in southern border. Continue. Chai clan's first supreme elder's eyes shined with interest. Chai Yuyen smiled before continuing. Actually, everyone knows about Wu Yihai's previous information. There is no need for me to explain it here. From this information, everyone can more or less understand this person's nature and mentality. Let me talk about something that everyone might have overlooked. Oh, something that we all overlooked? Chai Yuyen rubbed his nose. It's that letter. In the letter, Wu Yihai expressed his desire to ally with our clan, to attack Ba clan and Xia clan together. He did not choose Ba clan or Xia clan alone, but listed both as his enemies. Wu clan's style has always been domineering. Isn't this their usual style? A Chai clan Gu immortal was puzzled. No. Wu Yihai is different. Chai Yuyen shook his head. This can be seen from how he handled Frosty Peak, as well as the agreement with Mountain Moving Old Monster. His way of doing things is closer to a lone cultivator. After all, how long has it been since he joined Wu clan? Wu Yihai lacks Wu clan's domineering aura, but has the shrewdness of a lone cultivator. He is good at compromising, and in my opinion, he has great talent in the righteous path. Why did he list Ba clan and Xia clan as his targets? Just like what someone said just now, why not choose one of them and compromise with the other? Because if we really joined hands with the Wu clan and chose one of the clans to fight, how could the other clan watch from the sidelines? They will definitely form an alliance to resist the alliance between our clan and the Wu clan. Chai clan's Gu immortals heard this and nodded, agreeing with Chai Yuyen. Love, go, small, say, Nekka the Chai clan, Ba clan, and Xia clan were all gathered at the heart of the Scarlet Jade River. Their relationships were very complicated. If one family was strong, the other two families would definitely join forces to resist the enemy. The three of them formed a balance of power that restrained each other. This was also the reason why the Chai family had not been able to fight their way out after so many years of development. If the Chai clan were to ally with the Wu clan, it would definitely break this partial balance. How could the Ba clan and the Xia clan not ally? Therefore, in Fang Yuan's letter, he simply listed both of them as his targets, because he knew that this was bound to happen. This means that Wu Yihai has a very mature eye. Since he was able to propose an alliance with my Chai family, he must have made a lot of preparations. There seems to be no need to worry about Wu clan fooling us. Someone said. Chai Yuyen nodded. What I want to say is that Wu Yihai has deep attainments in politics. From these actions and details, I can see that he is very sincere in cooperating with us. The truth is, our Chai clan will definitely make a move. It was not easy for our clan to suppress the Ba clan and the Xia clan until now. It was the hard work of several generations. There was also luck in this process. Once Ba clan and Xia clan devour more resources, our foundation will increase. Our Chai clan's advantage will be lost. Of course, we need to be careful in cooperating with the Wu clan. How should we start the battle? And to what extent should we restrict this battle? First Supreme Elder, you have to make a decision. However, we should at least send a portion of the Gu immortals to feign an attack. At least, we cannot let the Ba clan and Xia clan expand their territories too easily, right? Once he said this, the Chai clan Gu immortals in the hall nodded. Almost at the same time, southern border, Myriad Snake Mountain, Chi clan's headquarters. Chi clan's first Supreme Elder held a letter Gu in his hand as he pondered. Chi clan was at the westernmost part of southern border. To the lower right was Yang clan, while to the right was Chiao clan. Chi clan and these two clans had territories bordering each other, but Yang clan was closer and had the most territories bordering each other. Befriending the distant and attacking the nearby had always been a common diplomatic choice. Thus, Qi clan and Yang clan did not have a good relationship. Yang clan's Ghost Hand Mountain was at the source of the Yellow Dragon River. It had abundant resources and dangerous terrain. Yang clan's Gu Immortals cultivated Soul Path and had outstanding battle strength. They had always been a threat to Qi clan. In the past, Yang clan and Qi clan had many conflicts. They had a long history. To the right of Yang clan, along the Yellow Dragon River to the east, was Wu clan's territory. Actually, Wu clan and Qi clan were neighbors. Even though they did not share a border, Qiao clan and Qi clan did. Qiao clan was supported by certain generations, first supreme elder of Wu clan. Qiao clan was at the center of southern border's western region. They resisted Ba clan and Xia clan to the north, Qi clan to the west. They could even restrain Yang clan in the southwest of southern border. Qi clan and Qiao clan had conflicts from time to time. Everyone knew that Qiao clan was Wu clan's watchdog. Thus, Qi clan and Wu clan's relationship had always been good and bad, changing according to the situation. If one word was used to describe Qi clan and Wu clan's relationship, it would be ambiguous. Not long ago, Qi clan had made things difficult for Wu clan. But in the Super Gu formation on Yitian Mountain, Qi clan cooperated with Wu clan and started the Immortal Opportunity business. Wui Hai, you have given me a difficult problem. In the study room, Qi clan's first supreme elder, Qi Chuyu, sighed deeply. In the letter, Fang Yuan requested to ally with Qi clan to deal with Yang clan. Qi Chuyu was naturally moved, because he knew this was a good opportunity. This kind of opportunity was rare even in his lifetime. Any force needed to grow stronger. Even if they could not devour the Yang family's resources, they would still be able to weaken the Yang family's strength. This was all beneficial to the Qi family. Qi clan had plenty of resources to spare, not only because Qi clan's headquarters were located in a remote area, but more importantly, Qi clan was proficient in Gu formations. Set after set of immortal Gu formations were set up. Qi clan's headquarters and the various resource points had outstanding defense. The Qi family didn't have much to worry about. Qi clan also had 2 immortal Gu houses. And don't forget, there was also the rank 8 Gu immortal Qi Chuyu. Wu Yang's death had spread. Half of southern border was in chaos. In such a chaotic situation, Qi clan needed Qi Chuyu to make a quick decision. Several days later, inside the Super Gu formation, Fang Yuan came out of his closed cultivation. He had a faint look of joy on his face. His closed cultivation was very fruitful. He had already modified Vajraback killer move. He had even practiced it several times. And in these few days, southern border situation had undergone a huge change. Chai clan sent Gu Immortals to the center of the river. Posing as a threat, Ba clan and Xia clan had to restrain their strength and defend against them. Qi clan's Gu Immortals directly invaded Yang clan's territory. The 2 clans had been neighbors for many years. It was easy for them to find an excuse. Both sides had already started fighting in 9 Phantom Mountain Range. Qi clan's old man was very decisive. He brought an immortal Gu house and moved out personally. This caused Yang clan to be very nervous. They had to send an immortal Gu house and a large number of Gu Immortals. Yang clan did not have a rank 8 Gu Immortal. They were in a passive state. Other than that, Luo clan, Tai clan, and Yi clan were also making strange movements. Because of these clans, Fang Yuan sent letters to them. Of course, the contents of the letters were different from Qi clan and Chai clan. After all, these 4 clans were too far away. They were all in the eastern part of southern border. Even so, the strange movements of these clans drew some of Ho clan's and Yao clan's attention. Even though they knew that these clans were unlikely to make a move, they had to be on guard against such situations. As for Shang clan, this clan had always been neutral. Even though Fang Yuan sent a letter, Shang clan immediately replied and rejected Wu clan's proposal. Suddenly, a spring breeze came, and the tense situation of the Wu and Qiao families suddenly eased up. Wu clan and Qiao clan's Gu immortals were greatly shocked at this result. Even though Feng Yuan only sent a few letters, it was not easy to convince the other superforces with just one letter, especially in the letters. How much resources Wu clan was willing to give up and how much sincerity they were expressing was a problem worth considering. Feng Yuan handled the situation very well, beyond the limits of many people's imagination. Few people knew the contents of his letters, but they knew that these letters moved the Gu immortals of many superforces. This gave Wu clan and Qiao clan a chance to turn from defense to offense. It seems that my foundation in this aspect has not fallen. In the 500 years of his previous life, Feng Yuan had been the leader of a force. At that time, the 5 regions were in a chaotic war. The political situation was even more chaotic. There were alliances within the 5 regions, deceit, schemes, betrayals, and so on outside the 5 regions. Right now, the political chaos only revolved around Wu clan and Qiao clan. It was only in the western part of southern border. From Feng Yuan's perspective, it was not complicated. He did not need to think about it. He could directly attack it. Wu clan's immortal Gu house is finally here. Feng Yuan received another piece of information. The immortal Gu house had set off long ago, but something happened along the way. It was delayed for some time. No matter who it was, or if it was an accident, Feng Yuan had to wait for a day before he could receive this immortal Gu house. It seems that I need to leave this place. This dream realm had given Feng Yuan too much improvement. Many things had happened during this period. Towards such a treasure land, Feng Yuan was reluctant to leave. Chapter 1356. Genius 1. Second, remember if you want to go. Speak Net, providing you with exciting novels to read. Feng Yuan continued to deal with the matters that had accumulated during his closed cultivation. Lady White Rabbit wants to meet me? What is it? Feng Yuan used information path methods to ask Wu Wen. Soon, Feng Yuan understood Lady White Rabbit's intention. No, tell her to go back. Feng Yuan rejected her mercilessly. A day later, Wu clan's immortal Gu house would arrive. But Feng Yuan would not take Lady White Rabbit away. He needed a pawn here. Even if it was not inside the Super Gu formation, it would be good to place it outside. There was a huge risk in this. After all, Lady White Rabbit and Wu Yihai's relationship was very close. Everyone knew about it. But a pawn needed to be used properly. Feng Yuan took in Lady White Rabbit back, then not because of her beauty or friendship. He wanted to make use of her and squeeze out her value. Even though there is only 1 day left, I cannot waste it. I might be able to find something from the dream realms. But unfortunately, in Wu clan, Feng Yuan only saw absurd dream realms. This made him feel disappointed. In this final period of time, he only encountered absurd dreams. His luck was not very good. If he had a realistic dream realm, he would have improved a lot. I heard that Qiao clan has realistic dream realms. It is a pity those demonic path Gu immortals have no methods. They all encountered realistic dream realms. Feng Yuan could not go to Qiao clan's territory. After all, it was their territory. If he exposed his dream realm exploration methods, it would be detrimental to Feng Yuan. At this time, Qiao clan's territory. There is 1 more day before we leave. Your dream realm exploration will end as well. Let's hurry up. Also, our Qiao clan is willing to pay a high price to purchase your dream path Gu materials. Qiao Bo came to Fairy Miao Yin and the other 2 demonic path Gu immortals. There is no need to explore anymore. We can end it now. Fairy Miao Yin smiled at Qiao Bo. Qiao Bo was stunned. He had invited Goddess Miao Yin to explore the immortal serendipity many times, but this was the first time he saw Goddess Miao Yin smile at him like this. For a moment his heart skipped a beat, and his eyes were filled with infatuation. But immediately after, His body trembled slightly. There was a soft sound. Xiao Bo's pupils contracted to the size of a needle as he slowly lowered his head and looked at his chest. There was a white hand with sharp nails that pierced through Xiao Bo's chest. Not only did it pierce through Xiao Bo's heart, but there was also a cold frost spreading from the wound. "You, how dare you!" Xiao Bo didn't even finish his last words before he lost his life and turned into an ice sculpture. Xiao Bo was dead. Behind him, Bai Ningbing was expressionless as she slowly retracted her hand. In midair, sparkling and translucent ice, shards rained down. Her hands were snow-white and delicate, and the blood on them was stripped away along with the frost. "The time is here, let's begin." The third Gu immortal walked over. Her appearance gradually changed, revealing her original appearance. If it was not He Lulan, who else could it be? Is Lord Wu Yihai really not willing to see me again? Lady White Rabbit's eyes were filled with tears as she looked at Wu, and Wu sighed, shaking his head. "Let's go, there is no rush. You will meet again if there is a chance in the future. As long as you manage the immortal opportunity business properly. Maybe Lord Wu Yihai will reward you in the future." Manage it properly? Hee hee. Lady White Rabbit's eyes turned completely black. A cold light flashed in her pupils. Seeing this, Wu became vigilant, retreating. "Lady White Rabbit, what's wrong with you? Don't do anything stupid." Lady White Rabbit's voice also changed. "Don't talk about White Rabbit. I am not that weak fool who is in love with a heartless man. Remember, I am Black Tigress." "Humph, what Black Tigress? It is time to teach you a lesson. My Wu clan is in a predicament, but small fries like you don't even think about ugh." Before Wu finished his words, his angry expression turned into extreme shock. He found that he could not move. Not just that, his body and soul started to melt, turning into a pool of black water. "Love, go small, say Neku." What killer move is this? When did I get hit by it? At this time, Black Tigress's gloomy voice entered Wu An's ears. "Enjoy it, this was meant for Wu Yihai. It is a pity that I did not get to see him." The moment he said that, Wu completely melted, turning into a pool of black water. Boom, boom, boom. Wu had just died under Black Tigress's domineering killer move, when the Super Gu formation shook intensely. The Super Gu formation was attacked. "What is it?" The righteous path Gu immortals stationed here reacted. "Someone is attacking the Gu formation. They are inside the Gu formation." Soon, Qi clan's leader, Qi Gue, found the problem. He informed the righteous path Gu immortals. The immortals' heart sank. The Super Gu formation had strong defense, but it was divided into inside and outside. Attacking the Super Gu formation from the outside and attacking from the inside were two different things. Undeniably, an attack from the inside was much more destructive. Qiao clan is in trouble. A righteous path Gu immortal who was close to Qiao clan's base transmitted. "Damn it! I said that this immortal opportunity business would have problems sooner or later. Qiao clan is playing with fire. Look, Ba, Quan Feng screamed. Ba clan had not participated in the immortal opportunity business. Once he said that, many of the participating righteous path Gu immortals went silent. "Don't worry, even so, our Qi clan ancestor is prepared. This Super Gu formation has a hidden formation within the formation. It has 4 layers. These demonic path Gu immortals alone cannot even break through the surface layer." Qi Gue raised the morale. He also wanted to relieve his embarrassment. After all, Qi clan was one of the main parties in the immortal opportunity business. "That's right, just a few rats." The righteous path Gu immortals calmed down. But at this time, boom, with a huge explosion, the entire Gu formation shook again, and the intensity was several times greater than before. Large numbers of Gu worms died. Several immortal Gu were destroyed. What's going on? What's going on? Qi Gue was shocked. They actually found the formation core? Oh no. The other party came prepared. They did not attack rashly. They are working together. Earlier, the Gu formation also suffered an intense attack. Stop them. Activate. Quickly activate the Gu formation. Send some people to the location and kill those 3 demonic path scoundrels. Wu clan and Chao clan's Gu immortals are all dead. Are there still people around? The righteous path Gu immortals transmitted to each other. They were in chaos. What's going on? In the hall of Wu clan's base, Fang Yuan was frowning. He was using the Gu formation to investigate the situation. He had been deducing a killer move earlier. This happened too suddenly. He was caught unprepared. Information was transmitted from the Gu formation to Fang Yuan's mind. Lady White Rabbit's transformation and the scene of her killing Wu and were all seen by Fang Yuan. Lady White Rabbit is actually a traitor. She seems to be a different person. She wants to deal with me. Fang Yuan's frown deepened. He immediately decided to go personally and kill White Rabbit to take revenge for Wuan, be it Wu Yihai's identity or Fang Yuan's need to maintain the stability of the Super Gu formation. Fang Yuan had to kill Lady White Rabbit. To think that there would be such a huge mistake. Yihai, my Gu formation has gone out of control. Come and help me. Xiao Si Lu sent a request for help. She also sent the scene of Bai Ningbing killing Xiao Bo receiving this information. Fang Yuan's intention to go was immediately dispelled. Bai Ningbing? Hey Lulan, why are they here? I understand this is Shadow Sect's doing. Fang Yuan's heart shook. He stood on the spot, his eyes shining with bright light. After discovering Shadow Sect, even though his killing intent surged, he also dispelled the thought of going out. What a joke! Shadow Sect had rank 8 existences. Fang Yuan had seen this during the battle of Reverse Flow River. Who knew where that Zishan Makoto was hiding? He might even be hiding nearby, waiting for Wu Yihai to come out and launch a sneak attack. Even though I have the Immortal Killer move Reverse Flow Protection Seal that can block the attacks of rank 8 existences. But once I use it, my identity will be exposed. Even though Shadow Sect sent Lady White Rabbit to kill me, they did not find out that I am impersonating Wu Yihai. Otherwise, it would not be Lady White Rabbit who came to kill me. What do I do? Fang Yuan fell into rapid thinking. Wisdom path methods were used. All sorts of thoughts surged in his mind like surging tides. Shadow Sect's intention is clear. They are here to save Spectral Soul's main body. Shadow Sect definitely has a backup plan. I should wait and see. This Super Gu formation is not a joke. With this Gu formation, it can block the attacks of rank 8 Gu immortals. It is best if I do not show myself. Fang Yuan quickly decided on a strategy to deal with it. As for Xiao Si Lu, I don't care if you die. Yihai, come quickly. Xiao Si Lu urged. Fang Yuan had a cold expression as he rejected. Take it easy. I have some problems here. Wu En was actually assassinated by Lady White Rabbit. I cannot let this murder off. What? Then be careful. Xiao Si Lu was shocked. She did not forget to care about Fang Yuan, not knowing that Fang Yuan had already abandoned her. Xiao Si Lu faced Fairy Miao Yin, He Lulan, and Bai Ningbing alone. She was a rank 7 Gu immortal. Fairy Miao Yin had similar cultivation level, while He Lulan and Bai Ningbing were rank 6. Thus, in Xiao Si Lu's opinion, the situation had not gone out of control. Her gaze was focused on Fairy Miao Yin. You are finished. At this moment, the Super Gu formation has been activated. You are all trapped. Surrender and become my slave Gu immortals. You still have a chance to live. He he he. Fairy Miao Yin smiled sweetly. Is that so? Chapter 1357. Right at this time, a powerful aura rose outside the Super Gu formation. Soon, it was discovered by the righteous path Gu immortals controlling the Gu formation. There is a powerful aura ahead. The aura is rising so strong. A rank 8 Gu Immortal? The righteous path, Gu Immortals gasped in shock. Is it Zishan Makoto? Fong Yuan, who was holed up in the hall, had a sharp gaze. No, it is not a Gu Immortal, it is an immemorial, desolate beast. Ah, it is! Before he could finish his sentence, boom! The entire Super Gu formation suffered the fiercest blow in history. The entire Gu formation was shaking intensely. The hall formed by the Gu formation crumbled and broke apart. At once, heaven and earth collapsed. It was as if the apocalypse had arrived. A huge hole was created in the Gu formation, but the righteous path Gu Immortals did not suffer heavy casualties. This was the difference between Gu formations and killer moves. Even though Gu formations were killer moves in formation path, after the Gu formation was set up, it paid more attention to the environment and the Gu worm's movement. When the Gu formation was destroyed, the Gu Immortals did not suffer much backlash. Of course, the ancient battle formation was not included. Once the ancient battle formation was destroyed, the Gu Immortals would suffer severe backlash, especially the Gu Immortals controlling the formation. Cough, cough. Smoke and dust rose. The hall that Fong Yuan was in was completely destroyed. Mortal Gu were constantly being restored at the edges. Gu worm corpses were raining down. A huge hole was torn in the Super Gu formation. The dream realm that was completely covered and concealed was now exposed. Many righteous path Gu Immortals stood at the hole, looking at it in a daze. There, a huge figure was standing between heaven and earth. It was a humanoid, immemorial, desolate beast. It stood on 2 legs and had 2 monstrous claws. Its hair was disheveled, and its body was pitch black. Gu Immortals, so many Gu Immortals. I want to eat all of you. After eating all of you, I will be closer to a human. This humanoid, immemorial, desolate beast growled. It was extremely excited. It is. A righteous path, Gu Immortal pointed at this immemorial, desolate beast, stammering in shock. Zui Yi Hui. Fong Yuan subconsciously gritted his teeth, feeling great pressure. The moment he saw this immemorial, desolate beast, Fong Yuan thought he was dreaming. But the Gu Immortals' cries, the broken walls of the hall, and the collapsing Super Gu formation reminded him that this was not a dream. Fong Yuan didn't expect Zui Yi Hui to show up. This legendary, primordial, desolate beast had brought too much suffering and death to the southern border. None of these southern border righteous path Gu Immortals did not know him. Zui Yi Hui's appearance shook the righteous path and their morale fell. This was an existence stronger than ordinary rank 8 Gu Immortals. Especially when the Super Gu formation was destroyed, the righteous path only had rank 7 and 6 Gu Immortals. What could they use to resist? Flesh and blood? In the 5 regions, only 2 rank 7 Gu Immortals could resist rank 8 existences, Feng Jioga and Lu Guan Yi. Hold on. Don't panic. Our Gu formation has 4 layers. Just now, the outermost layer was only destroyed. Move. Enter the next layer. At the crucial moment, Qi Gue stood up. He was the leader arranged by Qi Clan. This Super Gu formation was created by Qi Clan's first Supreme Elder, Qi Chuyu. Qi Gue naturally knew some secrets that others did not. As expected, there was a change in the Gu formation. It shined brightly. The Gu formation's disintegration stopped, the outer Gu formation was abandoned, and the inner defense reappeared. The 3rd layer of the Gu formation appeared in front of Zui Hui. Even though it did not cover the entire dream realm, most of it was still concealed by the Gu formation. The righteous path Gu Immortals quickly retreated into the Gu formation. Fong Yuan was no exception. This was the only way now. Wu Yihai's true identity should not be known by Shadow Sect. If not, Shadow Sect, which had a wisdom path rank 8 Gu Immortal, would not have sent Lady White Rabbit to assassinate Fong Yuan. The enemy was in the open, while he was in the dark. This was a clear advantage. At the same time, Fong Yuan had another advantage: immortal Gu houses. Wu Clan's immortal goo house was on the way. Most goo formations could not be moved, but immortal goo houses could. Moreover, the power of immortal goo houses could increase according to the amount and quality of immortal essence. They could resist the attacks of rank 8 existences. With an immortal goo house, Fang Yuan's chances of escaping would increase greatly. But earlier, Wu Clan's immortal goo house was delayed due to an unexpected situation. Was this done by Shadow Sect? Fang Yuan thought of this as he felt a dark shadow. Tisk, so troublesome. Bai Ningbing looked at the well-defended third layer of the goo formation as she frowned. This is hard to deal with. He Lulan sighed. At this time, Ing Wu Xie's cold laughter entered their ears. No worries, just dodge. Fairy Miao Yin, Bai Ningbing, and He Lulan shuddered. They quickly retreated. Roar! At the next moment, Zui Yihui roared, emitting a thunderous sound. The roar echoed in the sky, creating a huge sound wave that spread through the air. The trees and rocks around Zui Yihui were all uprooted. It was like a storm was brewing. Next, Zui Yihui breathed in deeply. Its stomach and cheeks bulged. His entire body had doubled in size. Then, it suddenly opened its bloody mouth, and a huge beam of light shot out from between its sharp teeth. The pillar of light was dark gray. It was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it crashed into the third layer of the goo formation. Everything was eerily silent. The third layer of the goo formation was hit by the dark gray pillar of light. It quickly turned gray. Earlier, Zui Yihui had attacked the super goo formation as well. The first few times, it was just a test, it was a calibration. Previously, it used the same killer move Grey Knight. With He Lulan, Bai Ningbing, and Fairy Miao Yin's cooperation, the fourth layer of the goo formation was destroyed. Most of the Righteous Path goo immortals did not see these attacks clearly, but this time they had all witnessed Zui Yihui's terror. Heaven and earth seemed to have stopped. Endless darkness engulfed them. Time seemed to have slowed down. It only lasted for a breath of time. Boom! Another thunderous sound resounded in the world. It almost broke the immortals' eardrums. Heaven and earth shook. The third layer of the goo formation was torn apart and attacked. It seemed like the previous scene was going to happen again. The Righteous Path goo immortals had pale expressions. They injected immortal essence into the goo formation desperately. After the tremors passed, the third layer of the goo formation was only half destroyed. It was still intact. This super goo formation was created by rank 8 goo immortal Chi Chuyu himself. It was made with a large number of immortal goo and mortal goo from Southern Border's Righteous Path forces. It was finally displaying its power. It resisted the signature attack of the legendary immemorial desolate beast Zui Yihui. The Righteous Path goo immortals did not suffer any casualties. I am still alive! Someone almost cried from joy. This is Zui Yihui's signature method. Immortal killer move, Grey Knight. We actually defended against it. Someone cheered. Chi Gui was covered in cold sweat, he said. This is the super goo formation created by our first Supreme Elder. How could we not defend against it? If not for the ambush earlier, the fourth layer might still be intact. Immortal killer move, Grey Knight. It is different from what I encountered in the dream realm. Did it change its form? After so many years, Grey Knight has been modified. Did Zui Yihui modify it? Or did someone else help? Was this person from Shadow Sect? Strange. If they had a pawn like Zui Yihui, why did Shadow Sect not use it when they refined sovereign immortal fetus goo? Was it because they did not have enough control? Or was it because of that rank 8 goo immortals edition? Fang Yuan fell into deep thought. Fairy Miao Yin, Bai Ningbing, and He Lulan arrived before the super goo formation again. They saw the damaged third layer super goo formation, but were not shocked or discouraged. Because they were not the only ones who returned this time. Ing Wu Xie, as well as many demonic path goo immortals and lone cultivators. Shadow Sect lacked manpower. but they did not lack resources. Normally, demonic path gu immortals and lone cultivators lacked resources. They spent their entire lives searching for them. Zishan Mikoto did not hesitate to spend a huge amount of resources to recruit a group of demonic path gu immortals and lone immortals. Humans die for wealth. Birds die for food. Wealth moves people's hearts. Of course, these southern border gu immortals were not fools. They waited for Zui Hui to activate Grey Night before showing up within Wuxia. On the other hand, it also proved that Shadow Sect had a good grasp of timing and people's hearts. In the eyes of these demonic path and lone immortals, not only do they have the wisdom path, rank 8, great expert Zishan Mikoto, they also had a legendary immemorial desolate beast like Zui Hui. The outcome of this battle was already set. They were the victors. Everything is, as Zishan Mikoto predicted. Attack the gu formation's gaps separately. Whoever kills the enemies and expands a gap will obtain multiple rewards. Ing Wuxia shouted. Shadow Sect's side roared as they attacked the super gu formation fiercely. The righteous path quickly responded. Quick, block those gaps. We cannot let them in. I need time to activate the second layer of the gu formation. Buy time for me. Qi Gui shouted. Zhua, Yi Hui has already used Grey Night twice. It is already at its limit. It needs to rest for a while. It is time to teach these demonic path scoundrels a lesson. Bada shouted. Fang Yuan squinted. He had been observing Zhua Yi Hui. He saw that after Zhua Yi Hui used Grey Night, it fell into a weakened state. It breathed roughly and stayed on the spot, not moving. This made Fang Yuan rest assured. There were many southern border gu immortals here. Many of them were familiar with history. They had a good understanding of Zui Yi Hui. After all, whenever Zui Yi Hui appeared and caused chaos in southern border's righteous path gu immortals would work together to resist and fight against it. These southern border righteous path superclans had clear historical records and detailed information about Zui Yi Hui. Chapter 1358. Kill. Charge. Block them and stall for time. Don't be afraid. So what if it is Zui Yi Hui? The gu formation is still here. We can hold on until reinforcements arrive. Shadow Sect attacked fiercely, while southern border's righteous path defended with all their might. The third layer of the gu formation was already half destroyed. There were holes everywhere. It provided little help to the righteous path gu immortals. A chaotic battle ensued. Rumble, continuous explosions occurred. Wind, fire, water, and lightning collided like fireworks. There were no four paths. They used immortal gu, and even immortal killer moves from the start. The entire battlefield was in a heated state. You cannot hold on. Fairy Miao Yin had a beautiful figure. She smiled as she floated in the air. In front of her was Qiao Si Lu. Qiao Clan's fairy was silent. The situation had changed too quickly. Earlier, the righteous path had the advantage, but now they were at a disadvantage. Even with the super gu formation, they could only defend passively. They could not take the initiative. For the righteous path gu immortals, their only way out was to defend and wait for reinforcements. Who are you? You can mobilize the legendary, immemorial, desolate beast Zui Yi Hui. Qiao Si Lu asked with concentration. Fairy Miao Yin smiled. We are here to kill you. Her killing intent suddenly surged, and a pair of pink, moon-shaped shadows appeared in her eyes. Immortal killer move, curved moon. This was a sight attack technique. The aura was completely concealed. Once it was used, the enemy would not have time to react. It was hard to defend against. Qiao Si Lu was hit immediately. But soon, her dress and skin started to shine with layers of jade green light. In the faint radiance, slender willow branches condensed and formed. They were like dancing ribbons, surrounding her body from head to toe, floating like a fairy. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The green willow branches were not just for defense. They quickly flew towards Fairy Meow-een with great agility. Fairy Meow-een was stunned. She quickly retreated. She dodged all the willow branches, but she could not defend against the shadows below them. One of the shadows shot up from the ground. Like a venomous snake, it attacked Fairy Meow-een. This is an additional move? Fairy Meow-een could not conceal her shock on her beautiful face. Supplementary moves were similar to consecutive moves, split moves, and variation moves. They were also special techniques that Go Immortals used to activate killer moves. It was hard for ordinary people to grasp. What was a supplementary move? Under normal circumstances, it referred to two different immortal killer moves, one main and one supplementary. For example, Xiao Silu's willow twig attack was her main attack, and the shadow under the willow branch was the secondary move attached to the main move. Once the main move was activated, there was a certain chance that the secondary move would also be activated and explode with power. Fairy Meow-een did not expect Xiao Silu to have mastered such a difficult technique. She was not careful and was hit in the face by the shadow of the willow branch. A long and thin wound gradually appeared, and a drop of bright red blood was soaked in it. It was extremely obvious on Fairy Meow-een's beautiful face. Xiao Silu laughed out loud. I wasn't careful and made you disfigured, Sister Meow-een. If we continue to fight, you won't be able to share the same fame as me. Fairy Meow-een snorted. Xiao Silu took the initiative to attack. Her whole body was covered in green willow branches. These rootless willow branches were the manifestation of killer moves. They were extremely agile. They were like dozens of whips that lashed at Fairy Meow-een. The frequency of their attacks was very high. It was like a green storm had been created. Fairy Meow-een was surrounded. Not only did she have to defend against the willow branches, she also had to pay attention to the shadows on the ground. One of the willow branches might suddenly attack Fairy Meow-een. Crack, crack, crack. Crisp sounds could be heard continuously. Even though Fairy Meow-een put up her defenses, her clothes were still torn by the willow branches. Fairy Meow-een retreated while using her hands to block the willow branches' attacks. A moment later, her clothes were in tatters. Her snow-white skin was exposed. It was an enchanting sight that could make any man's blood boil. Xiao Silu chased after her. Good times did not last long. Her opponent suddenly shouted as a pair of slender arms appeared behind her back. Fairy Meow-een had 4 arms now, with 4 arms protecting her. Fairy Meow-een immediately stabilized herself. It was more than enough to defend against the willow branch's attacks. Xiao Silu could not help but sigh internally. This was an immortal killer move, Wondrous Hand, Fairy Meow-een's signature killer move. Xiao Silu knew about it clearly. The reason why she attacked first was to catch Fairy Meow-een off guard, to maintain the pressure and make it hard for her to have a rhythm. But in the end, Xiao Silu's strategy failed. In the end, Goddess Meow-een was forced to use this move. Even though Fairy Meow-een was facing strong external pressure, she was not a newbie like Zhao Lianyun. Fairy Meow-een did not make a mistake. She withstood the pressure and successfully used her killer move. The success of this move immediately changed the situation of the battle. Xiao Silu slowly flew backwards. She stopped her attacks and retreated, using the incomplete Gu formation to fight a long battle. She had chased Fairy Meow-een earlier. She had already left the Super Gu formation. It was a wise move to return now. It is my turn now, Sister Silu, you have to endure it. Fairy Meow-een smiled, but her gaze was dark. His 4 hands began to weave hand seals. Her slender, white fingers shone with a dazzling light. Clank, 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 thud, 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 as he moved his fingers. Every time his fingers collided, a melodious sound could be heard. The crisp sound spread around, creating translucent sound waves that could be seen by the naked eye. The sound waves spread rapidly. With Fairy Meow-een as the center, they quickly spread to the surroundings. The incomplete 3rd layer of the Gu formation was being destroyed by the small sound waves. The The speed of its collapse increased by several times. The sound waves quickly appeared and dissipated. Qiao Si Lu had a solemn expression. She strengthened her defenses. The willow branches coiled around her body. Both sides fell into a deadlock, and in another gap, Shang Clan Gu Immortal Shang Guai Li crossed his arms, blocking the gap as he looked at He Lulan. He had an arrogant and disdainful expression. A mere rank 6 Gu Immortal dares to attack. You are truly courting death. Although he and Wu and did not get along normally, they were both Wu Clan Gu Immortals. Now that White Rabbit killed Wu In, Wu Liao charged out with hatred, wanting to take revenge for Wu In. Unfortunately, the changed Lady White Rabbit, no Black Tigress, her cultivation level had broken through to rank 7. Her battle strength had risen greatly. Wu Liao was only a rank 6 Gu Immortal. He could not do anything to Lady White Rabbit. He was in danger instead. Back down. Wu Liao, you are not her match. Fong Yuan blocked Wu Liao, who was about to attack again. His gaze was filled with cold, killing intent as he stood in front of Lady White Rabbit. Chapter 1359. Black Tigress laughed strangely. Her cute face became twisted and sinister. Her pure and clear eyes were now filled with a sinister light. Her eye bags were heavy, as if she had stayed up for half a month. Her eyeshadow was like 2 black butterfly wings, extending from the corners of her eyes to her temples. Even though her appearance did not change much, she was sinister and ruthless. Her aura had changed. She was completely different from her previous cute and innocent self. White Rabbit, true inheritance, interesting. Fong Yuan's body shined with light. After the light faded, Fong Yuan had turned into a giant tortoise. Immortal killer move. Divination tortoise transformation. GUH. Rank 7 formation path. Gu Immortal Chi Gue coughed out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, damn it. He cursed endlessly, his eyes staring at the corpse fragments of the immortal Gu floating in front of him. This immortal Gu had been injured by Zui Yi Hui's attack. Earlier, when Chi Gue wanted to activate the second layer of the Super Gu formation, this immortal Gu finally reached its limit and broke apart. The activation of the Gu formation failed. It would cause a chain reaction and cause damage to the other immortal Gu. Chi Gue quickly used his own body to bear the backlash of the Gu formation's collapse. He managed to preserve this Gu formation, but he was already heavily injured. Is it serious? Ba De quickly went to check. Chi Gue swallowed the blood in his mouth. His face was pale like a corpse. Very serious. This destroyed immortal Gu is one of the pillars. The second layer has over 300,000 Gu worms, but there are only 4 immortal Gu of such status. We need to find a substitute and activate the second layer of the Gu formation. This Gu formation has many layers. Without the second layer, the first Gu formation at the center cannot be established. After pausing for a while, Chi Gue shouted anxiously, "Who has Earth Path Immortal Gu? Give them to me." This is a crucial moment of life and death. Beside him, Ba Quan Fong and Ba De looked at each other helplessly. The former was a Wind Path Gu Immortal, while the latter cultivated Wood Path. They did not have any Earth Path Immortal Gu. As Chi Gue healed himself, Ba De and Ba Quan Fong went to ask them one by one. The reason why he asked them one by one was naturally because he wanted to hide the bad news as much as possible. After all, one's mentality would also affect one's combat power. At this moment, the fewer people who knew about the situation, the better. Thankfully, among the 5 regions, Southern Border had the most Earth Path Gu Immortals. Soon, many people expressed their willingness to contribute their Earth Path Immortal Gu. Chi Gue took a look. None of these Earth Path Immortal Gu were good choices, but he could only choose the best among them. He reluctantly chose one that was the closest to the original Earth Path Immortal Gu. Qi Gui's injuries had not yet healed, but he did not care. Next, I need to deduce and think of a way to add this Earth Path Immortal Gu into the Gu formation as soon as possible. My safety is in your hands. This action was undoubtedly very risky. It was equivalent to placing one's life in the hands of others. However, Qi Gui's face was filled with determination, without any hesitation. He knew that he had no way out, and he had to race against time. He had to take a gamble. Bard's expression was grave as he nodded slowly. I promise you that I will protect you with my life. Even if Zhou Yihui comes, he will have to step over my dead body first. This was the truth. He was not hypocritical. In this situation, even though Bard had great battle strength, he could not resist Zhou Yihui. He could not change the situation. He was not Feng Jiuge, nor did he have reverse flow protection seal like Fang Yuan. Bard did not know that an immortal Gu house of Wu clan was on the way. But ever since Shadow Sect attacked, he had used information path methods to inform Ba clan. The other Gu immortals did the same. Defending and waiting for reinforcements was the only way for Bada and the rest to survive. Like this, Qi Gui focused all his attention on the Gu formation. Bard, who was publicly acknowledged to be the strongest in terms of combat power, was in charge of the defense. Right now, Wu clan and Qiao clan were in trouble. Their reputation was at rock bottom. Ba clan's Bard was the most suitable leader. Towards this opportunity, Bard did not give up. As the strongest person to protect Qi Gui, he was the back, observing the battlefield. All in all, the Righteous Path's defense was still stable. The elite Righteous Path Gu immortals used the incomplete Gu formation to retreat in time. And the Demonic Path Gu immortals came with great momentum, but they did not have many true experts. It was not that Southern Border did not have any Demonic Path or Lone Cultivator experts, but they had already lost a lot in the Battle of Yitian Mountain. Even though the Righteous Path also suffered great losses in that battle. Compared to the Demonic Path, the Righteous Path was more stable, they had a lot of resources, and could easily nurture Gu immortal experts. One could imagine that unless something special happened, according to this trend, Southern Border's Righteous Path would suppress the Demonic Path and Lone Cultivators in the near future. Bard's gaze paused on Fairy Miao Yin He Lulan and by Ningbing's battlefield for a while. He looked the rest before stopping on Fang Yuan. Wu Yihai. He murmured this name in his mind and sighed deeply. He had once wanted to suppress Wu Yihai and teach Wu clan a lesson, but now they were in the same boat. Even though Bard had great ambitions and wanted to replace Wu clan and make Ba clan flourish, but now he did not mind fighting alongside Wu Yihai. He still had this bit of magnanimity. Of course, this was only for the time being. When the danger was over, Bard would definitely settle the score. With this happening, Ba De could be said to have grasped Fang Yuan's weakness. Before this, when Wu clan and Qiao clan met with mishaps, Bard had been enduring and did not use the immortal opportunity business as leverage. He had kept this leverage until now, and there was finally a happy result. Black Tigress continued to jump around. She was extremely agile as countless Vajra thoughts flashed by. After her personality changed, this former Lady White Rabbit actually used a dark path method. Not only that, her rank 6 cultivation level suddenly rose to rank 7. This was simply unreasonable. But no matter how fast she dodged, she was only slightly faster than Fang Yuan's thoughts. Today was different from the past. If Fang Yuan had just obtained Vajra Thought Immortal Gu, he might not be able to do anything to this Black Tigress. But at this moment, Fang Yuan was already familiar with it. Thoughts rained down like rain. They cooperated with each other and formed a dense net of firepower. Black Tigress could dodge for a while, but she would still be trapped by Fang Yuan's countless thoughts. Immortal Killer move, Corner Tiger. Realizing that she was at a disadvantage, Black Tigress's aura burst out as she tapped on the ground lightly. The black liquid quickly spread on the ground. A breath of time later, the black water became the size of a pond. 2 breaths of time later, the black water boiled and bubbled. 3 breaths of time later, a horse-sized gecko jumped out of the black water. This gecko was dark in color. Its eyes were shimmering with light. It was not real. It was purely formed from a dark path killer move. The gecko was extremely fast. It moved like the wind as it landed on Black Tigress's feet, carrying her as they escaped. Compared to Black Tigress, Feng Yuan, who had turned into a divination tortoise, was very cumbersome. Ever since he transformed, he had not moved. He was blocking the hole in the goo formation behind him. But even though Feng Yuan's main body did not move, the thoughts that he sent out were like small tortoise shell Vajra thoughts. They were extremely agile. They surrounded the divination tortoise's huge body, flying up and down, moving left and right. After the battle started, Feng Yuan had been using Vajra back killer move with all his might. The small tortoise shell thoughts expanded rapidly. Feng Yuan was very cautious. He first used these thoughts to protect this area, before using more and more tortoise shell thoughts to expand outwards. Black Tigress stood on the black gecko. She could advance and retreat freely, but she was gritting her teeth. On the surface, she had a huge advantage in speed. She had the initiative in the battle. But the truth was, she had to get past Feng Yuan's obstruction and attack the hole in the remnant formation. Feng Yuan, however, firmly blocked her path of attack. Black Tigress moved left and right. She tried to charge at Feng Yuan's main body. She actively manipulated these small tortoise shell thoughts. She purposely exposed a flaw several times. But Feng Yuan did not fall for it. He defended himself well, chasing Black Tigress away. Feng Yuan was wary of Black Tigress killer move. Although Feng Yuan did not know the name of that move, he had witnessed the scene of Wu En's body turning into a puddle of black water after being hit by the move without a sound. Black Tigress move was prepared for me. She asked to meet me, but I rejected her, so it was worth using it on Wu, and this means that this move's attack range is small. It is very limited. Like Dark Assassination, even though its aura is concealed and it has great destructive power, its weakness is also very obvious. More and more thoughts appeared around Feng Yuan. The small tortoise shell continued to spin. It was a scene that made people's eyelids go numb. Black Tigress had no choice but to retreat. Seeing so many small tortoise shells, her chest heaved up and down in anger. The old tortoise's transformation is really suitable for you, Lord Wu Yihai. She suddenly laughed, revealing cruel killing intent. However, don't think that this is the extent of my abilities. Have a taste of this move. Saying so, Black Tigress opened her cherry mouth, aiming at Feng Yuan, and stuck out her tongue. Her tongue was very cute. It was bright red, but her lips were black as ink. Black lips and red tongue formed a sharp contrast. Her tongue flicked out and retracted. It was extremely fast. It was like a playful girl next door, making a cute face. But Feng Yuan felt his back go numb, as if he had received a strong injury. He quickly turned his tortoise neck. Turning around to look behind him, he found that there was a small hole on his shell. This small hole was only the size of a wash basin. Compared to the size of the tortoise shell, it was not even worth mentioning. However, it was very deep, and the wound was constantly expanding outwards. The entire hole was emitting black smoke in spirals, and it was making sizzling sounds. Chapter 1360. Feng Yuan's heart shook. What killer move is this? The toughest part of the divination tortoise is its shell, but it could not endure this move's damage. Even though my sovereign immortal body has the characteristic of non-conflicting Tao marks, an immemorial desolate beast skin and flesh are thick, but it still ended up like this? Black Tigress battle strength was out of Feng Yuan's expectations. Her method was very strange. Even the divination tortoise's defense could not withstand it. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan did not dare to hold back. He quickly used rank 7 Immortal Goo Precaution. This rule path Immortal Goo had already been successfully added by Fang Yuan into the killer move Vajra Shell. Immediately, the original Vajra Shell killer move stopped, and a brand new Vajra Shell killer move was activated. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew. The divination tortoise's aura changed. The brand new Vajra Shell killer move used a large number of time path mortal goo. The effect of these goo worms was to get rid of the 10 breaths of time weakness when precaution immortal goo was used alone. Thus, once Vajra Shell killer move was activated, precaution immortal goo would take effect immediately. The small tortoise shell thought expanded, becoming even bigger. At the same time, the divination tortoise's main body started to shine with a metallic light. Its color also became darker. Black tigress expression changed. She stuck out her tongue and licked again. The two were far apart, but even at such a distance, Fang Yuan was still attacked. Another hole appeared on the tortoise shell, but this time the hole was only the size of an adult's fist. The wound was shallow. There was no black smoke coming out of it. Moreover, the black smoke from the previous wound had already dissipated. The spread of the wound was much slower. Black tigress snorted. She was unwilling to give up, she muttered. In that case, I will attack this place. At the next moment, Fang Yuan felt his body go numb. Next, intense pain assaulted him. There was also a feeling of numbness mixed in. The injury was not light. Fang Yuan quickly went back into the shell. Damn it! Black tigress saw this. Her eyes were spewing fire. Fang Yuan was very shameless. Not only that, but he also retracted his limbs and tail into his shell. All that was left behind were the thoughts of the turtle shell, which continued to spin and grow in number, increasing the strength and range of the defense. Hey, Ting continued to lick the turtle shell, but to no avail. She had fallen into a predicament, and there was nothing she could do about Fang Yuan. Wu Liao was healing himself as he watched the battle. When he saw this scene, he sweated profusely. He could not help but think, just like this, how long will Lord Wu Yihai have to wait to take revenge for Wu-in? Bard snorted coldly. He was also a little dissatisfied. The other openings were in dire straits, but on Fang Yuan's side, things were slow and unhurried. Fang Yuan curled up in a comfortable manner. He quickly thought about Black Tigress killer move. Any killer move would usually have a specific target. For example, a fireball killer move. After the fireball is activated, it would condense in the palm and fly out. Only then would it have any killing effect. But where to fly, which direction, which target, the killer move would need to contain the ability to point towards the target. Wherever the killer move pointed, the fireball would fly. If the ability to point was ordinary, the fireball would fly in a straight line. Once it was out of his hand, he could no longer control or change its flight direction. If the ability to point was stronger, the fireball could fly in a curved trajectory. After leaving the palm, it could even slightly adjust its flying angle. Even stronger, the fireball could track its target. Hei Tang's killer move definitely has a directional ability. Thus, she attacked repeatedly, trying to disrupt Fang Yuan's killer move. If she succeeded, the backlash would definitely injure Fang Yuan. Then she would have hope of getting past this tortoise-shell obstacle. In this situation, he actually has the time to try and break my killer move. Fang Yuan's actions were illogical. After all, the battlefield was a race against time. Who would have the time to do so? But precisely because of this, Hei Ting fell for it. After realizing this, Hei Ting stopped using this killer move. She used other methods to attack from afar. She swung her fists left and right, and the black and green fist force shuttled through the messy little tortoise-shell thoughts. Some of them were destroyed by the little tortoise-shell thoughts, and some of them broke through the little tortoise-shell thoughts along the way and hit the back of the divination tortoise. Even though the damage was negligible, Every time the fist force landed, Fang Yuan's body shook uncontrollably. Evidently, this immortal killer move had rule path goo worms mixed in. Hei Ting was interfering with Fang Yuan to prevent him from using an immortal killer move. It was a good method. It really is the sense of taste. Fang Yuan's was still in his shell. Even though he had some results, he was still far from unraveling Hei Ting's killer move. Fang Yuan was not anxious. Hei Ting was no longer using this move. Pure fist force interference had no effect on Fang Yuan because of Wu Yihai's identity and methods. He was weak in offense but strong in defense. Hei Ting's defense against Fang Yuan's killer move was unfounded. Fang Yuan had a powerful offensive method, but because of his identity, he could not use it. Once he used it, he would attract huge suspicion. His identity would be exposed. Thus, the rhythm of the battle slowed down again. Fang Yuan did not want to attack, or rather, he could not use any effective methods to attack, while Hei Ting could not break through the cowardly Fang Yuan. After some time, the number of small tortoise shells around Fang Yuan had increased to 100,000. Hei Ting felt that she had no way to attack. The huge number of small tortoise shells was shocking. It was an eye-catching sight in the battlefield. Ba De looked at Fang Yuan with a cold gaze. He could not help but transmit, "Wu Yihai, I heard you have 2 other transformations. At this moment, why are you still holding back? Quickly kill your opponent and reinforce the others. Or rather, do you really have some relationship with this white rabbit? You can't do it?" Fang Yuan heard Ba De's transmission, but ignored him, acting like he did not hear it. Ba De did not get a response. He gritted his teeth in anger. His gaze towards Fang Yuan became colder and colder. Fang Yuan was thinking about his situation. Shadow Sect definitely wants to save Spectral Soul's main body. They are attacking this place. They controlled Zui Yihui, but their control should be limited. There is also a rank 8 Gu Immortal, Zishin Makoto, who has yet to show up. The Righteous Path has a Super Gu formation. It can defend for some time. As long as we stall for some time, reinforcements will come from all directions. And I have Reverse Flow Protection Seal. I can resist rank 8s. My strength is neither too high nor too low. Zishin Makoto is a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. How can he not have a backup plan? These Righteous Path Gu Immortals are not at their wits' end yet. I should conceal my identity and wait for a chance to fish in troubled waters. Who knows? I might really get a big fish this time. The more Fang Yuan thought about it, the more he felt that he had a great chance. He had the strength, but he needed to wait for the right time. Shadow Sect was a huge threat to him. He had always wanted to kill them and exterminate them. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan had chased after them many times without success. It was not that he did not work hard or was not resolute, but the Shadow Sect members were truly dragons and phoenixes among men. They were all elites. But now there was no doubt that it was an excellent opportunity. Chapter 1361. First, I changed A-B. Black Tigress was wrong, it was B. Now, I changed Black Tigress to Black Tigress. Black Tigress was the name I wanted to give Lady White Rabbit's other personality. Tigress was a plant, it meant tiger. Everyone should be familiar with Lu Bu's Red Rabbit Horse. Why did such a powerful mount have to be named Scarlet Rabbit? Actually, there was a saying that it was not called Red Rabbit Horse, but Red Daughter Horse. Rabbit meant rabbit, and daughter meant tiger. Lu Bu's mount should have been Red Tigress, which meant red tiger. Because of the fake characters or other reasons, it gradually became Red Rabbit Horse. Personally, I am more inclined to this saying. Therefore, the meaning of Hei Ting was Black Tiger, which formed a sharp contrast with the previous White Rabbit. Everyone saw her signature killer move, Daughter Lick. Honestly speaking, this is a food path killer move. Why did she choose this name? Daughter Lick was the opposite of Tiger Bite. but it did not have the aggressiveness of the latter. Instead, it was small and sinister. It suited the character of Black Tigress very well. Next, I will talk about the reason for the sudden increase in chapters today. Why the sudden increase in chapters? To repay the readers who have always supported me. Ever since I became a full-time writer last month, I fell into a predicament. It was mental fatigue and irritation, because I locked myself at home every day, thinking about plots and whatnot from morning to night. After a long time, I became depressed and depressed. My condition became worse and worse. I realized that I could not continue like this. I would only destroy myself. Thus, I worked hard to adjust myself, interacting more with society, going out more, and gradually adjusting. During this period of time, some people doubted me, denied me, mocked me. Actually, I did not care. After so many years, I was already used to it. But scolding my friends who had always supported me, I could not bear it. In one of my book reviews, I used this analogy. Some of the readers are like my schoolmates from primary school. We have known each other for 4 to 5 years, some for 2 to 3 years. No matter what the book is like, we have always supported each other. No matter how bad my condition is, no matter how bad Gudao Master's writing is, we are always together. It was just like the first elementary school I attended. Although it had been abandoned and torn down, we, as schoolmates, would always take a look when we passed by. It was a purely subconscious action. Perhaps he would even lie down in front of the iron gate of the elementary school and look at the desolation inside. Yes, I am talking about feelings. Some people might be disgusted by this phrase. Did it have to be so vulgar? What I want to say is that you don't understand our feelings. They don't understand that we have faced all kinds of censure, ridicule, and struggle. Of course, I welcome new friends to join us. I am very willing to make our harmonious and united group even stronger. Today's update is dedicated to you, my friends. I know, you guys have always been here. Chapter 1362. Fang Yuan had thought that there was no hope of pursuing him, but to think that Shadow Sect would actually give this precious opportunity to Fang Yuan. Because of sovereign immortal fetus Gu, Shadow Sect would definitely not let Fang Yuan off. If I do not get rid of Shadow Sect and give them a chance to grow, Fang Yuan might end up like Ma Hongyan. If I get rid of Shadow Sect, who would know Fang Yuan's identity? Getting rid of this problem while it was still growing was Fang Yuan's best choice. And he could also get rid of the weakness of Connect Luck. Next, he could slowly grow and secretly use dream realms to cultivate. With the sovereign immortal aperture, Fang Yuan had the best foundation in the world. After 500 years, Fang Yuan's strength would definitely be incomparable to before, be it cultivation level, battle strength, or wealth. They would all be unimaginable. Fang Yuan did not know that the world was changing. The great era was right in front of him. In the 5 regions chaotic war, he could take advantage of the situation or even forcefully attack. The celestial court might not be able to do anything to Fang Yuan. If the situation went well, after he cultivated to rank 9, he would be one step closer to eternal life. This was Fang Yuan's cultivation plan. It was very practical. Right now, the best opportunity to get rid of Shadow Sect was right in front of Fang Yuan. How could Fang Yuan let it go? Most importantly, Shadow Sect did not know that Fang Yuan was here. Fang Yuan was in the dark. Who knew that Wu Yihai was him? No one in the righteous path knew. Even his brother Wu Yong in name was kept in the dark. Needless to say, getting rid of Wu Yihai and impersonating him to join Wu Clan was a brilliant move. Even though there was a risk, without this step, how could Fang Yuan get such an opportunity? Fang Yuan had to grasp it. Maybe this time I can even capture Spectral Soul's main body. With Spectral Soul's main body, after soul searching and interrogating, I can obtain all of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's cultivation memories and experiences. His various soul path experiences, his experiences and horizons, his various experiences in the door of life and death. Countless Gu recipes, killer moves, secrets. Disregarding everything else, The thing that moved Fang Yuan the most was lead Soul into Dream. With this killer move, together with his own unraveled dream method and guts goo in terms of dream realm exploration, Fang Yuan would firmly occupy the #1 position in the world. He would have a huge first-mover advantage. All the Goo immortals and forces in the world would be left behind. Even the Celestial Court would have to eat dust behind Fang Yuan. Ding, ding, ding. The sound waves were like dense ripples, floating around Xiao Si Lu. Fairy Miao Yin's arms had increased to 6. Her fingers moved, creating a beautiful light shadow. Compared to before, her attacks had doubled. Xiao Si Lu's defense was also stable. Her pupils had turned jade-like. Her long black hair had turned into thin willow branches that hung down to her waist. The 2 famous fairies of Southern Border were still in a deadlock. Damn it, I can't block it anymore. Escape! A demonic path, Goo Immortal's eyes flashed with a trace of shock. He turned around and retreated. Boom! A powerful aura descended from behind him. Cowardly mouse, die! A righteous path, Goo Immortal shouted, stretching out his hand and grabbing the demonic path, Goo Immortal's head. Next, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Dark blue lightning enveloped this battlefield. The lightning lasted for a while before fading. The righteous path, Goo Immortal's opponent, had already turned into a charred skeleton. His human form could barely be seen. Humph! Overconfident mouse, you actually dare to act arrogantly in front of me, Ting. The righteous path, Goo Immortal, let go of his hand. The demonic path, Goo Immortal's corpse fell to the ground, turning into a pile of black fragments. Everyone, is this all you can do? A tall and slender righteous path, Goo Immortal, with a high-nose bridge and wearing battle armor, said with a cold and disappointed expression, "Don't talk big. Tai Clan's Tai Xinjian, haven't you been suppressed by us all along? You still have the cheek to ugh." The 3 Goo Immortals attacking Tai Junjian were about to ridicule him when their expressions suddenly changed. A soaring aura, fierce and sharp to the extreme, burst out of Tai Xinjian's body. The 3 Goo Immortals retreated quickly, fully on guard. Wind blew around them, causing their clothes to flutter. But Tai Xinjian was very calm. He even slowly closed his eyes and said, "It's no use, I have already seen your moves. Your weaknesses are completely exposed to me without any concealment." "Fuck you." A Goo Immortal cursed, but before he finished, his body shook fiercely. Puff, puff, puff. With 3 soft sounds, 3 sword chi flashed. It was so fast that people thought they were hallucinating. Heads flew. The 3 Goo Immortals who were attacking Tai Xinjian earlier were all killed, their life force extinguished. Ha ha ha. Hei Lulan laughed wildly. The injuries on her body were terrifying. Shang Guai Li had rank 7 cultivation level, but right now he looked at Hei Lulan with a shocked expression. He no longer had the carefree and disdainful expression from before. As expected of a Northern Plains Goo Immortal, they are truly addicted to battle. Even though Shang Guai Li was unwilling, the injuries on his body were already close to his bottom line. Retreat. This thought had just appeared in his mind. Hei Lulan seemed to sense it. She showed a mocking smile. "Where do you think you can escape to?" "What do you mean?" Shang Guai Li felt something amiss. An intense sense of danger shrouded his mind. Whoosh! Flames burst out of his mouth, spreading out from his eyes, ears, nose, and other orifices. They burned fiercely. In an instant, Shang Guai Li turned into a human torch. His screams resounded in the battlefield. It was extremely mournful. Hei Lulan's gaze was cold. "So what if you are rank 7? I need more reinforcements." Chai Huaxiong retreated as he shouted. Compared to his earlier dominance, he had lost all his fighting spirit. His eyes were filled with fear. In front of him, Dragon Lady Bai Ningbing was slowly moving closer. She was extremely beautiful, but from Chai Huaxiong's point of view, she was extremely dangerous. He wanted to leave the battlefield immediately. But now, In this situation, if he left the battlefield alone, wouldn't he be feeding himself to Zui Hui? Chai Huaxiong could only fight. Bai Ningbing's battle strength was even higher than He Lulan, because she had Bai Xiang's true inheritance. All of her ice and snow path immortal goo were compatible with her northern dark ice soul physique. And even though He Lulan had the great strength true martial physique, she used fire path immortal goo. Her great aunt's fire path methods did not have many Dao marks. Chai Huaxiong had already asked for reinforcements, but they were all killed by Bai Ningbing. Of course, Bai Ningbing paid a price. Ba Da was in charge of the situation. When he heard Chai Huaxiong shout, he was already paying attention to this battlefield. Tai Xian Jian, please go and reinforce Chai Huaxiong. Ba Da thought about it before transmitting. Okay. Tai Xian Jian immediately flew into the sky, moving towards Bai Ningbing. His aura was shocking. Bai Ningbing immediately paid attention to him. Her dragon pupils shrunk to pin size. An immortal killer move was prepared. A strong reinforcement has arrived. Seeing Tai Xian Jian, Chai Huaxiong was overjoyed. But right at this moment, Bai Ningbing found a flaw in his relaxed state of mind. She unleashed her immortal killer move. I want you to die. Tai Xian Jian, who arrived late, was furious. He could only watch as Chai Huaxiong was frozen into a stick before shattering into countless ice shards. Bai Ningbing smiled. Her expression was still calm. She looked at Tai Xian Jian and said calmly, "This move of mine is called Ice Collapse Kill. Do you want to give it a try?" Chai Huaxiong sacrificed himself. This dragon lady might only have rank 6 cultivation level, but her battle strength is definitely top tier among rank 7s. Ba Da's heart sank. He quickly looked at the battlefield. The defensive line was still there. The righteous path had the advantage, even though they were relying on the incomplete third layer goo formation. Even though there were sacrifices, Shadow Sect's side suffered even more goo immortals. Their morale was also greatly reduced. They were showing signs of wavering. The enemy only has 4 true experts. They are Lady White Rabbit, Demoness Miao Yin, Dragon Lady, and at Fire Path rank 6, He Lulan. As long as I get rid of any one of them, their morale will be greatly affected. Thinking of this, Ba Da focused his gaze on Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan's divination tortoise form was still on the spot. His limbs, head, and tail were still inside his shell. In contrast, little tortoise shell's thoughts had already expanded to 300,000, dominating an area of the battlefield, while Black Tigress had already been chased far away. Ba Da snorted in anger, transmitting to Fang Yuan, "Wu Yi Hai, stop defending. As a Wu clan Gu immortal, do you not have any bravery at all? Are you so afraid of death? Let me tell you, your role in the battlefield is very important. You have the highest chance of becoming the breakthrough point of this chaotic battle. As long as you kill Black Tigress and reinforce the other areas, there will be a qualitative change. The battle strength of both sides will change." Oh, Fang Yuan, the divination tortoise, was silent like a mountain. It had no reaction. Damn it, this guy is still like this. He is simply unreasonable. Ba Da gritted his teeth, feeling very depressed. All right. At this time, Chi Gui, who was beside him, suddenly opened his eyes, standing up with a joyful expression. "Did you succeed?" Ba Quan Fong asked excitedly. "Yes, I have already deduced it. Next is to assemble the goo formation and activate the second layer. This super goo formation has higher defense the deeper it is. Blocking Grey Knight is not a problem." Chi Gui nodded. "Good." Ba Da heard this and let out a sigh of relief. He looked at Zui Yi Hui, who was far away. This legendary, immemorial, desolate beast was still dispirited. It had not moved at all. It was still breathing roughly. In Ba Da's heart, he was most worried about this legendary, immemorial, desolate beast. Most of the pressure, he felt, came from it. The situation is developing in the righteous path's favor. Bada felt joy and relief. Fang Yuan, however, was far from being as optimistic. Zishan Makoto has not appeared yet. What is he doing? Fang Yuan was getting more and more worried. Chapter 1363. Just as Etian Mountain was surrounding the Super Gu formation, the righteous and demonic sides were fighting. Another battle had ended. Clear jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo building was unharmed. It was shining brightly as it floated in the air. The purple blood river formation that covered heaven and earth was about to collapse. The blood river was no longer there. Only lumps of red blood were floating randomly in the purple-black space. In front of clear jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo building, Seven Illusions' demon immortal was trapped in a wind ball. He could not escape. He could only wait to be captured. The battle was decided. Let me see your true appearance. Wu Yong was unharmed. A green light flashed past his eyes. Instantly, the colorful light around Seven Illusions' demon immortal dissipated like clouds in the wind. His true appearance was exposed. The three righteous path Gu immortals were stunned. Qiao Zhikai's eyes widened as he cried out, Yao Gang! This Seven Illusions demon immortal was none other than a member of the superforce Yao clan, Gu immortal Yao Gang. He had been sparring with Wu Yiran for stunning immortal's inheritance. During the 5th time, he died together with Wu Yiran. His life tablet Gu in Yao clan shattered. Everyone thought he was dead. But to think that he was Seven Illusions demon immortal. Good, very good. So Yao clan is a place of evil. Tai Mianshin said coldly. Yao Gang smiled bitterly. This is my own action. It has nothing to do with Yao clan. Wu Yong saw that he wanted to protect his clan even in death. He was not as demonic as he had imagined. He asked, What are you thinking? You dare to plot against us? Yao Gang's smile became even more bitter. I said, I am just a minor character. Or more accurately, I am just a chess piece, manipulated by someone. I was forced to do this. It has nothing to do with the clan. Wu Yong's expression was grim. Then tell me, is the one manipulating you that rank 8 Gu immortal? Tell me everything you know about him. Yao Gang laughed loudly, tears flowing down his face. If I say that I do not know that person, I have not even interacted with him for as long as you. Do you believe it? Tai Mianshin interrupted. Is it because of the Seven Illusions' true inheritance? Yao Gang nodded with a bitter expression. Tai Mianshin sighed. To receive the Seven Illusions' true inheritance, one must first receive an Information Path Alliance agreement. My clan has analyzed this and concluded that this is a trap. However, what was puzzling was that many of the successors of the Seven Illusions' true inheritance had never fulfilled that Information Path Alliance agreement. Looks like you're the first victim. At this point, Wu Yong and Qiao Zhicai immediately understood. Both of them looked at Yao Gang with pity in their eyes. Now that things have come to this, what else is there to say? If you want to kill me or torture me, it's up to you. Yao Gangshu was paralyzed and had completely lost his will to fight. Where is that rank 8 Gu immortal? Wu Yong asked again. He had a bad feeling. Yao Gang told them everything he knew. Like you, I also thought that he had been hiding somewhere in the formation. In the end, when you discovered the most crucial formation, and even captured me, I realized that he was no longer here. When Wu Yong heard this, the bad feeling in his heart intensified. He shouted as he imprisoned Yao Gang in bamboo building, activating this immortal Gu house to unleash a terrifying offensive power. Rumble. The purple blood river formation was broken by Wu Yong. The blue sky and white clouds were revealed. The three Gu immortals saw the light of day again. At that moment, before joy could appear on their faces, their bodies shook. Oh no, so much time has passed. This purple blood river formation not only contains the profundities of wisdom path, blood path, phantom path, and information path, it also contains time path methods. Inside this goo formation, the three goo immortals' perception of time was secretly affected. They felt that it was a hallucination. Even Wu Yong fell for it. He had always thought that he had not been inside the purple blood river formation for long. But after breaking the goo formation, he realized to his shock that so many days had passed. Oh no, it seems that rank 8 goo immortal did not want to fight us to the death. He simply wanted to trap us. What is his true motive? Wu Yong's heart sank. He quickly contacted his clan. The purple blood river formation isolated them from the outside. Wu Yong and the rest could not even communicate with jewel yellow skies, not to mention their clans. At this moment, the three immortals contacted their clans, and soon their expressions changed. A large amount of information surged into their minds. The three immortals were dumbfounded to think that so many things had happened in these last few days. Wu clan, Yang clan, Chao clan, Qi clan, Chai clan, Xia clan, Ba clan, and other goo immortals were all in chaos. Zishan Makoto's plan was to trap Wu Yong and the rest, to create the illusion that Wu Yong was dead and cause a huge political disturbance in southern border. He succeeded. Yang clan, Qiao clan, Wu clan, and other clans created a huge commotion for their own benefits. Just as they were fighting against each other, a large group of people appeared at the Super Goo formation, attacking fiercely. After receiving countless requests for help, all the clans were at a loss. How can this be? What gall did those demonic path goo immortals eat? They actually dare to attack the Super Goo formation. Not just that, even Northern Plains goo immortals appeared. Even a legendary immemorial desolate beast like Zhuo Yi Hui is being controlled. These righteous path clans felt that this was unimaginable. However, there was no lack of intelligent people among them. After accepting this fact, they quickly realized that everything that had happened recently should be looked at together, and that it was an earth-shattering conspiracy. The mastermind's true target was the giant dream realm. Let's go. We will reinforce the Super Goo formation. Wu Yong made a decision immediately. They actually caused such a commotion in southern border. I want to see the mastermind. Tai Mianshin expressed his willingness to follow. Wu Yong had an anxious expression. My brother is still there. I hope nothing happened to him. At this crucial moment, Wu Yong did not forget to raise his reputation. Qiao Zhikai quickly cooperated. Lord Wu Yong cares about his brother. You are truly kind and considerate. You are the role model of our righteous path. Rank 8 Immortal Goo House, clear jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo, building tore through the sky, flying towards the ruins of Yitian Mountain. Qi Clan's first supreme elder had the same action as Wu Yong. After receiving Qi Gui's request for help, he immediately stopped competing with Yang Clan's Goo Immortals and directly rode Qi Clan's Immortal Goo House towards the Super Goo formation. Yang Clan did the same. Ho Clan, Yao Clan, Shan Clan, and other clans all sent Goo Immortal experts or Immortal Goo Houses. These people did not know the reason why Shadow Sect attacked the Super Goo formation, because from start to finish, they did not know what happened in the Battle of Yitian Mountain. They only knew that Celestial Court leaked some information. They knew that Celestial Court had a hand in it. They knew that Zombie Alliance's destruction was related to the Battle of Yitian Mountain. They did not know the cause of the giant dream realm. They did not know that Spectral Soul's main body was inside. Celestial Court concealed this because they were worried that some southern border super forces would help Spectral Soul. Even though they did not know the reason, this did not stop the super forces from placing great importance on the Super Goo formation, not only because of the giant dream realm, but also because of Zhuo Yi Hui. This legendary, immemorial, desolate beast brought southern borders Goo Immortal World a painful memory every time it appeared. It would suffer huge losses. Thus, All of Southern Border's super forces sent people and even immortal Gu houses to deal with Zhuo Yi Hui. Currently, even though we are caught off guard with Qi Clan's Gu formation and Qi Clan's Gu immortals, it should not be a problem to stall for some time. While flying, Qiao Zhikai said. Tai Mianshen was silent. Wu Yong shook his head. To speak the truth, I am very worried. The other party's arrangements are deep. Their pawns are very ingenious. If Yao Gung did not expose himself, who would guess that he is a 7 illusions demon immortal? The other party can actually infiltrate the rank 7 level of a righteous path clan. I am worried. Saying this, Wu Yong became silent. Tai Mianshen understood. He asked, You are worried that there are spies in the Super Gu formation? Boom! The sneak attack was so sudden caught everyone off guard. Ba Quanfeng, what are you doing? Ba De shouted, attacking furiously. Ba Quanfeng was sent flying by Bada's palm. He was on the verge of death. Ba De quickly used his other hand to restrain him before rushing to Qi Gui's side. Qi Gui was heavily injured. His face was purple gold in color. Blood was flowing out of his orifices. Just earlier, his deduction succeeded at the crucial moment of activating the second layer of the Gu formation. Ba Quanfeng, who was behind him, suddenly attacked him. Qi Gui trusted the 2 Ba clan Gu immortals very much, because when he was deducing the Gu formation earlier, these two were guarding it wholeheartedly. Who would have thought that Ba Quanfeng would suddenly make a move at such a crucial moment? Ba Quanfeng was only a rank 6 wind path Gu immortal, while Qi Gui was a rank 7 formation path Gu immortal. Normally, Qi Gui would be stronger, but back then, Qi Gui was controlling the Gu formation wholeheartedly. He could not defend it properly. Ba Quanfeng's attack succeeded. Not only was Qi Gui injured by Ba Quanfeng, the activation of the Gu formation also failed. He suffered an intense backlash. At once, he was on the verge of death. He could no longer fight. Ba Quanfeng! Ba De screamed. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Ba Quanfeng. If he did not see it personally, he would not believe that Ba Quanfeng was a spy. Surrender, Lord Bada. Surrender. You do not know who your enemy is. Ba Quanfeng's situation was not optimistic. His aura was weak, his face was ashen, he was close to death. Bard, on the other hand, made his move and hung on to his last breath. You won't die so easily. Trust me, you will be punished by the clan. Sometimes, living is scarier than death. You will wish you were dead. Ba De gritted his teeth. Saying this, he hated this spy to the core. Ba Quanfeng was very sinister. It had to be said that the timing he had chosen was perfect. Just as he was about to succeed, he suddenly attacked and destroyed the righteous path's hope. Not only did he harm Qi Gui, the newly added Earth Path Immortal Gu was also destroyed. Chapter 1364. Damn it, this old tortoise is so good at hiding. Black Tigress gritted her teeth. The small tortoise shell had hundreds of thousands of thoughts. It was a shocking scale. They surrounded the divination tortoise in layers. Black Tigress could not get close. Instead, as the small tortoise shell's thoughts increased, she was pushed further away from Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's defense was firm, but he did not relax at all. Because Zishan Makoto did not show up, Fang Yuan used investigative methods to observe the situation. Xiaoxi Lu and Fairy Miao Yin were 2 of the 3 great fairies of Southern Border. Right now, they were evenly matched. They were still in a stalemate. He Lulan and Bai Ningbing's battle strength shocked Fang Yuan greatly. Last time, when Fang Yuan chased after them, they were not familiar with using immortal killer moves. But now they were extremely familiar with them. They could use them like they were their own limbs. Fang Yuan could not help but sigh. Shadow Sect's foundation was truly deep. Even though they were damaged to this extent, under Shadow Sect's nurturing, by Ningbing and He Lolan's battle strength rose rapidly and clearly. If not for Fang Yuan's huge gains in reverse flow river and his dream realms to raise his attainment levels, he would not be black and white's match. But even though He Lulan and Bai Ningbing were strong, the righteous path had many experts too. Tai Xianjian and Yi Hei Ting were top-tier rank 7s. Even though they could not compare to Wu Yubo, they could deal with He Lulan and Bai Ningbing. The two pairs of Gu immortals fought intensely. Thunder rumbled, lightning flashed, ice and snow collided, lights shined brightly. But Zui Yi Hui is about to recover. Fang Yuan observed the situation. He did not forget the strongest existence in the battlefield. Wu Yihai, come back quickly. At this time, Ba Da transmitted to Fang Yuan. What is it? Fang Yuan sensed something amiss from Ba Da's tone. He said hesitantly, I'm guarding the gap here. Come quickly, we need you here. Qi Gui's weak voice could be heard. Fang Yuan's heart sank. He hurriedly entered the gap and went to the back. Seeing Ba Quanfeng and Qi Gui on their last breaths, Fang Yuan's pupils constricted. A letter Gu flew over, and Fang Yuan grabbed it, instantly understanding the entire situation. Ba Quanfeng is a mole in the Shadow Sect. The Shadow Sect's infiltration is everywhere. Fang Yuan's heart skipped a beat as his eyelids trembled. The situation was dire. The Earth Path Immortal Gu was also destroyed. Just now, the righteous path had fallen into despair, and Ba Da had almost lost his confidence. Suddenly he heard Qi Gui say, We still have one last hope. Although I am powerless to fight, there is still Wu Yihai. Wu Yihai's formation path attainment is something that even my race's Qi Shang praises. His formation path attainment is similar to mine. He is a formation path quasi-master. Let him come in. We can still take a gamble at the final moment. Ba Da already knew that Fang Yuan and Qi Shang had a close relationship. But this was the first time he heard Qi clans go immortal confirm that Fang Yuan's formation path attainment level was actually so high. Normally, Ba Da would be wary and jealous, but now he felt extremely fortunate. He transmitted to Fang Yuan. Precisely so, Fang Yuan was summoned back. His absence was naturally filled by other righteous path Gu immortals. This information is limited to the few of us. Wu Yihai, are you confident? Ba Da had a nervous expression. At this crucial moment, he did not dare to spread this information. Once the people's morale crumbled, the righteous path would suffer a huge loss. Confidence, my ass. Fang Yuan cursed fiercely. He stared at Ba Quanfeng with anger in his eyes. Zui Yi Hui had a limited time to rest. Earlier, Qi Gui had already spent most of his time deducing the Gu formation. Now, Fang Yuan did not even have 30% of his time. To use a brand new immortal Gu in such a short period of time, to deduce a suitable plan, to add the immortal Gu and countless supplementary mortal Gu into the Gu formation, and set up the second layer of the Gu formation. The difficulty was very high, very high. Qi Gui knew this difficulty. That was why he said to give it a try. There was only a trace of hope. Even if we have no confidence, we can only rely on you. You should use your full strength now. If the Gu formation fails, Grey Knight will kill us all. Don't think you can escape. Zui Yi Hui's cruelty is recorded in history. Our only hope is to use the Super Gu formation to defend and wait for reinforcements. Ba Da urged. Fang Yuan held his breath, thinking rapidly in his mind. Ba Da and Qi Gui did not know Fang Yuan's true identity. In fact, Fang Yuan's situation was much better than theirs. I have reverse flow protection seal. As long as I use it, I will be able to leave safely. Even if Zui Yi Hui pursues me, I can use the 5 regional walls to shake him off. But that way, my true identity will be exposed. Not only will I not be able to take advantage of this situation, I will also be hunted down by Southern Border's Gu immortal world. Forget about others. Wu Yong will definitely become my mortal enemy. Let me try first. There is still some time. I have not made the final decision yet. Fang Yuan thought of this as he quickly walked towards Qi Gui. Tell me the secret of the second layer. Qi Gui's vision turned dark. His face was deathly pale. His injuries were too severe. He was barely conscious using goo worms. Firstly, we lack an earth path, immortal goo. This information path, mortal goo, contains all of the contents of a super goo formation. As soon as he finished speaking, he closed his eyes and fainted. Damn it! Fang Yuan's heart sank. Qi Gui fainted. It was a huge problem. Ba De quickly used his methods, but there was no effect. Fang Yuan almost wanted to use reverse flow protection seal and run away. In his opinion, without Qi Gui's guidance, he needed to gather an earth path, immortal goo, and time to deduce the plan. There was no hope. However, he still took some time to inspect the information path, goo worm's contents. At the next moment, Fang Yuan's eyes opened wide. He felt extremely glad for his actions. For elements, goo formation. Out of his expectations, this second layer's goo formation's construction concept was impressively based on the four elements thought from back then. Earth, water, wind, fire, earth path, water path, wind path, and fire path, immortal goo, were the foundation of the goo formation. 1 earth path, immortal goo was gone. 3 water path, wind path, and fire path, immortal goo were left. Earlier, Qi Gui's goal was to make up for the lack of earth path, immortal goo. How can there be such a coincidence? I am not familiar with other formation path contents, but I have done some research on the 4 elements thought path. Back then, that formation path dream realm that Tu Shicheng used to train his son had made Fang Yuan suffer a lot. The 4 elements thought path was a biased formation path concept. I lack earth path, immortal goo. I can use other immortal goo to replace them. They do not have to be of earth path. Use dark path. Dark, water, wind, fire, they are all 4 elements. I can definitely construct the second layer of the goo formation. Fang Yuan had a strong feeling. He trusted this feeling, because right now he was a formation path grandmaster. My idea can definitely be realized. Furthermore, if we add in dark path, immortal goo, it will be very effective in defending against Grey Knight. Fang Yuan suddenly realized he had some understanding of Zui Hui's signature killer move. Why? Because he had entered another realistic dream realm. This dream realm was too difficult. Fang Yuan had died countless times in it. He had to use a large number of unraveled dream killer moves to barely survive. In the dream, Fang Yuan had experienced Grey Knight. At that time, Zui Hui's signature killer move had a different form. It was an area of effect attack that covered the entire valley, and the gray light pillar that it was emitting now was an improved version. No matter how many times it was modified, Grey Knight was still Grey Knight. Because Fang Yuan had experienced the original Grey Knight, he was confident that he could construct a super goo formation that could defend against Grey Knight. But this way, I will need to contribute Dark Limit Immortal Goo, because this is the only Dark Path Immortal Goo I have. Dark Limit Immortal Goo is very useful in concealing my identity. Should I retreat and leave, or should I stay here and take the risk, waiting for a chance to catch a big fish? Fang Yuan hesitated for a moment before making his decision. I need to complete the goo formation, but I do not trust anyone. Bring Qi Gui and Ba Quan Feng away from me. You have to stop anyone who comes in. Fang Yuan turned around and ordered Bada. Bada knew the severity of the situation. Without saying anything, he grabbed the 2 goo immortals on the ground and retreated a few hundred steps. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply, turning into a divination tortoise again. Ancient wisdom path, desolate beast. Transformation path, Dao marks, turned into wisdom path. With a series of wisdom path methods, Fang Yuan started to deduce a plan. Progress was rapid, because not only did he know the details of the goo formation, he also knew about the 4 elements goo formation. He also knew about the dark limit immortal goo that he had used for a long time. Even Grey Knight, he had some understanding of it. Roar! Zwa Yi! Hui suddenly raised its head, letting out a loud roar. Shadow Sect's members had joyful expressions. They quickly abandoned their opponents and retreated. Oh no! Grey Knight is going to attack us again. Quick! Retreat into the goo formation. The Righteous Path Goo Immortals did not know the details. They thought that they had the safest backup. Quickly, are you done yet? Ba De could not help but urge. He was the most nervous. If Fang Yuan did not succeed, he would definitely die. All right. Fang Yuan's huge tortoise head let out a breath of turbid air. Joy flashed in his eyes. He took out dark limit immortal goo and many mortal goo. Ba De was stunned, he said anxiously with a trace of fear. This is a dark path immortal goo. This goo formation clearly needs an earth path immortal goo. I don't have an earth path immortal goo. I only have dark path. Fang Yuan replied angrily. Ba De rolled his eyes. He almost wanted to beat Fang Yuan up. He shouted, "If you don't have an earth path immortal goo, just say it. I will lend it to you." What do you know? Shut up. Fang Yuan retorted. You. Ba De had lost all hope. He was about to scold Fang Yuan, but suddenly his eyes opened wide, as if two people were punching at the back of his eyes. Next, he was shocked to see that the second layer of the super goo formation rose up. Its grand aura was like a mountain or a sea. He actually succeeded. At once, Ba De felt like he had gone from hell to heaven. He was stunned on the spot. His mouth was wide open. When Xiao Si Lu and the others retreated here, they happened to have a panoramic view of the situation. Ba De lost his composure. His dazed expression was very surprising. Chapter 1365. Ba De's body shook. He woke up, his face flushed red as an awkward expression flashed past his face. Fang Yuan focused on controlling the second layer of the super goo formation. Before Qi Gui fainted, he had already lent the entire goo formation to Fang Yuan, making Fang Yuan the user of the super goo formation. Ba Quanfeng's sneak attack and Qi Gui's fainting helped Fang Yuan instead. Good, this way I can use the super goo formation to gain a huge bargaining chip in this battle. Fang Yuan's use of dark limit immortal goo was not in vain. This way, he had more strength to take advantage of the situation. Earlier, if Fang Yuan used reverse flow protection seal, he could escape, but that way he would not be able to deal with his greatest threat, Shadow Sect. Now he chose to stay. His control over the situation increased by a lot. He was waiting for a chance to appear. Of course, Fang Yuan did not let his guard down. He said to these Righteous Path Goo Immortals solemnly, "Stay away from me. If anyone tries to get close, I will treat them as a traitor and send them out of the goo formation." What do you mean? The Righteous Path Goo Immortals looked at the vigilant Fang Yuan. Their expressions changed. At this time, Ba De spoke, explaining for Fang Yuan, "I agree with Wu Yihai. No one is to get close. Qi Gui's fainting was caused by the traitor Ba Quanfeng's sneak attack." He informed the Righteous Path Goo Immortals of what had happened earlier. The Righteous Path Goo Immortals were shocked, especially when they knew, if not for Fang Yuan saving the situation, the second layer of the Super Goo formation would not have been activated. These Righteous Path Goo Immortals felt relieved. At the same time, they started to be wary of the surrounding Goo Immortals. Ba De looked at Fang Yuan. He continued to command the situation, giving out orders. There were many Righteous Path Goo Immortals. Ba De could not save the fainted Qi Gui, but that did not mean the other Goo Immortals could not. Ba Quanfeng was also interrogated. The other Righteous Path Goo Immortals recuperated and healed their injuries, preparing for the upcoming battle. At this time, far away from the Super Goo formation, Zhuo Yi Hui's breathing finally stabilized. Its huge black body was like a mountain standing there quietly. Then it slowly raised its head, opened its bloody mouth, and took a deep breath. Immediately, intense waves appeared in the air. The complex aura of countless goo worms mixed together exploded and spread in all directions. Its entire body began to swell like a balloon, and its aura grew stronger and stronger. After arriving, it suddenly opened its mouth, and a dark beam of light shot out. The beam of light was extremely fast. It shot towards the second layer of the goo formation at lightning speed. There was no sound or rumble. Everything was silent, not a sound. But the second layer of the goo formation burst out with a dazzling light. Crimson red represented fire path, green represented wind path, light blue represented water path, and pitch black represented dark path. The four colors converged at one spot, resisting the fierce attack of the dark light pillar. The whole goo formation let out creaking sounds. The righteous path goo immortals had nervous expressions. Once this super goo formation broke down, they would be meat on the chopping board. If they were lucky, they would survive. If not, they would turn to ash. Many astute people started to observe Fang Yuan's expression. Fang Yuan was the one controlling the goo formation. His every action affected the immortals' hearts. Fang Yuan's expression was calm from beginning to end. No one could see anything amiss. But this calmness meant confidence and safety. The righteous path goo immortals gradually relaxed. A moment later, the dark light pillar faded. The second layer of the goo formation's bright light also fell. We defended against it. Ha ha ha, Lord Wu Hai, good job! The righteous path goo immortals cheered. Their impression of Fang Yuan had changed. I was not wrong about you, Wu Hai. You saved us all. Qi Gui woke up from his coma, muttering with a joyful expression. He was not in a good state now. He needed Fang Yuan to control the super goo formation. Xiao Si Lu looked at Fang Yuan with her beautiful eyes. Fang Yuan turned the situation around. He saved the righteous path. He became a hero. Xiao Si Lu did not have a good impression of Fang Yuan earlier. But now that she looked at Fang Yuan, her heart was pounding. She had a wonderful feeling. Immortal Killer move Grey Knight against the Super Goo formation. This was a contest between spear and shield. Eventually, the latter won by a little, successfully defending against this terrifying attack. The light faded, dust settled. Zhuo Yihui, who was breathing roughly, stared at the Super Goo formation. The dream realm was undamaged. It was huge. It was like a huge pot. The bottom of the pot was facing up, covering the vast land. In the second layer of the Super Goo formation, there were Fang Yuan, Bada, Qiao Silu, and the other righteous path goo immortals. This goo formation had lost its fourth and third layer. It could not cover the dream realm like before. It was like a hat that covered a small portion of the dream realm. It was not broken. Ing Wuxia, He Lulan by Ningbing, and the rest were surprised. This was different from what Zishan Makoto had told them. Not long ago, they had received Zishan Makoto's transmission. He told them that the goo formation was going to break. They needed to find a chance to attack and win. Qi Gui clearly lost his abilities. It seems that something happened. Far away, at the edge of the dream realm, Zishan Makoto sighed deeply. This was huge trouble. The best opportunity was lost, but he had no choice but to attack. Zishan Makoto, who was concealed, could not be detected by others. He had already prepared for a long time at the edge of the dream realm. At this moment, he activated his method. At once, the sky changed color. 7-colored light shot up into the sky. An unparalleled aura was grand and vast. Like a tsunami, it assaulted the mental defenses of the goo immortals. What's going on? The goo immortals on Shadow Sect's side shut their eyes. The super goo formation was shaking intensely. The righteous path goo immortals were flustered. What happened? What killer move is this? Fang Yuan's nervousness disappeared in a flash. He said, "This immortal killer move is not targeting us or the goo formation. It is targeting this dream realm." After the violent eruption, the colorful brilliance did not completely dissipate. Instead, it started to form cocoons of light. The dream realm disappeared. It has condensed into cocoons of light. Oh heavens, what method is this? It is so earth-shattering. Normal killer moves have no effect on dream realms, unless they are dream path methods. So that's it. These demonic path Gu Immortals' true target is this dream realm. The righteous path Gu Immortals gasped in shock. Someone among them looked at Fang Yuan eerily. I said that the immortal opportunity business is the root of the problem. It made the demonic path Gu Immortals think of an immortal killer move that uses dream realms. This is definitely a huge profit. Otherwise, why would so many Gu Immortals attack without any regard for the consequences? Once he said this, most of the righteous path Gu Immortals' expressions changed. Fang Yuan heard this, but had no reaction. Instead, Ba De snorted angrily, staring at the Xia clan Gu Immortal who spoke. Shut up! At this time they were facing a huge enemy, but they still did not forget to fight amongst themselves. They were still insulting the important Fang Yuan. They were simply too insensible. Ba De was extremely furious, but at the next moment, this Xia clan Gu Immortal vanished on the spot, appearing outside the formation. Why did he go out? The righteous path Gu Immortals were dazed. They went into an uproar. Fang Yuan laughed coldly. This person has ulterior motives. He actually wanted to sow discord. I teleported him out and used him to probe the other party's foundation. Bullshit. Who gave you the authority? You are disregarding human lives. Quickly summon our clan's Gu Immortals back. Quick! Fang Yuan smiled coldly. The other Xia clan Gu Immortal who was shouting also vanished. At the next moment, he appeared outside the Super Gu formation, facing the outside world. Looking at the huge dream realm and the shining Super Gu formation, he had a dazed expression. Wui hai! Ba De was anxious. He almost jumped. You are also messing around. Fang Yuan glanced at him plainly, saying lightly, no matter how noisy you are, you will also leave. Ba De was dumbfounded. The other righteous path Gu Immortals. Ba De's chest was heaving from anger. His face was red, but he still spoke. Don't forget, the immortal Gu used to create this Super Gu formation come from our super clans. This was a blatant threat, but Fang Yuan laughed. Do you think any of you can summon your Gu worms now? Haven't you noticed that you have already lost the ability to sense immortal Gu? The immortal's expressions changed. Chi Gui said solemnly, Sai, don't worry. This is the Gu formation set up by my clan's Lord Chi Chuyu. Back then, he designed this formation to prevent spies from appearing, to prevent the Gu formation from being destroyed from the inside. Thus, the first and second layers of the Gu formation are controlled by one person. Others cannot interfere. Right now, even I cannot control this Gu formation, unless Wui Hai can borrow the Gu formation back. Saying so, Chi Gui looked at Fang Yuan sincerely. Chi Gui is heavily injured. You have worked hard. You should heal your injuries first. Fang Yuan smiled coldly, breaking Chi Gui's expectations without any qualms. Ba De was furious. The immortals were also flustered. In this case, didn't they have to rely on Fang Yuan? Xiao Si Lu and the others who were close to Wu clan were fine. But Ba clan, Yao clan, and Yang clan, these Gu immortals who had conflicts with Wu clan, had ugly expressions now. Chi Chuyu, this old fool. Someone cursed internally. Chi Chuyu plotted against these super clans, but logically speaking, he was doing it for the safety of the dream realm and the Gu formation. But due to a strange combination of factors, Chi clan lost control. An outsider became the leader of the situation. Don't worry, I, Wui Hai, am not a crazy person. In the current situation, we, the righteous path, must be of one heart and one mind. Only by working together can we overcome this crisis. Chapter 1366. I have a piece of good news. An immortal Gu house of my Wu clan has already moved out secretly to bring me back to Wu Yi Mountain. It is not far from here. It is the closest reinforcement. As long as we cooperate, we can definitely escape safely. We can even make great contributions to the righteous path and all of Southern Border's living beings. Fang Yuan said these words one after another. Bada's expression turned ugly. Qiao Si Lu's eyes shined as she looked at Fang Yuan. Her gaze was filled with admiration. Qi Gui had once given Fang Yuan an information path Gu worm and told him everything about the Super Gu formation. When Fang Yuan realized that he was the only one who could control this Gu formation, he immediately decided to recruit all of the righteous path Gu immortals. Xia Clan's 2 Gu immortals were the unlucky ones that Fang Yuan killed to warn the rest. Next, he gave them the good news of an immortal Gu house. With a stick in one hand and a carrot in the other, the righteous path Gu immortals gathered around him. They became a force that could be controlled and commanded. Among the righteous path Gu immortals, there were many elites. But Fang Yuan had the upper hand. He had too much of an advantage. They could only accept their fate. Fang Yuan could summon clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. This time, even Bod had to listen to him. After successfully suppressing these righteous path Gu immortals, Fang Yuan focused his attention on the outside world. Many cocoons of light had already formed. They were floating in the air. And the price of forming these cocoons was dream realms. Large chunks of the dream completely dissipated. As a result, the originally round and complete super dreamland was now full of holes, as if a group of rats had gnawed on it from all directions, both inside and out. Over 20 cocoons of light had already formed. There were even more cocoons of light forming. Seeing this, Fang Yuan could not help but sigh. Shadow Sect's methods were truly endless. As expected of a super force with over 100,000 years of foundation created by a demon, Venerable. Crack, crack. At this time, a series of cracking sounds came from the first cocoon of light. Next, more and more cracks appeared on the surface of the cocoon. Bam! The cocoon of light shattered, and a completely naked person fell out. But before he could fall to the ground, Zishan Makoto, who had been waiting for a long time, made his move. Soon this person opened his eyes. His entire body was covered in a layer of armor. Without stopping, he flew towards the edge of the dreamland. The other righteous path Gu immortals were still in a daze, but Fang Yuan's eyes were already bulging. This is the pure dream reality seeker physique. Fang Yuan had seen it before, but he was still shocked when he saw it again. Back then, Yingwu Xia was a pure dream reality seeker physique. This immortal body was a man-made 10 extreme physique. This was the result of Shadow Sect's Inkstone's painstaking research. How could Zishan Makoto have such a method? Don't forget, Yingwu Xia was still alive. At the same time, Zishan Makoto had taken a huge risk to enter the river of time and communicate deeply with spectral souls while in Red Lotus True Inheritance. Zishan Makoto had wanted to cooperate with Fang Yuan, but because Fang Yuan's information path was too shallow, he did not dare to cooperate with Shadow Sect. Thus, even though Zishan Makoto knew that Fang Yuan had a method to resolve the dream realm, he could not obtain it. He wanted to save spectral soul's main body. Other than resolving the Super Gu formation, he also needed to get past the giant dream realm. Since he could not count on Fang Yuan, Zishan Makoto decided to use the method to refine the pure dream reality seeker physique body here. This way, a large number of dream realms would disappear, and he would be able to reach the center of the dream realm and save spectral soul. This means the pure dream reality seeker physique body was created like this. Shadow Sect's methods are truly terrifying. Even though Fang Yuan had fought with Yingwu Xia before, he did not see how the latter was born. Now that he had seen it, Fang Yuan immediately shouted, ordering the righteous path Gu immortals. Quick! Destroy all of these cocoons of light. Kill that guy who flew out. What happened? Wui Hai, what do you know? Hurry up and tell us. The righteous path, Gu Immortals asked. But at the next moment, they were sent out of the Super Gu formation by Fang Yuan. Damn it, you did not even greet us. Who do you think we are? Wui Hai, you are using our tribe's immortal Gu. Don't go overboard. Even Xiao Si Lu was sent out. This southern border fairy was in a daze. She could not accept it. Xia Clan's 2 Gu Immortals saw that so many righteous path Gu Immortals had the same ending as them. They felt a great sense of satisfaction. They quickly suggested to defeat Wu Hai. Nobody paid attention to them. In this situation, who would dare to offend Fang Yuan, who controlled the Super Gu formation? Fang Yuan transmitted to the immortals. If you do not want to die here, listen to me. These enemies will continue to grow stronger as time passes. Now is the best time to get rid of them. While the others were still hesitating, Wu Liao responded to Fang Yuan's command and started to attack. Next were some Gu Immortals who were close to Wu Clan, including Xiao Si Lu. But Fang Yuan sent her out as well. This woman, one of the 3 great fairies of southern border, did not have a good expression and mood. After these people attacked, the righteous path Gu Immortals also started to fight. Firstly, Fang Yuan controlled the Super Gu formation. He controlled the immortals' lives. Secondly, the righteous path forces had a strong interest in exploring dream realms. They had been coveting the immortal bodies that were created in the dream realms for a long time. As long as they could capture any one of them and research them, it would be a huge boost to their clan's dream path development. Only Xia Clan's 2 Gu Immortals were hesitant. Fang Yuan did not forget about them. He transmitted, "As long as each of you kills 1 cocoon of light, I will let bygones be bygones and let you return to the Gu formation." Xia Clan's 2 Gu Immortals had indignant expressions. They gritted their teeth loudly, but the situation was dire. The 2 looked at each other. They still acted according to Fang Yuan's instructions. Almost all the righteous path Gu Immortals attacked and destroyed the cocoons of light. Only Fang Yuan stayed in the Super Gu formation alone, watching over the situation from the back. He was very satisfied. Every second counted. The pure dream reality seeker physique bodies broke out of the cocoons of light, flying out. At the same time, the cocoons of light were destroyed. The vanished dream realms gushed out again. Spectral Soul's main body is inside the dream realms. Shadow Sect is very scheming. They created pure dream reality seeker physique bodies to mislead us. Among the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies that are flying out, there might be Spectral Soul's remnant soul. Fang Yuan stared with wide eyes, controlling the Super Gu formation with all his might. He was monitoring the entire battlefield. This Super Gu formation was constructed around the giant dream realms. Even though he had only activated the 2nd layer of the Gu formation, Fang Yuan could still control most of the battlefield and teleport the nearby Gu Immortals. Not just the righteous path Gu Immortals. Fang Yuan was also controlling the Gu formation, activating its power to destroy the cocoons of light. Unfortunately, this Super Gu formation was constructed with defense as its priority. Its offensive power was pitifully weak. It could not compare to Fang Yuan. Kill! At this time, battle cries could be heard. Shadow Sect's Gu Immortals, led by Fairy Miao Yin, He Lulan, and by Ningbing, also charged over. This wave of Gu Immortals had actually been reduced in numbers, but in this complicated battle environment, their disadvantage in numbers was made up for. The giant dream realm was originally round. It was like a huge pot that was placed on the ground. Next, a large number of pure dream reality seeker physique bodies formed, causing large pieces of the dream realms to appear. Some cocoons of light were destroyed by the righteous path Gu Immortals. The dream realms were restored, but they were not as big as before. This caused the dream realms to not be perfectly connected. There was some distance between the 2. Some pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were killed. They exploded into large pieces of dream realms. The pure dream reality seeker physique bodies had already flown out. They were no longer at their original locations. This way, the dream realms started to appear at the periphery or the periphery. Don't forget, this giant dream realm itself had its own movement. Thus, large pieces of dream realms were piled up in a disorderly manner. Some overlapped, some were spaced apart, and some only had a slight distance between them. The world had turned into a very complicated battle environment. When fighting here, the Gu immortals had to be wary of their opponents at all times. They also had to pay attention to the dream realms. They could not easily fall into the dream realms. Refining so many pure dream reality seeker physique bodies at once, it should be Zishan Makoto's doing. Where is he? Fang Yuan looked around, using the Super Gu formation. He could not find any traces of Zishan Makoto. Rumble. With a loud sound, the Super Gu formation erupted with power. A shadow that resembled a mountain flew towards a pure dream reality seeker physique body that had just broken out of a cocoon and landed on it. Suppress. Without the help of Gu worms, the pure dream reality seeker physique body was easily suppressed. It was teleported to Fang Yuan's side by the Super Gu formation. The pure dream reality seeker physique body stared at Fang Yuan. His body was wrapped in black chains. He could not move. Fang Yuan took a few glances at him, his eyes shining brightly. Interesting. If I can capture more, I might be able to break through shadow sex methods and create my own pure dream reality seeker physique body. These are one of the 10 extreme dream path physiques. Even if they have short lifespans, they might be able to help me resolve huge problems. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan searched for big fish while using the Super Gu formation to capture the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies that had just broken out of their cocoons. The second layer of the Super Gu formation's range was less than half of the dream realm. The area that it could control was even smaller. But as the cocoons of light continued to form, Fang Yuan actually managed to capture close to 10 pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Chapter 1367. Fang Yuan found something even more interesting. The lifespan of these pure dream reality seeker physique bodies was inversely proportional to their cultivation level. The higher the cultivation of the pure dream reality seeker physique, the shorter their lifespan. In contrast, those Gu Master level pure dream reality seeker physique bodies could live for at least 2 to 3 years. For Fang Yuan, he had plenty of time to research and make use of them. I was feeling strange earlier if Shadow Sect had a method to refine large numbers of pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Why did they not use it during the Battle of Yitian Mountain? It seems that in Wu Xie's previous pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were not so easy to refine. In order to save Spectral Soul's main body, Shadow Sect used this method to refine large numbers of pure dream reality seeker physique bodies to open up and scatter dream realms. They are very determined. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly at Shadow Sect's resolute attitude. Not only did Fang Yuan succeed and capture many pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, the other righteous path Gu immortals were not stupid. They also captured some. These pure dream reality seeker physique bodies contained the dream path research results of Shadow Sect. Once they were successfully researched, others would have huge breakthroughs in the dream realm research. Shadow Sect did not hesitate to do this to save Spectral Soul's main body. The scene was very chaotic. Zishan Makoto was not discovered. He was still creating pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. More and more cocoons of light appeared in the dream realms. Dream realms piled up in a messy manner, forming an extremely complex battlefield. The righteous path and demonic path were surrounding the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, fighting intensely. Even though Fang Yuan's side was trying their best to stop them, Because the battlefield was too chaotic, several pure dream reality seeker physique bodies had already escaped and were about to leave the battlefield. Damn it! Spectral Soul's main body might be hiding among them. Feng Yuan observed this scene. Just as he was about to attack from afar, suddenly, a ray of light that was as thin as a needle instantly descended from the depths of the sky. Instantly, it pierced the skull of a pure dream reality seeker physique body. This tiny white ray of light was very sharp. It went all the way down from the pure dream reality seeker physique's head and pierced through its entire body. It appeared and disappeared in an instant. The pure dream reality seeker physique was a rank 6 goo immortal. He immediately felt weak all over, and the top of his head was numb. He could not help but reveal a puzzled expression. Then he slowly raised his hand and touched the top of his head. Then he put his hand in front of his eyes and found that it was covered in blood and white brain matter. His expression abruptly changed, filled with disbelief and fear. Then his vision turned black, and his vitality completely dissipated. Like a broken sack, the corpse fell from the sky to the ground with a bang. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. His bones were broken, and his tendons snapped. He was practically turned into a pile of meat paste. He couldn't be more dead. Who could it be? Feng Yuan's pupils shrank when he saw this. He was someone who could see the entire situation. In the righteous path, he was the first person to observe the situation. Meanwhile, on the demonic path side, Zishan Makoto was creating more cocoons of light while also commanding the overall situation. Seeing this, he was not puzzled, but frowned. Celestial Court has finally made a move. He had already expected this, and had made arrangements in White Heaven, delaying Heaven Overseeing Tower for a while. But unfortunately, Feng Yuan's rescue greatly affected Zishan Makoto's plan. The Super Goo Formation and the Righteous Path Goo Immortals severely interfered with Zishan Makoto's rescue process. The best opportunity was lost. Heaven Overseeing Tower was free from its restraints and finally joined the battle. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. With several soft sounds, several tiny white rays of light shot out, easily killing the pure dream reality seeker physiques that were trying to escape the battlefield. Next, a grand immortal goo house shined with bright light that soared into the sky, descending upon the battlefield like a monarch. Such a majestic scene attracted the attention of most goo immortals. They all looked at the sky. Very few were confused, but most of the goo immortals recognized Heaven Overseeing Tower at once. Celestial Court's Heaven Overseeing Tower was too famous. Celestial Court. Almost all the goo immortals present felt their hearts shake. The Heavenly Court's domineering appearance undoubtedly caused the originally chaotic battle situation to move in an even more unpredictable direction. At the top floor of Heaven Overseeing Tower, Duke Long crossed his arms. His body was straight like a mountain as he looked down at the battlefield. Spectral Soul is crafty and sinister. We cannot let any of the pure dream reality seeker physiques go. They must be executed. Of course, these pure dream reality seeker physiques might just be a cover. We cannot exclude the possibility of spectral soul hiding in other goo immortals' bodies and escaping alive. Thus, kill all the goo immortals present. It is better to kill wrongly than to let them go. Yes, behind Duke Long, the goo immortals, led by Fairy Myrtle, quickly responded. Duke Long pondered. Kill Shadow Sect first, then eliminate the righteous path. But if anyone wants to leave the battlefield, no matter who they are, kill them. Heaven Overseeing Tower pressed down on the battlefield like a mountain with an unparalleled aura. The chaotic battlefield came to a standstill. Heaven Overseeing Tower represented the strongest battle strength. Its actions would almost determine the direction of the entire battlefield. The righteous path goo immortals' hearts were pounding. Celestial Court's goo immortals from Central Continent. Were they reinforcements? Shadow Sect's side fell into panic. Evidently, Celestial Court and Shadow Sect were mortal enemies. Fang Yuan's expression was grim. He looked at the rank 9 immortal Gu House Heaven overseeing tower with a deep frown. It wasn't that he hadn't expected this to happen. Celestial Court has appeared again. The situation has become very bad. In such a short time, they actually rebuilt Heaven overseeing tower. I wonder how many rank 8 Gu Immortals Celestial Court sent this time. Heaven overseeing tower's appearance had a huge impact on Fang Yuan's plans. But fortunately, Fang Yuan was hiding inside the Super Gu formation. With this Gu formation, he should be able to block Heaven overseeing tower's power. Fang Yuan had a lot of battle experience against Heaven overseeing tower. Even if it was the strongest method to activate Fate Gu, Fang Yuan estimated that this Super Gu formation could block one attack. Fang Yuan decided to watch and not make a move, but Zishan Makoto could not ignore it. He was a wisdom path rank 8. How could he not have any methods to deal with it? Zishan Makoto transmitted, Zuyi Hui, according to the agreement, your enemies are here. What are you waiting for? They are from Celestial Court. Celestial Court. The legendary primordial beast Zuyi Hui shuddered when it heard this. Its eyes were filled with hatred and anger. This anger and hatred was deeply ingrained in its bones. Even after a million years, it was still unforgettable. Celestial Court. Zuyi Hui raised its head and roared. The sound waves spread over hundreds of li boom. At the next moment, a dark fog burst out of Zuyi Hui's body. Its body was huge to begin with. Now that it was covered by the dark fog, it became even more terrifying. Next, it bent its legs and arched its body, baring its teeth as it stomped on the ground. Bam! A violent muffled sound rang out. An entire ground trembled violently. A huge crater was created by Zuyi Hui's stomp. Meanwhile, Zuyi Hui shot towards the sky like an arrow, pouncing towards Heaven overseeing tower. Heaven overseeing tower attacked, but Zuyi Hui's body was covered in black fog. It was an immortal killer move. Not only could it fly, it also had defensive properties. Zuyi Hui was unstoppable. It was like a huge black meteor. In a few breaths of time, it crossed 100 li and arrived in front of Heaven overseeing tower. Humph! Reckless, savage, survivor. Duke Long snorted in disdain. His body shook as he willed. Heaven overseeing tower burst out with blinding white light. At once the world turned white. Heaven overseeing tower's strongest method, Fate Vanquish. Rank 9 Immortal Gu Fate's power was unparalleled. No matter how they dodged, they would be hit. As long as they were not rank 9, no matter how strong they were, they would lose to this move. Light was everywhere. White light. It filled the world, the ground, everywhere. The Gu immortals who were exposed to the light, be they righteous path or demonic path, all of them coughed out blood. They were heavily injured. Instantly, they fainted on the spot. In an instant, half of the battlefield was cleared. Some Gu immortals, because of the obstruction of the dream realm, were not exposed to the light. They survived. With a loud sound, Zuyi Hui could not block Fate's attack. It crashed to the ground. It coughed out a mouthful of blood, but quickly got up. It opened its mouth and roared Heaven overseeing tower. Inside Heaven overseeing tower, the central continent Gu immortals were all shocked. Duke Long also showed a surprised expression. Zuyi Hui was hit by Fate Vanquish. It was normal that it did not die. It was thicker than ordinary immortal Gu houses. Its recovery speed was shocking. Zuyi Hui had been a problem in Southern Border for many years. Southern Border's Gu immortals had sent immortal Gu houses to hunt it down, but they could not take its life. They could only defeat it. But Zuyi Hui's injuries were much lighter than Duke Long had expected. Gu immortals could cultivate. Zuyi Hui was cultivating too. Over these years, Zuyi Hui's strength had been rising. Furthermore, it had the help of Shadow Sect this time. Zishan Makoto had lent it many immortal Gu and immortal killer moves, equipping Zuyi Hui with all his might. Zuyi Hui stood up completely. Its wounds were already half healed. Such terrifying recovery speed. Next, it charged at Heaven Overseeing Tower fearlessly. Duke Long's eyes shined with cold light. He used Fate Vanquish again. Zwa Yi Hui was hit. It fell to the ground again. But soon it stood up again. Even though it was injured, it was still full of energy. The central continent Gu immortals were shocked. This is the battle strength of a legendary, immemorial, desolate beast? It is too shocking. This is a problem. Fairy Myrtle had a grim gaze. Zwoyi Hui's battle strength was beyond her imagination. Even though Heaven Overseeing Tower had Fate Vanquish, it could not be used frequently. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.